And hello, everyone. Welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. We had a busy day on our hands yesterday. We're going to unpack it, but first, we're going to unpack something else, as Randy and I just wrapped up lunch, and we were discussing, as degenerates do, perhaps putting a line on the sheer volume of chicken fingers that Randy's going to be eating between now and the end of this festival. Randy, did you want to hazard a guess?
I'm trying to get to 3 digits by the end of the week.
Randy, I'm not sure you're going to be up here at the desk if you go 3 digits strong, even though, to be fair, the best chicken fingers that you're ever going to have. I know that's not what you tuned in to hear, but we do feel compelled to advise. So then, yesterday we crowned not one, but 2 champions, not in the chicken finger department, but in the poker department here at Sporting. Of course, the first order of business was the big one, that 100K, and you brought us home on that one, Randy.
I did not bring us home.
You didn't?
No. But
you know what? It was Randy. It was Henry, and it was Rusty.
Yeah,
you're right. You don't. Have you even worked, Randy?
No, I was eating chicken fingers again.
Story checks out. Well, listen. While he dreams of chicken fingers, we flash back to what happened yesterday in the 100K. Alex Theologus, the Greek, was on the final table bubble yet again. So we would get things started with 9 players involved. China's Andy Ni would open with ace-4 when Soiza pushed back blind versus blind. He decided to press, and unfortunately for him, that press didn't work out on a jack 9-5 board. Soiza's 10s stayed cozy. Turn meant the same. And Andy was on his feet for good reason, as the river failed to deliver the necessary ace, but would deliver him a $304,000 payday, courtesy of a 9th place finish. So, it was the turn next of Christoph Vogelsang, who would open 400 of 475. Once again, pocket 10s took shape. Mosbach would flat, overpair and an open ender versus the dusty gut shot and ace high for Vogelsang, who was already committed. In went the 75,000. Pair 5s on the turn. All of a sudden gave a ray of hope to Vogelsang, but that's as far as he would get as he took his turn wrapping the rail and collecting $381,000 for that 8th place finish. Now the think tank of poker, Austria, the flag under which Roland Rakita plays. He found himself with 10-9 suited, ripping from the cutoff. Once again, Soiza found involvement. Ace-10 was dominating. Monotone flop was a non-issue given neither player had the flush draw. Rakita was tugging at just a 9 all the way down, and instead it would be the ace that connected with Soiza and left Rakita disconnected from the FT. $519,000 went his way. 6 then remained, and Kiat Lee, 5 runner-up finishes on his Triton resume. We began to wonder as he spun up a big stack through this one if this would be the moment. Unfortunately, though, he would pick King-Jack versus Ace-10. Not find paint on flop or turn, nor on river. 2.5 million chip pot would go to Shaman O'Dwyer as he would dispatch Kiat in 6th. $701,000 richer was Kiat, and no sooner does O'Dwyer shower Lee than he finds himself on the receiving end. It spun it all the way down to 125K. Ace-King versus 9-6. It's all pretty pre-flop, and it's pretty ugly post. Queen 6 deuce pairing. Peter Arts. Ace or King needed on the river, and unfortunately not acquired, as the Shaman got out of there with the last of the 6-figure payouts. $904,000 haul for him. A deal was made. 4 players remaining. $310K left for a winner-take-all. Blinds, by the way, keep an eye on it, began at 50 and 125,000. The first bust out would come when we were all the way up to the 100-200 level. Mario Mosbach raising the student-teacher dynamic between he and Fedor Holtz, his mentor in poker, who flopped the king-high heart draw versus bottom pair. Fedor would play it as a check raise on the ace-high texture. Mosbach would hang in there. Turn was no heart, no king, no 9. It would go check, check, and the worst of all hearts would come down on the river. The one that gave Mosbach trips and gave Fedor the nut flush. And you saw the mutual respect between the two of them on the tail end of that exchange. 1.54 and change went to Mosbach. 3 remained. Fedor came in 5.3 million and decided to rip over the top of Peter Aerts's Jack 9 open.
Like it. I was about to say, like...
Unfortunately for him, the baby-suited ace had itself real problems as Soiza woke up to 2 aces. Fedor flopped to 4. Hunted a sailboat, and then all of a sudden a chop was an option as well if a deuce rolled off. Instead, it would be the end of the road for the German. Title number 5 denied. 1.528 million would go his way.
All in.
Then Soiza and Aerts playing heads up for that 310K winner take all. Soiza's Jack 10 suited, dominated by Peter. Queen high flop, 3 outs only.
Good game, sir.
And Soiza would issue the GGs, collecting $2.3 million, courtesy of being the chip leader when the deal was made. But the real collection was that of Peter Aerts as he hoisted hardware. Title number 2 going his way. Soiza not able to add to his trophy case there, and it really came undone in a hurry for Soiza, Randy. His rail robust as always. Kiatley and company there. Danny Tang as well, rooting him on. Such a good support group, but it was 3 doubles, I believe, that just catapulted Aerts right into victory, but it didn't happen in a hurry.
No, like, it was a lot of grinding, of course. This went into the wee hours, but in the heads-up match, near the very end, it was Aerts. He was down to like 4 big blinds or so, and he got double up after double up after double up to just win the tournament. And that's what happens when the stacks get very shallow, but they did definitely fought very hard to get there.
Some would argue that's what happens when you get a little baby run good, as Peter and his wife did welcome a child during 2023. That's in part why it is that we didn't see him, but he picked up right where he left off. You know, he won a title at his first ever Triton. That was back in 2022, 2023 off, and then 24, he's been finding the money, but this was a big kind of statement that he made as that Belgian flag, which doesn't have too many delegates, plants its flag.
It's a huge statement. To win 2 titles with the volume he's put in is amazing. Obviously, in the 100K, it's a huge score for him. He played amazing throughout, and congratulations, baby, run good. And maybe he takes a year off. I don't know, but maybe he needs to stay in this time.
Well, listen, Soiza, I don't want to overlook him because here at this particular festival, he's been dynamite, Randy, even though he didn't take it down this one.
Of course he's been dynamite, but he missed the first few events, but to come out straight away, it did really look like he was going to take it down. He had a massive chip lead going to the heads-up portion. It happens. You can't just guarantee, I've got a big stack, I'm going to win it every single time, but I think he's going to look for some redemption later today. And
listen, he did quite well, given that the ICM chop that they pulled off, he did have that chip lead. He did end up collecting even more than Peter Aerts did when it was all said and done. Member of the 8-figure club, by the way, is Soiza, so don't count him out as he's had 3 FTs here last year. The stop that kind of is the one that I think resonates with him for whatever reason. All right, Fedor and Mario, that teacher-student dynamic, we talk about it every time you see them on screen. Not too often that we get to see them together at a final table tussling, and that creates a lot of meta and, talking points.
Yeah, obviously, Fedor pretty much cultivated Mario to be the player he was, but, Mario's had tremendous results past year. Here at the Triton stop. And, there's always that little bit of curveball factor you can throw in, I know that I should be playing this range in this spot, but I'll maybe do a little wrinkle here and there.
Sure.
But, of course, as you saw in the VT, that Fedor got the best in Mario.
Yeah, he did. Kiat, unfortunately, did not get the best of this final table. That said, he did have back-to-back 6th-place finishes. Alex Theologus, who I touched on right before we got to the replays, min cash for him is what at this particular festival where he's 4 for 4?
It's a minimum of a final table bubble for him. He's got 2 of those and 2 final tables, 100% cash rate. Most consistent player by far this festival.
I mean, he's definitely making a case for being player of the festival. Obviously, a lot of events still left to play, but keep your eye on Theologus, as I'm sure many in the field do when they find themselves at a feature table with him. We did touch on the fact, of course, that we did crown not 1, but 2 title winners yesterday. You might be scratching your temple and thinking, well, we only watched one particular event yesterday. We didn't cover it, but the 30K Bounty Quattro saw Artur Martirosyan in a Russian-laden FT ultimately be the man around whom the flag was draped. Zubov was there supporting him. It was nice to see them, because I think sometimes people are tempted to presume that we're making a big deal out of this, delegation from China, delegation from Malaysia, this isn't the Olympics, it's an individual sport. But the reality of the matter is, Randy, as we've observed, not just when they're on the rails supporting one another, but these guys talk the game. It's tough out there, and if you can grab a little bit of data, get a little bit of support from others, it makes the road easier.
It's also very nice for Artur, right? He's obviously a great player in himself, but he didn't do that on his own, right? He, talking to his friends, bouncing ideas, and I'm very happy for him because I feel like he always makes deep runs, but he's unable to get to the very end, and to capture a title has got to be pretty sweet.
It's crazy because you can put together an 8-figure Triton resume and still be somebody who has this weird, perhaps misplaced, depending on what your metric is, sense of disappointment because you haven't managed to break out and take down a title or get one of those top 3 podium finishes. But not only did he get himself a title, as one of the guys that we used to talk about best around without one, he got himself 9 bounties for an extra 360K.
So did he win more than his title? It seems so. So that's pretty massive.
I mean, we can flash back really quick. I had the 200K Invitational, I confess, up here ready to take a look at. Ultimately, Martirosyan, $531,000 for the W. You see it there, 360 on top of that, a total haul of in the neighborhood of 900K for him. And you see the other Russian, Nikita Kuznetsov, finishing in second. Just 2 bounties came his way. By the way, the Triton Poker Plus app does now populate the bounties, as you can see in gray, in any one of our bounty events. So a nice little touch to kind of help you really appreciate what the exact net haul was from that. So with all of that appreciated and behind us, we turn our attention to the first of 3 days of coverage we're going to bring you in the granddaddy of any given Triton. It is, of course, the $200,000 Invitational. Randy, we did make the pairings happen a little while ago. We can walk through some of those. I've got my sheet right over here. But the first thing I want to talk about is the format. Randy, walk us through it.
Well, as you know, there's VIPs. They are going to have the option to, not option, they have to invite one pro into the field. So the field is split completely 50% VIPs, 50% pros. So that's the main wrinkle there. But on day 1, the pros have to play against the pros and the VIPs against the VIPs. So it's segregated throughout day 1.
And then once day 1 is over, release the hounds?
Then we have an exact 50-50 split on each table. And the pairs, they have to stay separated until the final 2 tables.
Now, one other thing to take note of in this one is you don't have a lot of time to chew on if you do get showered for bullet number 1, whether or not you want to make that added 200K investment. You got to make up your mind in just 30 minutes if you want to rebuy, and that's a little bit of pressure. Maybe you got to make some texts, a few phone calls, find out whether or not Business Daddy is ready to pony up. But very seldom do we see someone not rebuy in one of these things. Just the EV is too great for all parties.
I mean, this is one of the tournaments where the pros, they're basically begging to get into. There's so much value. Half the players are VIPs, like I just mentioned. You pretty much just have to pony up the extra money and take the variance with it, but this is the tournament to be in.
Well, Daniel Dvoris wasn't in this tournament, and it wasn't because he begged, borrowed, or stole, but by virtue of the fact that Jason Kuhn finds himself a late arrival here, partnered with Rob Young, Dvoris has slid into the field. Now, I had an opportunity yesterday to chat with Steve O'Dwyer after he busted in the 100K, and I was pretty surprised that O'Dwyer didn't get in there because obviously there's different schools of thought. Some VIPs, they think to themselves, I don't want a top-tier pro because that's going to make it that much harder for me to find the money or maybe hoist the title. Others think to themselves, if I have a top-tier pro, maybe I can negotiate to get a little bit of a piece, a swap, because, the pros really need that love in order to get into this one, which has, as we talked about, a lot of EV. What's your approach to that if I stick you on the VIP side of the bracket?
I definitely want to take a piece of whoever I think is the best, right?
So you're picking a top-tier guy?
I'm taking a top-tier guy because I'm separated for until the final two tables. So unlikely I'm going to play with them. But I am disappointed that Dwyer didn't get in there. If I was a VIP, I would have invited him and asked for his luckiest charm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The trinkets are a real thing, even when we're on the stream delay, as I proved earlier when I broke out the Buddha for stuff that had already happened. So we do have two tantalizing featured tables on our hands. We didn't chew on them yet, but you're going to get a glimpse, not just at the two features, but of course the entirety of the room as we send it down into the Salle d'Étoiles to get things underway here in this $200,000 Invitational. There's the first glimpse at everybody settling in from Sporting Monte-Carlo, brought to you by Club WPT Gold. It doesn't take long to figure out which of the tables are pros and which are VIPs here in this field. 40 pairings. See Ossi Katola, Ferdinand Putra, Aaron Zhang, Andy Nee on the VIP side. There's Vladimir, KCG, Yaman Nakdali. Boy, that's an action crew right there. How the heck did they not end up being a feature? There's so many good tables.
We'll have a rotation. You know how it is.
We'll get a glimpse at them. Producer James, by the way, stepping in to advise, as I'm sure many of you who are streaming us live will be delighted to hear that one of the tables that we pick to start the Invitational, if available, always contains the great Phil Ivey. There's no denying the star power that he has. KCG got a little bit of star power too, by the way.
Yeah, he made a really nice run in one of the Invitationals in the past.
Mm-hmm. By the way, the other feature table is going to contain Ivey's partner in this one, Triton co-founder Paul Pua from the VIP side. So one table of each will be featured, but of course we will be checking in on any of this outer stuff, provided that we have an excuse to do so, depending on how action comes down. There's Phil Nagy. By the way, download that Triton Poker Plus app because you'll be able to keep track of every single table, every single hand, every single player as this one evolves. There is reigning Ivan Liao, Player of the Year, Danny Tang, Morton Klein.
Oh, he's on a run.
He's done well this festival.
Good timing. Good warm-up for him for this 200K.
Espen Jorstad, World Series of Poker main event champion once upon a time, didn't drop the mic, has continued to try to prove that he belongs. This wasn't a fluke. I don't think anyone would argue whatsoever that he indeed does. There's the man whose Estonian delegation referred to him as Santa earlier during the mystery bounty draw. There's been a few submissions, Gandalf.
I like this
Santa. Oh, I'm a big Vladimir Korzinin fan. Here at his first ever Triton. Hopefully he catches the bug like so many others. So there you see the chip counts, 300,000 apiece to start. Lines of 500 and 1,000 to get things underway. 300 big blinds deep. This is super deep stack poker, and the one phenomenon that we always come to expect early in an invitational, Randy, is the big stacks emerge from the invitee side of the bracket, not the pro side.
Well, we know they like to play big pots, and when you have players like Santosh Sivarna and Shu Liang at the table, we could see someone rebuying very early.
Yeah, Boss has his hands full. There you see Paul Pua picking this one up post-flop, 9-6-8. Pua with top pair up against Wei Liang Chan's double gutter and bottom pair and the dusty side of a gut shot for Seth Gottlieb. Boss defended his big versus the open from Chan, came out swinging. Everybody wants to peel.
Check.
And trip sixes on the turn for Gottlieb.
There you go, Seth.
See whether or not Boss is concerned. Does check it.
A lot of times you wouldn't be worried about 6x just because of how low the number is, but at a VIB table, it's always possible. And it's possible to hit quads.
No action, unfortunately, on the turn for Gottlieb, but here we are in the river where Pua could certainly pay off a healthy bet.
Yeah, Gottlieb might even just go over bet in this spot.
Well, you called it, Randy.
What are you going to do? You got the 9 in for Paul. You're up
You
against
saw
a
him
guy
roll his
who's a bit
eyes.
crazy. You know?
Yeah,
I can't see him folding in this
I
spot.
can't either. I can't see him loving it. Neither does he. But if you have quads, congratulations. You see Paul laughing it off.
How can you not?
Good news is it's early in this one. Bad news is, by the way, that Boss is tussling not only with the aforementioned Shu Liang, who is definitely a gunslinger, but also Santosh Suvarna, who uploaded a new operating system a couple of years ago and hasn't looked back. And then you have who many would argue is the strongest player on the invitee side of the bracket, bar Boss, of course, who himself is obviously every ounce a pro.
He's definitely, you're referring to Orpin, I assume.
I am.
Yeah, he's definitely up there as one of the best.
I don't think so. Let him bluff.
Gottlieb asking Boss whether or not, if he had checked again, Paul would have bet. Said, I don't think so.
I think if you go all in, Paul falls in 9 probably.
All in, of course, 4. 10K more, I 4.
Yeah.
And there is the aforementioned Orpin Kisachikoglu. Success coming soon hat is a little bit of a troll, if we're being honest. Just considering how much success Orpin has enjoyed already in the course of his Triton career, which began back in 2018 in Montenegro. He has amassed nearly $8 million in career earnings across 15 caches with 2 titles. He's got company in 3 seats here on an ace-high all-diamond board that is all Paul Pua, who's going to get a pound of flesh back from Seth Gottlieb. Nuts versus second nuts.
Yeah, more than 1 pound of damage incoming here. Wow, this is just a massive cooler. Seth is just thinking he's got the absolute nuts in this spot.
Come and get it is what's on Gottlieb's
He's like,
hand.
Check raise me,
Mine.
please.
Sinan Unlu with bottom pair and
22.
a lot to worry about behind him. Will be bowing out after Boss chooses to play fast.
Looking to build this pot. They're 300 big blinds deep, so if you want to try and get as much stack in there, you need to start with check raise, even for a hand as strong as this.
Gottlieb flats. 4th diamond on the board. Obviously unwelcome for Seth. Paul doesn't love it either because it could kill his action.
Definitely could kill his action. Yeah, Seth's first reaction is what a terrible turn card, but this should save him from losing a ton of chips.
Note, by the way, that there's another way that he can be saved, and that's the 3 of diamonds on the end, which would give him a steel wheel.
Paul's not slowing down. It feels like if a diamond didn't roll off on the turn, Paul would likely follow through with a bigger bet. So still as played, Seth is losing chips, but just not as much.
So it does go bet call of 17,000.
Really nice for Paul that the board didn't pair, because he could easily be up against the flop set. As played, the most value you're going to get from your opponent is against the queen of diamonds. Should target that. Feels like sets won't be calling any more bets, given the action.
55.
I got a call. Wow.
55K on the river. And Seth does get spared by that deuce of diamonds on the turn, Randy. Could have been much, much worse.
So it's 1-1. Paul versus Seth. Wouldn't say it's balance in terms of chips transferred.
I wouldn't either.
So Paul won 100 big blinds in that hand.
I guess I got off easy with that fourth diamond.
Yep. You know, I bet more on the turn. Unless pair up, pair bet smaller. Pair up.
Yeah.
I will bet 30 something on the turn and like, wow, real big on the river.
You know what's different about the VIP tables versus the pros is their willingness to kind of just talk strategy, you know, like
Sure.
how would I play this hand or what could we have maybe done differently? Whereas the pros are a little bit more tight-lipped.
It's a exercise in diplomacy, though, once the pros and the invitees do merge when questions get asked in the middle of the tournament.
But if it's like pros versus pros, I don't really expect strategy to be shared.
No, they generally don't ask questions of one another. Not necessarily because they don't have them from time to time, but when you do ask that question, you're revealing maybe that you're unsure about certain spots, and that's a competitive disadvantage. Meanwhile, Orpin, Queen 7 suited, dominated by Unlu, who flats ace queen from the small. Then Shu Liang rises up with Jack 7 of clubs, pushing Orpin out. 16-5 total here as the squeeze is on.
If Unlu is aware of Shu Liang's strategy, he definitely would be flatting here, even out of position.
I mean, if he was aware of Shu Liang's strategy, he might 4-bet it.
I have the same without
Sam, what's the moon for actually?
without the diamonds I have.
But instead, he
Just roll.
folds the ace-queen, not looking to bloat one and play it out of
Good
position.
moon
So,
face. The actual
in
moon face.
case you weren't familiar with
You know, if
Shu
it's half
Liang,
moon,
ladies and gentlemen,
it
we
was
brought
half
you
moon, yeah.
the
Yeah, but you
sleeping
adjust it.
dragon.
Oh,
It didn't take
It
long to
shows
wake
you the
up.
exactly the same shape every day.
yeah, I have to adjust the date.
Yeah,
The date got it right.
yeah.
I don't know how it
You
works.
can take it to the Patek store. They do it for you.
My guess is
I ordered already. Yeah.
Unlu isn't aware of how Shu Liang plays because looking at his Triton profile, he's only played the invitationals.
Also, the stars, they are turning around. You know.
I don't know.
No, but they are just turning themselves.
Ah,
So
okay.
it's the same as the sky.
I see.
You should know these.
No, someone gave me as a present. It's like,
It's a very nice
have it
watch.
in my safe for 10, I don't know how many years. Never wait. 10 years.
I wore it in my wedding once.
Yeah.
Pocket aces for Anson. Makes it 2,500. Orpin doesn't get himself in any trouble with the baby suited ace. Often this kit likes to activate. Now back over to Unlu, who, as you mentioned, Randy, just comes out for the invitationals.
He brings in a call with the button.
Unlu's partner, by the way, Matthias Eibinger.
It's a good choice if you want to make sure you're not going to be seated at the same table. Sancho Suvarna isn't going to close this one with a call. He's going to squeeze in music to Anson's ears.
14,500 flapping in the wind here. And Anson wants to book a table for 2, not 4. Hence the 3-bet, 4-bet rather, to 45,000. Makes quick work of players behind, and now Suvarna is wondering, what have I done?
Yeah, it's like, why didn't I just call? Now I don't even get to see a flop. King Queen offsuit from Big Blind versus UTG. this would be very dicey to continue at this point.
He knows it. Respecting Anson's range.
5 bet. 4 bet. 4 bet. Wow. Very
Big
grow.
pots there behind.
Yeah.
Curious to see this hand, whether you guys have it. Or
Eh,
eh,
eh.
you AK?
AK no fold.
AK no fold. Call.
Maximum AJ.
Ace 5. Ace 4.
Eh.
Hey.
One more try.
Triton.
Orpin says, I'm going to try again, and yet again he's going to be
I'm 3-betting.
in bad shape. Gottlieb activating,
9,500.
He decided before he looked at
I wonder if it is binding.
taking us to 9,500.
Is it binding? I'm 3-betting. I don't think it is, but Gottlieb still brings it in.
I would say it is. No?
I don't know, is it? I am raising. I am raised is definitely binding,
I
but that's not a sentence.
3 bets another
It's-
way of saying the same thing as we see Boss from the hijack flatting the 3 bet, courtesy of Ace 10 suited.
Yeah, you don't see cold call 3 bets too often, but if you are, it's probably at the VIP table, especially with these deep stacks. Anson's got ace queen suited. And Santos also cold called
Yeah,
the
you
3
know,
bet Jack 7 offsuit.
I ended up squinting at the screen, trying to understand if I could believe my own eyes, because this
Standard 5-way 3-bet pot.
is a little uncharacteristic, but you heard Suvarna say too much value, so obviously that takes his range down a click.
Well, he is live with his 2 cards. Jack 7.
Yeah, quite fortunately, as plenty of interference surrounds him in the form of Broadway combos, and the 2 remaining aces in the deck have both found their way to the flop, which is a very bad thing for Paul Pua.
So Seth was the pre-flop 3-better that initiated. Checks around.
Anson has way the best hand.
I like that he goes less than half pot just to also try to get pocket pairs to hang around. Of course, the ace would never fold. His kicker is practically nutted given that Paul didn't put in a 4-bet pre-flop.
Well, credit to Boss for not getting frisky. Flats understands the vulnerability. King doesn't change anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing has changed as pocket kings shouldn't be in either player's range given the pre-flop action. The thing is, Anson also has trouble repping bluffs. Wow, check. He checked and kind of shaked his head. That was interesting.
It was interesting, and you wonder whether or not this is going to leave Pua pursuing value, because it does look like a guy who just tried to stab and take it on the turn and has way less than ace-queen.
Then again, if you think about it, it's like, oh, I'm giving up. Like, I can't win this pot, so is there value to be seeked? He is going to try, and
Oh yeah, you have S ah?
It's a-
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, Boss knew immediately that when Anson snapped,
Feeling it's check. It's good. But
He
then
did
you
so
check,
with
I
an
think
ace.
Maybe it's 5. Jesus.
I don't know if I bet you raise, I don't know fold or call.
No.
I didn't expect to see
Bet big, maybe I fold.
this table's splashy.
Maybe
You've
not.
only
Three
seen a
aces
few
there.
hands.
Yes.
Scary.
Maybe
Pro time.
Eyes on Igor Yaroshevsky here. As we flip it over to the other feature, and there is Bryn Kenny. When it comes to Triton Invitationals, this man performs well. In fact, anytime the buy-ins get big, he just shows up and makes himself a deep run, doesn't he?
Yeah, he won the Triton Million. Oh,
Well, they made a deal, right? Him and Aaron Zhang, but Aaron
Well, he
ultimately
still
ended up
won,
winning it, but he won more
He
money.
got the trophy. He got a lot of money still, and also chopped another invitational in 2019.
If you want chicken, you can.
Oh, no, sorry, he won this event in 2023 and won the invitational in 2019.
Yeah.
Nice. That's probably what I'll
If
get.
you like black cod in Noble,
Yeah,
similar,
that's good
but
too.
sometimes you get bones there.
That's what I was gonna get. I didn't really want it as my first thing of the day, but until
Oh,
I saw this.
I'm just getting this confused. Can you just correct me, Ollie?
Well, I kind of tried to, Randy, but I didn't, once you push back. It was indeed in 2019 in the Triton Million Helping Hand for Charity, which was a £1 million buy-in event, the richest poker tournament ever,
Orthodox wear it on the right side.
that Aaron Zhang ultimately claimed the title. However, Bryn Kenny claimed the lion's share of the prize pool as they made a deal.
Right.
For widows. But
Button open from Chidwick with Jack-9 offsuit, picked up Igor
I didn't
We're all
know this.
fucking jinxed.
from the small blind.
Found
You
you a
sure?
winner. Thank you. There we go. Good.
yeah,
I didn't know this.
Or no, I take it back. He picked up Divorce from the big.
Leave that here. I'm gonna bring the whole thing.
last one.
Can I have the steamed chicken?
I don't know. It's
We'll get rid of Yaroshevsky's hand and replace it with Divorce's, which is a dominant queen jack. Flop contains a jack, but an ace as well. Divorce checks over to the opener as Stevie went hard at Movember.
Yeah, I like the little curl up at the ends.
That's the old-timey mustache. It's the look of a man who can really put together a delightful craft cocktail.
For
Or-
you, a mocktail.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, because you're always boozing it up, Randy. Meanwhile, Divorce, check call 2,500. To the turn we go. 12-5 in there.
Should be some concerns now for Chidwick, especially with his kicker. Best case scenario, he's up against a 7x.
That's better, probably. It's like a French
No
one.
action
Yeah.
on the turn, understandably. It does feel like Chidwick just taking a little pot control approach here, and he's going to decide in the event that Divorce were to activate. I'm not sure with an ace on board. Daniel's going to have an appetite for that. Not impossible that Chidwick would check back an ace, right?
Not impossible. It's definitely a little tricky for Divorce. But this is nice value that he's seeking.
Yeah, 7,500 into 12.5 does suggest it's more toward the value pursuit side of the spectrum than a block and set the price for showdown.
Yeah, this is a reasonably healthy 50% of the pot. Or a little bit more than 50% actually. But this is tough. Chidwick basically beats all the gut shots. And Divorce is playing well. It's amazing. Getting that kind of value off the jack with the ace on the board with queen kicker is not something everyone can do.
Some foie gras.
Here's Ivy.
I should just start making shit up. I think people will believe it.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Well, Ivy not only playing, but also serving as an ambassador to our new title sponsor here at the Triton Poker Series, WPT Global, which is the best place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Simply download WPT Global with code TRITON for 100% deposit match up to $1,500 today.
Don't exist out there.
2-5.
Little suited connector now for the Latvian, Alex Ponikovs.
You know what I really also like about this invitational is that all 80 players have to actually start from the get-go. They can't just late register their first bullet. So everyone is basically forced to play 300 big blinds deep, and we can really see which players will shine with these stacks. And Ponikovs comes to mind as someone who performs really well.
10-8 deuce.
I wonder if speed of play might be slower at the pro tables.
Just in the interest of not having to take on as many reps or blinds. Or yeah, I mean, that's an idea. It's still really early.
Yeah, but it's definitely...
We're all VIPs.
It's a thing, maybe.
It's a thing for some players, not all.
50-minute levels, by the way, in this one, which is long by Triton standards.
Well, what do you want to do? Play like Cal? Open 6-7 off under the gun?
You have too many cards.
Only our invitationals and main events feature blind levels of that length.
Like a satellite today too.
2.5.
Almost.
Pocket eights now for
I
Ponikovs.
want to make day two.
Satellite day 2.
Igor's got ace-9 of clubs.
Satellite day two. The tournament starts.
Mulling it over. He has such an iconic look when he's
At least you just
playing.
You don't want to just bust
generally got the hood up, the hat, the shades, the beard.
There's always the shades, yeah.
Except for when we took his picture there in his avatar, apparently.
Yeah.
The
Ace-Jack.
double stacks really valuable on day two.
Well, Dvoris might have been interested from the button in a 3-bet of his own. Unclear. Denied the opportunity to participate by Yaroshevsky, whose 3-bet is already showing why it's much nicer than a flat.
Yeah, obviously getting clearance from players behind you, having an uncapped range for post-flop. For now, though, Ponikov's got pocket eights, out of position, 300 big blinds. Try to hit a set.
Most likely I wind up betting big against you on the river.
31,500.
I thought he was going to call the 3-bet, which would be standard, but he's actually coming to 4-bet to 31.5. Surprising.
These are the kinds of lines, Randy, that we don't expect from the pro side of the bracket. Remember, for the time being, very much the task at hand for these guys is to manage to work their way into the merged field portion of the program. And lines like this are much higher variance. 21.5 more for Yaroshevsky to call, and I'm not so sure he's going to have the appetite with ace-9 of clubs.
Yeah, I wouldn't think he would be calling a 4-bet, but he has other plans.
You know, one doesn't know what Yaroshevsky's interpretations or perceptions of Ponikov's are, but apparently he feels that enough of the time Ponikov's is up to no good that he can take 4-bets up to 5 as he clicks it to 70,000.
Look, we really are getting some murky waters for both. This is pretty high-level stuff. 300 big blinds deep. Your main stack-off hand is aces. Igor's got an ace blocker to that, so he believes that Ponikov's is just full of it and really can't handle a 5-bet. Ponikov's trying to pounce in these early levels is getting played back at now. This is very difficult to play 2-8s in this spot. I would think that Ponikov's expects Igor to actually flat ace king and not 5-bet. If that's the case, then taking this post flop, it's either some kind of ace X suited bluff or it's an overpair to the eights where he has 2 outs. Gonna come in, and this pot is brewing.
142,000 and change out of left field between 2 eights and ace-9 of clubs. And the fact that Ponikoff makes this call is not just the math as we see him flop top set, but also, in turn, a sense maybe that Yaroshevsky's got some friskiness under the hood. What he doesn't have, unfortunately, with the action check to him is anything at all. The 9 dangles for some backdoor straights, but no club out there. 2 naked overs.
5-bet pot ranges are very narrow, one would think.
Yeah, I'm glad you added that last bit to it, Randy, because you look at the screen and they don't look so narrow. But Yaroshevsky does continue for 75,000. Now, to be fair, he could have told a story. It's just that that story falls on deaf ears when your man has top set.
Yes. I mean, imagine that 8 is a 9.
Right.
Is Ponikov's continuing for
Or a 10.
75K?
Don't even give him a pair. He's just, you know.
Anything else.
Right.
I mean, just what a dream spot for you. Your opponent has 5-bet. You flop top set. He's betting half the pot. Your hand is so strong, I would think you would want to just check call in case your opponent is bluffing. Because if your opponent's bluffing, well, they pretty much have like no outs besides runner. If you're up against an overpair, like aces and kings, you're going to stack them anyways. So I love this call.
Jack on the turn comes in heart form, which is not what Ponikoff wants to see. How many suited combos would there be in Igor's range as a 5-better?
Under normal circumstances or the current situation?
I mean, we do see the clubs ace-9 is in there, so we have to imagine hearts ace-9 would have also behaved in this way. And
you're right, but I don't think Ponikoff perceives his opponent to have these hands that often. But then again, he did call the 5-bet, so he must think there are some ace-5 suiteds that might hit the flush. Regardless, he still has a set. He doesn't like it because it could go runner, heart in a very bad run out that can maybe even lose him the pot.
By the way, Yaroshevsky doesn't like it either. Note the fact that they both play 157 exactly back. This is 0.5 SPR territory.
Igor just has to check. Maybe reevaluate if a scare card comes if he can rep it.
Okay, he does end up checking back. The river as dry as it gets. Nobody's supposed to have any 4-5 here. Does the fact that he checked back the turn remove the availability of a bluff for him on the river in the event Ponikoff were to check again, which of course, as we can see, it's doubtful he would?
I think you're right. Given there was just a 0.5 SPR on the turn, I would expect Igor to always jam like queens plus without a heart. I'm not even sure he 5-bets the queens, but let's just say kings and aces, black. He's jamming to protect what's in there. He might check those back if it was a heart in their hand as well. He could maybe check these 2 8s and just get those hands to value jam themselves. I don't think Jacks is in either player's range, given the action pre bet 60.
I mean, game over now for Igor. He did end up polishing off almost half his stack.
Yeah, you just gotta wave the white flag. What a hand.
Well, that is a far healthier north of one buy-in total pot. Granted, that counts the river bet from Ponikov's, and it does go Alex's way. And we had a conversation with Ponikov's on the flight in from Riga to Monaco. He talked about early deep stack levels are where he likes to sink his teeth into the field. He thinks that this is where the spin-up takes place.
And I've been following him in the past events throughout this week, and I've seen his name at the top in the early levels in every single event he's played. So there's something there. Because my read on the situation for the pro side on day one is some will take a more cautious approach, trying to get to day two where they get a full redraw with the VIPs. Whereas others will step out of that shell, cross that line, and try to capture as much EV as they can, but maybe risk not making it to that day two. And Ponikov strikes me as the latter.
Now with this decent-sized lead over the rest of the field, you wonder whether or not the dynamic at this table is going to change considerably. Granted, there was always the prospect of some unexpected things taking place when you have Bryn Kenny out there, but, you know, Alex could look at this and think, okay, let me just lean on the crew a little bit here now.
Well, we got one player stuck half his stack. I don't think he's going to just fold his way to day two. He's looking to get some back. Obviously, he was trying to play back at Alex unsuccessfully. This man, though, he's just pure solid. Phil Ivey. Big Slick, looking to juice things up. We're going to see large 3-bets due to how deep they are. Might even see upwards to like 12, 13K, possibly. Maybe 11's a little bit more standard. He's going huge. 19,000.
Really
That's
serious
massive.
business out of Ibinger here. I wonder why he's chosen to go so big, Randy.
Some players, I think a lot of the different pros have different approaches with how to size in their early goings.
All yours.
That's kind of a comment due to the sizing that he chose. Mainly, the large you're going large to kind of cut the stack to pot ratio. You know, it's supposed to be polar too. Did Ivy say he had jacks, or did I mishear?
King 10 off was never a candidate for the extra 17,000, of course, from Ivy, who says, just take it.
This hand likes to set mine.
Pocket fives. Played as a flat in the face of the Yaroshevsky Open, courtesy of 210s. What's on Ponikov's mind in the big blind? 7-8 offsuit. Let's take a peek. Yaroshevsky looking to head back in the right direction. Not sure this is the board texture that's going to make it easy for him to do that, although up against just a pair of sevens and a pair of fives, he does still have the lead.
He definitely won't be making a ton of chips, but his opponents have a little bit of showdown value where you should be able to get to the river cheaply without having to put in more bets. Should be a round of knuckles once more, given
Nobody,
the strength of the hands.
yeah, nobody putting any action in, understandably. Not the worst card on the river.
It's actually a good card for all three.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of value seeking, 3K.
You know, I like this out of Yaroshevsky, Randy, with this 1/3 pot bet. And it's not simply because, okay, he's got the best hand and he's finding value, but it's what it tells you about his state of mind, even on the heels of having lost that big pot. He's still just resetting and playing. You know, you can't dwell and then let it all come undone and unravel, you know, and it's not easy.
It's not easy, and clearly it's an opportunity for all 40 of these pros
207.
to be here. Oh, hold on. Sorry.
This
Did he
is
just check raise?
nasty out of Ponikov's.
I would think this was just call and we move on, but to find a check raise to 27 bigs.
The way Igor's holding his hand suggests that he wanted to reflexively find the muck. But now all of a sudden he's thinking it over again. He knows that Ponikov's just took a bunch off of him and has the chips with which to take this chance. And is capable, and yet Alex, a punishing check raise on the river. And you see Igor's eyes darting over. And no sooner do I lay praise upon him for finding the value, you have to redirect a lot of that praise toward Ponikov's, Randy, who's given us a glimpse of why he's one of the best.
Yeah, this is a very difficult table due to that man right there.
You know, it's funny, that check raise is not because he thinks a 7 is good.
Of course.
He's trying to clear out other hands that just can't take that heat.
He expects Igor to have bet a king by the turn. This pro table is really exciting due to Ponikovs and Yaroshevsky really giving a lot of fight.
I mean, this is quickly shaping up to be a bare knuckle brawl here on the pro side.
Let's see how Ponikovs reacts to Eibinger's 3.5x button open. We all know he's here to play. I'm getting this vibe he's just going to 3-bet this outright.
15.
Yeah, he's come to war. His soldiers don't go home. They stay out there and just keep fighting.
Ponikov's just surging here. Eibinger on the receiving end that time. Jack 10. Polishing off 3,500. Granted, Alex was dominating.
I get this vibe, like the confidence is very high for Ponikovs.
Why wouldn't it
in the
be?
early goings? But I mean, he also has, what, I believe 2 final tables already this series. Yeah, a second in the 50K for 922,000, and the 7th in the opening event for 159,000.
What he doesn't yet have is a Triton title, but one would imagine it is only a matter of time and a foregone conclusion.
No worries.
Just given how solid he is and how full a docket he's willing to play. 11.7 million roughly in career Triton earnings across 18 caches for Alex, 2 of which came already, as you mentioned, here at this festival in the form of final tables. Now then, the Russian, fresh off of his first title, Martirosyan, yesterday in the 30K Bounty Quattro, opening this one to 2,500. No takers. No, Yaroshevsky's going to defend. 6-4 offsuit. Can he get it going? Not on this board. Martirosyan with the Broadway gutter. Action checked over.
Four.
4K to win it.
And this is not the way that the Ukrainian scripted things to start, but you know, still 148 bigs is plenty.
Look, everyone's done. They've been preparing for this tournament before coming. Like how to approach the situation, just fine-tuning their craft, looking at ranges regularly. This is the moment where you just got to give it your all, whether the pots are going your way or not. Play your best.
King 10 for Martirosian, rather. Raising Kenny. He's been patiently waiting. Now wants to get involved from reasonably early position with this Jack 9 suited, by the way. Perhaps a table set for Ibinger to squeeze.
I wouldn't think you would want to squeeze sevens because the hand is so strong. You're trying to play the pot not as a 4-bet pot in case you get attacked.
What about Ace-King suited on the button, Randy? I wouldn't call it a squeeze, but just...
Let's squeeze it up.
Raw power.
Yes. Perfect position as well.
15.
Makes it 15,000.
That's healthy. Far too much for the Jack 9 suited to continue. Back over to Ibinger now.
Ibinger's got the best hand of the 3 players that can take a flop even out of position just given how deep they are.
You know, if this had come from the small blind, would it be a different proposition versus the prospect of having to play it out of position?
If it was from the small blind, I think he's calling 100% of the time. Because he's out of position, there is some fold, which is what he just did. And I think the reason there, too, is you might be thinking, well, if I flop a set, I can just win 300K. The thing is, I don't think Chidwick is just stacking off 300,000 on any run out if he's got the overpair. And sometimes he's not even paired. He's got ace-king. He just whiffs. Back to the VIP side of things.
Gottlieb got off to a nice little start, then ran second nut flush into nut flush, giving a bit of a reprieve with a 4th diamond on the turn. That pot coming against that man there, Paul Pua, who's in the big here. Oh, and Shu Liang. Thing about him is he doesn't need aces to open a pot. I think we saw him blind versus blind, or was it an opener and a flatter when he 3-bet and pushed Unlu off of ace queen?
Yeah,
I think
he was
it was
in
a
the big
3-bet pot. Yeah, he took something like Jack 7, I believe it was.
Jack 7
and
o'clock.
got busy.
我知真係黃。佢亂期都中啊！好撚黃。費敦有得教㗎，first timer 啊呢黃。你溝講嘅你講。
Shu Liang opening.
Queen Jack suited. Disheartened not to have gotten action with the aces, of course. Does pick up Suvarna's deuces on this occasion. Unlu, suited combo, half price. Likes the bargain. Does not like that flop, though. Ace A7. Leon gonna tell the story.
Story is credible given he's under the gun.
But it's sort of being whispered. 2K into 9. So Suvarna's going to peel. Don't expect, by the way, a whole lot of take the foot off the gas sort of encounters.
Well, the foot is off the gas at the moment.
Does go check, check. Suvarna fades the counterfeit, as well as the queen or jack.
If Shu Liang bets, I would think he's targeting like better broadways, King X. Going to try. And he's going pretty big, so he's even trying to get these kinds of pairs to fold. It's 13,000 full pot. Santosh now with a pair of ducklings. Let's see if he's aware of how Shu Liang is always after each and every pot. Santos seems a bit suspicious.
Full pot size bet is somewhat polarizing, and look at Suvarna slaying the dragon there with a big call.
That's how you play twos.
Beautiful.
Lesson to learn.
By the way, Randy, directly behind the commentary booth right now, the lunch spread has been delivered. Ike Haxton currently deliberating over his options right now. I believe he did sample some canapes. Things looking very cream cheese laden here today. I know this isn't what everybody's tuning in for, but dense and crumbly is the description our gourmand Ike has delivered. You can find your stack getting dense and crumbly out there today. That's been proven by Alex Ponikovs. As you see the Malaysians running 1, 2, 3 here. Anson with trip aces and a better kicker versus Paul Pua. Propelled himself up to the top at 421K.
Safe to say this is a little loose from the cutoff. 10-5 of clubs for Seth. Rewards himself with the blinds and antes. How's chat doing, Ali? You doing all right?
You know, there's some different opinions on tables that everybody wants to see out there. Obviously, grinding the Triton Poker Plus app, they've been able to see exactly what's going on elsewhere in the room, some opinions on other spots that they'd like to feast their eyes on. Rest assured, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Our plan should be to get through every table by the end of the day.
Yeah, the next pairing, by the way, if you do want a bit of a sneak preview, is going to include Richard Young, who's partnered up with Seth Davies. So Seth will be on the pro table. Triton co-founder Richard on the VIP side. Davies, by the way, grinding the hot hors d'oeuvre table pretty hard right now. I think he's going in for... What is that, an egg roll? Fishball. Okay. Enjoy. Meanwhile,
You're
Gottlieb,
keeping tabs of the hors d'oeuvres.
well, see, the thing is we have a really nice vantage point. Fishball number 3, by the way, for Davies right now. Go easy, you know. You got to make it to break there, Seth.
how many can he eat within the few more minutes?
How many hands is he going to miss while he's over here? Maybe he skipped breakfast. As Suvarna does not skip Queen 10, which dominates Gottlieb in more ways than one. On a 10-high board, he finds top pair. Dusty texture for Seth. Oh, Suvarna, after 3 betting, comes out for 9K. And Gottlieb in the weeds here. There is no heart on board. He might just be thinking Broadway combos that don't contain a 10 might be across the way.
He's hoping for a check from Santosh and fine opportunity to just bet turn and win. I wonder if he will bet this turn. Yeah, it makes sense given if you're calling this hand.
We don't float to then sink, as he does barrel 23,000 on the turn. Third club. Totally understandable Santosh's decision to check turn.
Called.
Pot up to almost 90K now. Fourth club on the end. Gottlieb making a pair in the process, Randy. Unclear whether or not he thinks there's going to be any reason to bet, provided that Suvarna doesn't turn his hand into a bluff.
Well, Santosh is thinking about turning his hand into a bluff. He can actually represent the ace of clubs pretty well.
And he knows it. As you see him barrel 27,000 with what was the best hand, but obviously he doesn't know that. And that one played out very interestingly.
Yeah, unorthodox from all parties.
Listen, it's not the first nor the last time that we're going to be using that adjective in reference to things that we soak up from the screen here today. It's part of what makes these Triton Invitationals so incredible, so entertaining. And we hope that you agree out there. If you're streaming us live on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch or YouTube, all we ask in exchange for bringing you the finest in streaming poker entertainment is for you to click like and subscribe. Even if you're on the fence about whether or not you like it, just give us the benefit of the doubt. You'll come around.
Yeah, you guarantee it?
See, now guarantees are weird, Randy, because, you know, I don't have like an insurance policy for that kind of stuff, you know. I guess I can give a money-back guarantee because nobody spent any money on it.
Oh, yeah, money-back guarantee.
I'm giving a money-back guarantee right now that you will enjoy the Triton streams today.
You're a great salesman.
Nah, that was shitty.
Wow. Boy, the likes are going down as we speak.
Stop unliking.
Ace deuce offsuit. 3-bet.
Ace queen for Suvarna. Who knows Liang is frisky? And I'll tell you what, it's a little bit of takes one to know one there, because Santosh, he can get slippery. Plays this one as a flat in great shape. Albeit out of position, heads up.
You only have set over set.
Yeah.
Somebody's out?
Not out, but very short. Might was
Jack 10-8. Double gutter for Suvarna. Pretty breezy kit
Who invited them?
for
Who's the VIP?
Liang.
This has got to be one of the worst boards for Shu Liang against a cold call 3-bet. Cold call 3-bet contains a lot of stuff that just hits this flop. Whether it be like king queen suited, pocket pairs in the middle, like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks that don't want a 4-bet, ace queen. They usually always have at least a gut shot. You know, Shu Liang says, I don't care. I'm still going to fire a C-bet. 12,000. And he's going to get resistance from this double gutter.
$12K. Check called by Santosh, who doesn't find the 9 or the king that he was hoping for. Board pairs. Backdoor diamonds show up. Ace of diamonds in hand for Suvarna.
Is Suvarna... I was thinking, is he going to perhaps lead? Because I've seen him take the lead on some lines. He does check once again. This has to be a bad card to double barrel on, so Shu Liang does check it back. Straight comes in for Santosh. With the nut flush blocker, which is nice. It is very hard for him to get called by worse as played. Trying.
Yeah. Liang took his one post-flop swing, shut it down, and then got out of there as Suvarna found a nice little card on the river, giving him that Queen high straight and an excuse to barrel the 27,000 and take it.
Look at a peek outside.
Looks like Aaron Zhang there. Suvarna, by the way, a little north of $6 million in career Triton earnings, 19 cashes, 1 title. So far here in Monte-Carlo, he's played 6 events, and the best he managed to do was finish 20th in the 50K 8 max for 93K. But obviously, everything that may have been frustrating or disappointing coming into this event can be easily forgotten with a deep run, as this prize pool is absolutely massive. 200,000 times 80 players in total.
40 pairs is a lot. It's pretty sweet.
You're right.
3-bet from Paul. Nice suited connector for Orpin. Does play out of position if he wants to continue, but too good.
10-9 suited, not in a great spot here. Does turn into an open-ender, though. Orpin checking over. Those 2 overs not attractive. If we're Pua.
Absolutely hate this flop for boss. Looking to take it down on the flop. Clearly that's not going to work against this open-ended straight draw.
That's open.
Dynamite.
7,500 ahead brings us to the turn, and even though it's in diamond form, Orpin will be quite happy to look up at a king. Does check, of course, and Paul now might have added excuses to fire again here, Randy, although he doesn't have a diamond in hand.
Yeah, excuses to consider betting, although it doesn't. There's plenty of other hands that are quite strong that he could get called by betting again. Take the free one he goes for.
Very dusty 5 of hearts on the river.
Would think we would just seek value with this straight. We're most likely up against 1 pair. Could even be as strong as aces though, or ace king. Maybe occasionally it could be a set, although these hands have a lot of reasons to just bet the turn. Puts in a very small 10K. Looking for crying calls, and also by betting so small, you do invite your opponent to try and bluff when they have very little chance of winning by calling. And 2-10s is kind of one of those hands where I don't think I could ever call this bet, but maybe I can rep something given how weak my opponent is betting. Doesn't take the bait. Well done, Orpin.
You want me to raise, River?
No.
You see Paul immediately reading into that sizing.
Yeah.
Holding.
No diamond.
It is interesting because I would imagine that there are sizes that Paul could come with that would leave 9-10 a little bit concerned about whether or not
No, he said
it was any good.
But he can raise.
I don't think Orpin would fold to a raise, honestly.
But
I don't think so
Because of the
either.
turn check through.
Although he did say he would fold. Not impossible sometimes, you know, like ace-10 checks back, maybe
It's not
nut flush checks
impossible,
back.
but I think he was bluffing verbally there.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Now, but if he said 300,000, maybe he'll fold, but yeah. Shu Liang comes in, 10-8 of clubs. Really hasn't had things going well at this table for him.
Well, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar by Suvarna, who, given that he's flatting 6-3 suited versus a Liang Open, Randy, I sense is looking at this opportunity direct left of Liang to play pots against him in position. That's the vibe I'm getting strategically.
So if a player is playing very loosely, which Xu Liang clearly is, if you just keep flatting and 3-betting in position, there's almost nothing they can do, even if they're very aggressive, because to overcome positional advantage is just so difficult.
I mean, they can blast their way out. It doesn't always work, as you see Liang check and get out of there. No c-bet, given he was up against 2 opponents, both of whom have a pair of 6s, and both of whom pick up a straight draw on this turn.
Yeah, they both have marginal showdown value. They shouldn't be looking to shovel in any chips on this turn. Oh, Xu Liang would have got there. Runner. 10-8.
Would have been ambitious, as we see Anson's 4K flop bet. Did not find a follow through on the turn, bringing us to this point with 18,000 in the middle.
Wow, he might actually get Anson to fold, even for this price. And I'm not sure if he's value betting or bluffing.
It is
in his mind, at least.
1/3 pot sizing. I mean, Anson's getting laid 4-1 on a call.
Everything going Santosh's way.
Can't really blame Anson for having concerns about whether or not 8-6 was a winner at Showdown.
Oh, yeah, not bad. It's bad. 5? Big bet. Big bet, no. Fold. 5?
Suvarna.
6. Oh, guess you win.
Just realizing that given he had the worst of kickers, chances are that Anson was a winner at Showdown on that board.
Santosh did ask 5, so it did seem like he was trying to value bet against the 4 pocket 5s.
2.5?
Unlu,
9.
2,500. Early position, King Jack offsuit. Getting 3-bet by Wei Liang Chan, who's showing his creative side. 6-7 suited, taking it to 9,000 and taking it down. Chan, by the way, 8 million plus in career Triton earnings, Randy. 1 cash under his belt here in Monte-Carlo. Coming in the 50K 8 max, where he finished 14th for 114,000. 16 cashes career, but still no Triton title.
Yeah, Wai Long Chan is one of those guys who is a Triton OG. He's been playing Triton before we even started streaming. His cashes date back to the Philippines 2016 and then Montenegro in 2017.
Sorry, no problem.
Did seem like he took a little time off in 2022 and 2023. Good to see him back. Right at home, the highest stakes possible.
Unlu, Ace 5 suited, picks up boss's King 3 off. Under the gun raise does not yield fruit on a queen 9-4 board. Same story, of course, for Boss, who checks it over.
Normally, you kind of want some backdoor spades to fire on this texture. 2K is still going to work.
Well, we haven't lost anyone. That's the good news. But if we are looking at the overall chip counts, some people have fared far better than others. Mike Watson finds himself on the shortest stack, 113,000.
Darts and pool. We've got a little three-man competition going.
He's probably grinding the app going, surely somebody else is having a worse day than me. And it's like, sorry, Sir Watts, you're having the worst day.
Yeah, looking at the Try and Poker Plus app, which you guys can do as well, you can see the biggest spot he lost was a big confrontation set over set against David Yan. He had 8s versus 10s. He lost 262,000 chips in that hand alone.
Yeah, I think earlier at the table, Boss was grinding the app and noticed that specific exchange, brought it up. Not much you can do.
Shall we put some mystery in the air?
Let's do it, Randy. Mystery hand time brought to you by WPT Global. Orpin Kisachikoglu, a flat caller in the cutoff, will have his hand absconded.
18,000.
Shuliang opening with the Queen Jack offsuit. Suvarna flatting 9-7 suited alongside Orpin. And then the Ace King of Boss, 3-betting to 18,000. And we do need to size up the more callers there are in front, or behind rather, of the raise.
Yes, whether it's more callers and also if we're playing deep, which we are.
Suvarna bows out. I'm going to just guess Orpin doesn't cold fold here, and we're trying to guess what he had.
We want to know guessing his folding range. Yeah,
his flat 2,500.
He's folding
market
queens here, guys. Let us continue. 43,000 in the middle.
Orpin, the only caller of the raise. Will be heads up and in position against Boss, who flops top pair, top kicker.
I'm dancing for joy if I'm Paul. This is a 3-street value hand. Such a nice texture too, because you can fear 2-pair. This is really not that existent for Orpin in this spot. He's going to check. So for Paul to check here, he's trying to protect his big pocket pair range that is in an ace, so kings, queens, jacks. It feels like Orpin in this spot, just given he was one of the flatters they called the squeeze, usually contains lots of pocket pairs, some suited aces, just, it's still a wide range. So the fact that Paul's check calling here, I think proves my point that he was looking to protect himself when he's got like marginal hands.
So Boss chose not to follow through. Orpin firing the 11,000, Boss calling and turning top 2, but in somewhat inconvenient fashion, given the presence of a third spade. Certainly could see some suited combos associated with Orpin's willingness to continue in the face of a sizable 3-bet.
Yeah, it's funny because normally you would welcome turning 2-pair, but I actually think it's not the greatest card for him because spades come in, and I don't think that Orpin plays ace-4, ace-3 suited that often pre-flop.
Not this way.
Yeah, so it's kind of a bad card because now there's things that beat him.
Yeah, I think we would certainly trade in aces and kings for no spade.
Yeah, I
on the
would
turn.
prefer like an 8, a 9, a 7.
Yeah.
These cards.
Just anything but a spade.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, probably don't want to see like a queen or a jack as well, in case you're up against ace, queen, ace, jack. But regardless, he does have top 2. He's got to continue, but I think he's going to tread cautiously.
Sure enough, boss checking again. Orpin betting again. This time 33,000. Pot grows to 131K. Deuce on the end does put a 4-liner on board. Not sure how much 5X is supposed to be in range.
So if
perceived range.
If Orpin has 5X, I'm pretty sure it's exclusively pocket 5s turning itself into a bluff. I don't think it's ace 5 because ace 5 should not be betting that turn. And with the ace of spades out there, it couldn't have been like an ace 5 of spades. Just literally impossible. So if Orpin was bluffing and got there, it's pocket 5s. Otherwise, I'd be ranging him on a flush if he bets. And the thing is, Paul's line does come off pretty strong as an ace. And ace-king is possible. And this looks a little milky.
It's fine.
You know, it's funny because Paul's still giving Orpin credit for some ace-5, which you've kind of taken out of range.
I think it's out of range.
66K. As you touched on, Orpin's posture is of a milky nature. And Boss is so good in these spots, Randy. We've watched him just make the right decision, even for bets where the math beckoned.
I think Orpin's got it.
Let us know what you think, chat. What is hiding behind the 2 question marks for Orpin Kisachikoglu? We're going to find out, courtesy of a call, and it is 5-6 of hearts. Open-ender on the flop, got there on the river, and Pua is left with 179,000. Can't really fault him for getting curious.
Ouch.
No.
Tough to fold at that price. As Kisachikoglu ascends up the leaderboard, we flip it back over to the pro side of the bracket. Artur Martirosyan, a hijack open with King 7 of clubs, is going to have resistance in the form of Sensei Bryn Kenny with Ace King. Third scoop, 9 dimes.
You know, Monte-Carlo, he likes to play big pots, and I kind of get this feeling he might even cold 4-bet this one. Expecting Bryn Kenny to 3-bet wider on the button.
You're still doing the cold plunging.
There we go. 4x 4-bet to 36,000.
Still couldn't do it once.
Ponikov's given that big stack early, which he earned. Pocket 8s plus that nasty check raise on both occasions, picking on Yaroshevsky. Here he is picking on Kenny. But he's picking a bad time to do it, as Ace-King can take the heat.
Yeah, this is a spot where you rarely 5-bet Ace-King 300 big blinds deep. You want to leave your opponent's bluffs in there, and you want to kind of contain the pot.
King, King, Deuce. Kenny flatting the Ace-King. They're playing deep stack poker. You're going to see a little bit more of this, especially when the job is get to day 2, when the field merges. Obviously, you want to do that with a big stack, and Bryn poised potentially to do exactly that, not to be overlooked. The presence of the 2 hearts emboldening Ponikovs to barrel for 36. So was it 15?
Four bet to 36. Barrel 15K. I mean, what a great flop for Britton Kenny. I still feel like even though the bet is small, you will just call here in position. Hope your opponent tries to bluff you off of a pocket pair.
Thing is, he doesn't need to raise. He feels like he's got this one by the throat, and he continues to on the turn, but note that that 9 does deliver gutters to Ponikovs. Maybe added reasons to barrel as he contemplates more pocket pairs for Kenny than he does King X, Randy, or is that an unfair assumption?
There's still King X in Britton Kenny's range, King Queen suited and Ace King, but regardless, his hand's got so many outs, and his expectation with this 73K turn bet is that pocket pairs are just going to fold. Now, it kind of hurts that he's holding 10s and jacks, which 10 and jack to block those. That would probably fold to a turn bet, but still, he's got so many outs.
Well, he's all done with the cute sizing. It's a far more meaningful 73 brought forward into 106.
Seems like a mandatory call in position.
I mean, is it maybe a raise as well, Randy? Just not for value, but also charge the price?
I don't know if there's like a ton of hearts, just given the 4-bet nature of the hand. Surely there are some, but you don't want Ponikovs to get away cheaply, and Ponikovs is so capable of just barreling off. Your hand is a little under-repped as well.
So another flat from Bryn. Pot up to $250,000. Swing and a miss now for Ponikovs. He's got 291, Randy, and it's not by accident that he's left himself a little bit north of 1 SPR. Will he try to blast his way out? It would be a terrible time to do so.
He should be giving up. The hands he tried to fold out on the turn with the small bet and a big bet on the turn, he doesn't expect to be in the range anymore. If his opponent is weak, it's some kind of ace queen of hearts, ace jack of hearts, but him holding jack 10 of hearts blocks the things that would fold. That is not so good.
He would treat that well, though.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Vladimir Borzinin is on his feet, and I don't see chips in front of him. Randy efforting what took place over at his table, but of course we have the matter of Ponikovs versus Kenny, where Alex has checked it, and obviously Bryn will be quite pleased with that.
165.
165.
Might have been more pleased with a bet, if I'm being honest, as he does fire the 165.
Open 3-bet, 4-bet call, bet call, bet call.
Update being delivered there. Do we have info on Borzinin elsewhere in the room? How things came to an end for him?
Looking at the Try and Poker Plus app, he got in Queens versus Kings against KCG.
Good luck getting away from that particular spot. No less against KCG. As we take a moment to wish you luck if you happen to be one of the fortunate few that's going to hop in to the Club WPT Gold Streets and step into the $5 million invitational that they are going to be hosting in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner gets $1 million. Sign up at clubwpt.gold.com today with promo code Triton and earn your seat.
Really? If you could have been drawing dead, then yeah.
Nines and kings, I'm drawing that.
And you weren't drawing dead.
Okay.
The first limit is twice.
Yeah.
I had
Flush draw?
flush draw and
Divorce, King Queen open.
Would have been sick.
ace king.
Things not boding well as Chidwick looks down at Ace King.
Should have shoved the turn.
No, no. I take it.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're priced in when you bet 72.
Stevie just played his big blind as a
Sometimes
flat
have a full
with
house,
this
full
one
house.
and flops
Am I?
delightfully.
You had two.
175.
Yeah, that's
line,
definitely
not-
noteworthy versus the early position raise off of 240 big blinds. Must mean that he doesn't have much of a 3-bet range in this spot for him to just flat, so he'd rather just protect his big blind calling range.
Oh yeah, because there was no wheel. So of course you had to have like the base card.
He probably goes big now after the flop check through targeting
I was thinking ace 3 or ace
weak ace X that would play pot control on the flop and not let his opponent get off cheaply. He can still represent a good amount of bluffs himself.
My plan
Yeah,
was
an overbet of
can't
10K
take it,
is
holding like a
pretty expected, 1.5x pot.
Vladimir Bastic first.
Arthur, congrats on the trophy.
Thank you.
By the way, Divorce
How do you feel today?
didn't bite
Means a lot for
on
you.
the flop, but a lot of times we kind of assume that we'll have the chance to bet
First Triton trophy,
on the
right?
turn, and the delayed C-bet is consistent with some ace X that
I would be making back
feels kind of cozy and isn't eager
cobweb
to
off
bet
your
the flop.
shoulders.
Just maybe let your opponent catch up and
Imagine
give you some
trophy
value.
on this tournament, this tournament, but
Stevie, though, activating on his own.
all final table.
10K and wrap it up.
Before final table, 0.
Unfortunately, final
I
table, not
think he got like
14 people.
900 or something. Pretty good for 30K.
By the way, Arthur giving the field a little breakdown of how things went for him
20 plus, what was up top? 5? So you get like 9 total?
in the 30K Bounty Quattro, where he said he ran like a hot knife through butter, collecting every single bounty at the FT, including your own, of course. 9 in total.
It's a new Arthur. He doesn't have a branded shirt. Oh, it's Burberry.
I mean, that's a merit
It was
badge.
just straight plain. Times are tough, huh? You went down to Burberry. That's how you know when someone's on a downswing. Louis Vuitton and Gucci turns into Burberry.
Well, Phil Ivey could find himself on a downswing as 2 10s looking more like Old Navy. Given Ibinger with a couple of jacks.
Yeah, Arthur, you're getting shown up too by Igor. Like he's got even the Brunello Cucinelli hat.
Upstream.
Sensei always clocking the fashion
My life.
as Ibinger flatted in the
Non-stop
cutoff and
upswing.
clocks top set. Ivy does not miss a beat
Those glasses
and
are
just
sick,
checks
though.
it.
Nice glasses.
Diamonds.
Checking the call back.
Well, like company makes them or like country.
My wife.
Your wife
Ready.
made it?
No.
Your wife glasses.
Well, gold for me. Yeah, they fit you top for sure.
4K from Matthias into 11-5. Ivy keeping him honest for at least a street, and that card there is going to keep him interested, courtesy of the fact that he's got an open-ender and now much more hope to down what was top set for Ibinger. Phil checking over again.
Last time you have another one.
It's not a bad card for Ibinger too, given when he's holding two jacks, he's blocking a lot of the jack X, so the overcard doesn't really kill his action that bad. And some hands do pick up the straight draw like 10-9, pocket 10s like you see,
Maybe they get darker.
even some king queens.
Japan so I can buy some more glasses. Been too long.
In Japan.
Yeah, I always buy like all my glasses in Japan.
Any reason for that?
2/3 pot.
They're light, they're really just finesse.
Trying to get Ivy to just hang tight and get in there with some more chips.
What's the brand?
I can tell you where to go.
Phil obviously not going to muck it. 10-5 ahead to the river, which doesn't bring the 8 or the king. 10 would have worked as well and probably would have frozen the action. So here's a third check out of Phil.
The way this one's playing out, Ibinger really should never fear a better hand.
Get back.
Just try to get as much value. You're most likely up against one pair, especially when you're holding two jacks. He thinks that's why he's actually kind of sizing a little bit smaller than you would expect with his hand. He doesn't want hero folds from Ivy.
15?
50. Have to buy like a whole batch. It's like sponsor their batches.
24,000 ends the exchange.
I might do it.
Matthias, by the way, that flat with the two jacks, Randy. Keep an eye on that approach. You think it's invitational specific, deep stack early here, mission, get to day 2?
I think it's precisely that. I think
Lower the variance?
that's Ibinger's approach. His strength really comes at the end of the tournament when the blinds are a lot lower, a lot of ICM pressure. That's what he's most studied.
When the blinds are a lot higher, you mean?
Yeah, smaller amount of blinds in their stacks. And I'm pretty sure I've heard him say this out loud too in the past.
No shame in it, by the way. You know, I think a lot of people would maybe roll their eyes, you know, not to put this idea out there, and I know there's plenty out there who don't share the sentiment, but oftentimes there's this thirst for the sexy way, this thirst for big action pots. You know, this is why guys like Bryn Kenny make big fans out there, because they're willing to live and die by the sword. But for Ibinger, you know, there's not a lot of ego involved in it. This is just adopting a strategy, not caring so much about whether or not it asserts my dominance in any given moment. It's just me doing the thing that I think is going to earn me the most money. And as you're looking at his Triton resume, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, he crushes silently, but he actually has 3 titles, 19 cashes, and 10 million in Triton earnings.
Listen,
One rebound this morning, right?
I liken it to Floyd Mayweather as we see Yarashevsky's 3-bet with the solver bait from the small blind versus Chidwick Open. Stevie letting go of the King 6. Mayweather, undefeated, incredible professional career as a boxer. But if you watch his fights, this is not some guy that's getting into slugfests and knocking people out. He'll take you the distance and win on the scorecards. He'll try not to get hit. When you're in there, you know, watching the fight, you would love some more of that. So I understand from the fan perspective. But do you think Mayweather cares? No. He made more money than anybody, never really got hurt, never lost a bout, and hung up his cleats. And for Ibinger, I would say he can appreciate that philosophy. In fact, dare I say, embodies it a little bit.
I agree.
Who is you?
That's the great thing about poker is people have different perspectives on how to approach it, and sometimes we got the Mike Tysons out there just trying to knock people out.
Listen, don't get me wrong. If I'm given the choice when I'm sitting at home with a bag of popcorn, give me Tyson every time. Early Tyson, by the way.
What about you?
What else?
What'd you have?
And give me pocket aces every time.
Flip, I'm fuel.
What a great hand. I mean, we're over here talking about how everyone's playing tight on day 1 at like the same exact time.
Word appears to have come down about Yarashevsky having ace-9 suited in that 5-bet.
Puccinelli just 5-betting ace-9 off.
I mean eights. I mean maybe he's thinking I'm tight player, you know. Maybe he overfold something. He forbet eights.
That's why he 4-bet pocket eights.
Martirosian ace-3 off in the big blind. Defends.
I can eights. Ah, that's why.
So unlucky, flops top set and doesn't even get all the chips.
Quote now.
Yeah, and he's telling I'm lucky guy.
That's why it happens, I know.
Look at the flop.
Yaroshevsky holding up a Triton jersey that apparently was made for him where the number is 8-8, which is what Ponikov's shoveled down his hatch in that ace-9 altercation. Speaking of eights, 3 of them on the board now as Ponikov's did not
No ace of hearts.
come with anything beyond 1,500. And he did it in the middle of kind of engaging in that Bryn and
Yeah, you need to run more
Yaroshevsky
hard.
exchange. Martirosian did peel. Let's see how curious ace high stays.
Well, Ponikov's with 2 aces actually blocks
15-5.
ace X, so after he bets small on a flop, he doesn't want to target those anymore. Now he's just targeting pocket pairs.
Well, he's also polarizing, Randy. So he bets 15-5 into 10, 150%.
Yeah, Arthur just ace-3 high. I mean, word has come down that Ponikov's is playing wild as well. And that gets Arthur curious.
I'll tell you what, you really got to appreciate Ponikov's bet sizing here. It just looks like such a perfect setup for him to desperately try to lay claim to what's in the middle without much hand. He is not worried whatsoever. Martirosian could infrequently ruin things with an 8, but obviously we take our chances as a third check from Arthur with 40,000 plus in the middle is deliberated on by Alex.
Yeah, for Archer to check call to turn, his game plan basically is, well, if I call to turn, that means I have a pocket pair and I'm being a bit sticky, therefore I don't expect you to bluff me on another street.
33.
$33,000 as the sizing comes back in line with value.
Yeah, I would just think that Archer can call with better hands than this.
Meaning you wouldn't want to pay off here?
Yeah, I don't think he was intending to pay off.
The queen's a bad card for him too, isn't it? Because there's a lot of queen X combos that would have tried to end things on the turn with the overbet that are now value betting with 8s full of queens.
Right, a hand that bets small overbet turn is something that doesn't have showdown value. So like queen jack, king queen, queen 10, these things come to mind. I wouldn't think I'm up against an ace X. They have more reasons to check back turn. And it doesn't necessarily need to be just queen X. Of course, it'd be kings and aces like you see. It can be even the pocket pairs lower than the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So Artur does eventually find the fold. Back over now to the VIP side. 2,500, the number from Suvarna. Hansen on the duck hunt.
Seth's in their 9-8 offsuit in the small blind. He's been playing loose ranges.
And he's flopped 10s and 9s here to take the lead in a three-way party.
Check.
Bet 6,000.
6K bet from Santosh.
Looks like we're going to go 3 ways to the turn. Called in 2 spots.
Ace rolling right off as Suvarna's C-bet is rewarded promptly. 6K ahead, bringing us here, and Suvarna does not barrel again, mindful of the prospects of somebody having 10x.
Also hard for him to get called by worse, as a 9x and pairs lower than that wouldn't be too interested, given how heavy ace-x would be in Santosh's range, but it does induce a bluff from the deuces. Gets one better hand to fold, but this is the more important one that's made aces and 10s.
Feeling like any better? No?
So keep her up.
Santosh should still be calling to keep the straight draws honest. There's plenty of those at the moment.
Okay.
Heads up. 3 on the river as Anson's bid to take it was denied. Extra 30K.
Yeah, just got a little bit of food poisoning. I think
Brought the pot to
by tomorrow I'll be
57.5.
better, I bet.
There's still a sliver of showdown value with the deuces. Maybe Santosh played some kind of queen jack passively on the
I didn't
turn.
start feeling it. When did I get here? At the start of the 100K?
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't start
If he's
feeling
going
it
to
until
bluff this, he
yesterday.
needs to go pretty big to really tell the story that you've got a
Probably
10.
fruit. I had a bunch of fruit yesterday morning.
Well, remember, Suvarna opened, Anson flatted right behind. Seth came along in the small.
Yeah.
You could certainly
but
see
I
Anson
doubt
wanting
that.
to flat the C-bet from Suvarna on the flop to keep Seth in, and then on the turn barreling a 10, and here on the river doing it again. The sizing, 65,000, right in line with what you suggested would be necessary here, Randy, and it looks credible.
Yeah, it definitely looks credible. It's scary.
I felt bad going to sleep yesterday, but I was... Oof.
It's polarizing too. So maybe the polarizing nature of the bet will think that Santosh's kicker might not matter.
We're just bluff catching at this point. There are plenty of straight draws that missed, maybe some backdoor spades involved as well.
Yeah, and if he's bluffing deuces in the spot, then there's even more hands that can be stabbing than just the straight draws alone. I mean, you really got to pry hands out of Santosh sometimes.
More time banks being used. Regardless of outcome, you do have to give Anson credit. He didn't land on that chip lead by accident.
Santosh is really giving this a lot of thought, rightfully so.
What do you think, chat? Santosh going to click call? Is he going to fold? What would you do?
Okay. Nicely done, Anson, you.
And he gives Suvarna a guilty little grin and an exhale, which isn't going to make this break. Go easier on Santosh. Blinds will be headed north. 1K 1,500 as you see Anson. 538,000 Boss stack at that table, but believe it or not, it isn't good for the overall chip lead. We bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, Ossi Katola, the man whose name we've called as a chip leader already here at this festival on multiple occasions, doing what he does, spinning up a big one. The Finn has 689,500 in front of him. I certainly hope we get an opportunity to watch some of his navigations. But from the pro side, at the onset, Randy, you and I didn't think this is where we would find a big stack. David Yan in second.
Yeah, David Yan got that big double up when he set or resetted Mike Watson. But in general, I wasn't really expecting big action on the pro side. Like we said, maybe try to sneak into day two. But our first featured table has been just a lot of fireworks, and mainly driven by Alex Ponikovs.
Yeah, but listen, we're getting our money's worth no matter what side of the bracket that we're on right now, and we love to see it. Hopefully you guys love it as well. And if you do, come back and see us in a few minutes. I'm going to trade in Randy for Rasty. He'll be here at the booth. Plenty still to come on the day as the $200,000 Invitational still just getting its feet wet here in Monte-Carlo.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Kisachikoglu. Success coming soon hat is a little bit of a troll, if we're being honest. Just considering how much success Orpin has enjoyed already in the course of his Triton career, which began back in 2018 in Montenegro. He has amassed nearly $8 million in career earnings across 15 caches with 2 titles. He's got company in 3 seats here on an ace-high all-diamond board that is all Paul Pua, who's going to get a pound of flesh back from Seth Gottlieb. Nuts versus second nuts.
Yeah, more than 1 pound of damage incoming here. Wow, this is just massive cooler. Seth is just thinking he's got the absolute nuts in this spot.
Come and get it is what's on Gottlieb's
like,
hand.
Check raise me,
Mine.
please.
Sinan Unlu with bottom pair and
22.
a lot to worry about behind him. Will be bowing out after Boss chooses to play fast.
Looking to build this pot. They're 300 big blinds deep, so if you want to try and get as much stack in there, you need to start with check raise, even for a hand as strong as this.
Gottlieb flats. Fourth diamond on the board. Obviously unwelcome for Seth. Paul doesn't love it either because it could kill his action.
Definitely could kill his action. Yeah, Seth's first reaction is what a terrible turn card, but this should save him from losing a ton of chips.
Note, by the way, that there's another way that he can be saved, and that's the 3 of diamonds on the end, which would give him a steel wheel.
Paul's not slowing down. It feels like if a diamond didn't roll off on the turn, Paul would likely follow through with a bigger bet. So still as played, Seth is losing chips, but just not as much.
So it does go bet call of 17,000.
Really nice for Paul that the board didn't pair, because he could easily be up against the flop set. As played, the most value you're going to get from your opponent is against the queen of diamonds. Should target that. Feels like sets won't be calling any more bets, given the action.
$55.
I got a call. Wow.
55K on the river. And Seth does get spared by that deuce of diamonds on the turn, Randy. Could have been much, much worse.
So it's 1-1. Paul versus Seth. Wouldn't say it's balance in terms of chips transferred.
I wouldn't either.
So Paul won 100 big blinds in that hand.
Yeah, I'm going, surely somebody else is having a worse day than me. And it's like, sorry, Sir Watts, you're having the worst day.
Yeah, looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, which you guys can do as well, you can see the biggest spot he lost was a big confrontation, set over set against David Yan. He had 8s versus 10s. He lost 262,000 chips in that hand alone.
Yeah, I think earlier at the table, Boss was grinding the app and noticed that specific exchange, brought it up. Not much you can do.
Shall we put some mystery in the air?
Let's do it, Randy. Mystery hand time brought to you by WPT Global. Orpin Kisachikoglu, a flat caller in the cutoff, will have his hand absconded.
15,000.
Shu Liang opening with the Queen Jack offsuit. Suvarna flatting 9-7 suited alongside Orpin. And then the Ace King of Boss 3-betting to 18,000. And we do need to size up the more callers there are in front, or behind rather, of the raise.
Yes, whether it's more callers and also if we're playing deep, which we are.
Suvarna bows out. I'm going to just guess Orpin doesn't cold fold here, and we're trying to guess what he had.
We want to know guessing his folding range. Yeah,
his flat 2,500.
He's folding queens
range.
here, guys. Let us continue. 43,000 in the middle.
Orpin, the only caller of the raise. Will be heads up and in position against Boss, who flops top pair, top kicker.
I'm dancing for joy if I'm Paul. This is a 3 street value hand. Such a nice texture too. because you can fear 2-pair. This is really not that existent for Orpin in this spot. He's going to check. So for Paul to check here, he's trying to protect his big pocket pair range that is in an ace, so kings, queens, jacks. It feels like Orpin in this spot, just given he was one of the flatters that called the squeeze, usually contains lots of pocket pairs, some suited aces, just, it's still a wide range. So the fact that Paul's check calling here, I think proves my point that he was looking to protect himself when he's got like marginal hands.
So Boss chose not to follow through. Orpin firing the 11,000, Boss calling and turning top 2, but in somewhat inconvenient fashion, given the presence of a third spade. Certainly could see some suited combos associated with Orpin's willingness to continue in the face of a sizable 3-bet.
Yeah, it's funny because normally you would welcome turning 2-pair, but I actually think it's not the greatest card for him because spades come in, and I don't think that Orpin plays ace-4, ace-3 suited that often pre-flop.
Not this way.
Yeah, so it's kind of a bad card because now there's things that beat him.
Yeah, I think we would certainly trade in aces and kings for no spade.
Yeah, I
on
would
the turn.
prefer like an 8, a 9, a 7.
Yeah.
These cards.
Just anything but a spade.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you probably don't want to see like a queen or a jack as well, in case you're up against ace, queen, ace, jack. But regardless, he does have top 2. He's got to continue, but I think he's going to tread cautiously.
Sure enough, Boss checking again. Orpin betting again. This time 33,000. Pot grows to 131K. Deuce on the end does put a 4-liner on board. Not sure how much 5X is supposed to be in range.
So if
perceived range.
If Orpin has 5X, I'm pretty sure it's exclusively pocket 5s turning itself into a bluff. I don't think it's ace-5 because ace-5 should not be betting that turn. And with the ace of spades out there, it couldn't have been like an ace-5 of spades, just literally impossible. So if Orpin was bluffing and got there, it's pocket 5s. Otherwise, I'd be ranging him on a flush if he bets. And the thing is, Paul's line does come off pretty strong as an ace, and ace-king is possible. And this looks a little milky.
It's fine.
You know, it's funny because Paul's still giving Orpin credit for some ace-5, which you've kind of taken out of range.
I think it's out of range.
66K. As you touched on, Orpin's posture is of a milky nature. And Boss is so good in these spots, Randy. We've watched him just make the right decision, even for bets where the math beckoned.
I think Orpin's got it.
Let us know what you think, chat. What is hiding behind the 2 question marks for Orpin Kisachikoglu? We're going to find out, courtesy of a call, and it is 5-6 of hearts. Open-ender on the flop, got there on the river, and Pua is left with 179,000. Can't really fault it. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $200,000 Invitational. from right here in Monte-Carlo, Ali Nejad, now joined by none other than the czar, Brian Rast. I know you were keeping a keen eye on things coming into the day. First thing we talked about when you got here was both the presence of Aussie Katola up at the top of the leaderboard. This man is proving that he is willing to take the high variance approach to things. And then, of course, the more surprising presence, which Randy and I discussed just before we went to the break, of David Yan from the pro side, having oversetted Mike Watson. We do have a couple of new feature tables on our hands. Rasty, did you get up to anything so far today, by the way, before you come into the booth?
No, I had a late start.
Okay.
So last night we really burned the midnight oil. We were up past 3 o'clock in the booth. So, today's all helter-skelter, but I'm ready for this action. This is going to be a fun tournament.
All right, let's take a look at one of the two feature tables, diving right into the Triton Poker Plus app for a zoomed-in look at Richard Yong, Triton co-founder, who's going to be helming this VIP side. He's got 151 bigs in front of him, less than starting stack, and you see everybody around him. Names that jump out for me: Haralabos Vulgaris playing under the Canadian banner, a guy you know something about, Ras.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I have a long history with Bob. I even played with him back in the day in Bellagio when there was a brief period of time, like 20 years ago, when he took poker seriously. Or maybe a little less. Maybe it was like 17.
It's kind of interesting because once upon a time, he very much was a grinder. I remember first coming across his path in Los Angeles at the Commerce Casino. He was a fixture in the No Limit there, winning player, very sharp sports bettor, and then has since turned into a more enterprising and now incredibly successful Spanish football club owner. Man of international mystery, coming in here playing on the VIP side of things. On the other side, Richard Yong's partner, Seth Davies. He is going to be partying with the likes of an all-pro field, and this is no cakewalk.
No, look at this table. It's just filled with big names, guys that we're accustomed to making deep runs.
First peek at Victor Malinowski, Rast. We got to look at him in the cash game streets. When we covered that Jeju Cash Game Festival, things weren't going well for him at the onset of that one, but he did seem to turn it around. Of course, you got Kaihan Mokri, direct left of Victor. He's already earned himself a title here in Monte-Carlo. There's always those guys where momentum seems to carry them through. You got Ben Tollerine, Espen Jorstad.
Ben 86.
Yeah. I mean, good luck.
The Prince of Darkness.
Good luck is all I can say. Soy's a finishing runner-up yesterday, also here at this table. 210 big blinds in front of him. And those blinds, of course, have clicked up a touch to 1K, 1,500. You may note that it says 80 of 81 players remain. And that's because we have had a re-entry. That re-entry belonged to the Estonian Vladimir Krosinen, I want to say. It's just escaping me here for the moment. Forgive me. But we can dive into the app and we can find Vladimir and company down here. KCG, fourth in chips right now. Let's not sleep on him. I believe it was KCG actually who ended up beating Vladimir in that pot. Giving you a glimpse at a part of the app that we don't jump into all that often. There it is, the exchange. It was Pocket Queens against Pocket Kings that left the first 200K orphaned by Vladimir. Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, and that was that. So with that, we get right back down to the action here from Sporting Monte-Carlo, brought to you by BetACR. Moments away from getting the cards right back into the air. Get a load of these tables. There you see Vladimir, by the way, on bullet number 2, direct left of Salle, Triton first-timer. Lun on his left. One of our former featured tables involving Santosh Suvarnakon. There's KCG.
This is a really fun tournament format, isn't it? Just something unique, something that I think encourages more non-top pros to come play.
Sure.
That's how I'll categorize them. You know, just because is it all of day one?
Yep.
All of day one. You know, you kind of get your siloed little existence with all the other non-top pros and
sequestered.
Yeah.
Onto the more comfortable side of the bracket, you might be tempted to think, but as I've gone on record as saying, our VIPs, as we
that's why I said
strong.
non-top pros.
Yeah.
Because I think you can say, okay, the guys on the VIP side, quote unquote, there's a wide range. I mean, there's plenty of guys who have won a bunch of money at poker at some point in time. Maybe they were really good at some point in time, or all kinds of varying levels. Saying VIP just implies that maybe they're all losing players, or just isn't true.
No, I mean, we've sort of adopted a new nomenclature that I've introduced, invitees.
Yeah.
But, you know,
but
it is what it is.
I think you could say that the people on that side are not currently top pros. That's why I'm saying
generally, generally speaking, I think it's pretty safe.
Like, you wouldn't put any of them in the top 10, like, tournament no limit hold'em player class.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'll tell you what, when it comes to people who don't play for a living, I would put them up against anybody in the world just by virtue of the fact that they get opportunities to play against the best in the world and do it often. 4 times a year we have these festivals, multiple events.
Learning through osmosis.
100% a real thing.
Yeah.
Maher Noida, Derek Haney, Shirzad Chisu, joining Richard Yang here. Garibli and Hajiev both playing under the Azerbaijani banner. A little thing to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Have to imagine that.
Richard Yang with some colorful kit.
Always. I was going to say, I have to imagine that Hajiev, having won a Triton title himself, and that title, I believe, coming in the Cyprus 2023, Luxon Invitational for 4.1 million. Knows a thing or two about navigating these fields, and I'm guessing came home to a hero's welcome in Baku after he took that one down, and has since been spreading the good word, the gospel of Triton, if you will, in those corners. And Ilkin and the others from his corner likely
Easy game.
trying it on for themselves.
Look at
We
that.
see the ace-king raising and taking it.
Percent DVD with AK.
Garibli, I'm not sure I'm familiar with
Well, you know,
Ilkin Garibli.
the easiest way to get familiar.
Oh,
Raz,
he's
I don't
played.
need to tell you.
Yeah, the only other tournament he played was the other the Invitational last year here, and he got 8th.
That he did. Here's Chisu folding it around to Bob. Haney folding in between. There's the man responsible for WPN and ACR Poker, Phil Nagy. Jack 9 off, hops in. Phil, by the way, not just a man, as we see Richard awaken to a couple of queens and 3-bet. Was going to say, Nagy, not just a guy who plies his trade on the MTT side, but also on the cash game side of things.
First hand KK, AK, second hand Queen Queen. I think third hand AA.
Maybe it's the cookies.
It's the cookies. It's the cookie monster. The cards like the cookies.
Just to remind everybody, the starting stack is 300,000, so at 1,500 big blind, you know, these guys are 200 blinds deep. So we got some deep stack poker going on.
Four.
4K open from Tunisia's Maher Noida.
But then I'd had 4. Makes it different.
King Queen for Richard. Played as a flat. Chisu with a couple of 9s. Hops on board out of the big. 3 amigos with 13-5 in the middle. Looking up at Queen 8-4. Yang out flopping the field. Chisu blocking Noida's gutter.
Schritt in der Darstellung zu agieren. Не, мы можем просто меньше.
Round of checks. Deuce rolls off.
After checking through, Richard has to feel pretty good about king-queen here. With pre-flop raiser choosing not to bet the flop, total turn brick. The big blind could have just about anything, but top pair good kicker rates to be way ahead. A brick would be create a difficult river situation for his O.
Richard. Bet 10K got called. Did not bet the river, however, as Risu checks back and gets shown the winner. Things going well here at the onset of this frame for
Seems like
Richard.
you just give up now and Richard can win.
3 hand in a row.
Izu got to be happy that Richard didn't go for value there. Would have been a tough decision.
Four. Raise 4,000.
$4K open from Nuida. Once more, this time ace-queen responsible. Baby suited connector for Nagy. He likes to play pots, and let's be honest, even with the blinds having ticked up, we are playing deep stacked poker here. Speculative combos such as this will get frisky from time to time as we see Phil taking it upstairs. Third floor, 10 dimes.
Yeah, this is a totally reasonable play, 200 blinds deep. In fact, it really changes the ranges around quite a bit, and suited connectors start getting played aggressively at frequencies because you need board coverage. It's very important when you're this deep and the SPRs are so wide that when, you know, low and medium boards come out that you can hit them, that you can make straights or
Well,
two pair.
Nagy has hit this one pretty hard with a bad gut shot, but spades, the betting lead and position, not a checking over, and facing 6K.
It's a very small bet, but gets the job done.
That it does, understandably. Easy check fold there for Nuida.
I think versus quarter pot getting 5 to 1, it starts to
You get limp re-raise that hand?
No, I raised
shade
4
into
and
territory where you could defend
You raised 4?
ace queen.
raised 10.
Got it. So where was your big blind?
Mine?
Maher
When were
thinking
you the
better
big
of it. By the way, Nuida
Last hand you opened under the gun?
No, I was before. You were under.
coming off of a terrific stop in Montenegro where he finished very, very strong. 3 final tables in his final 3 cashes, in 100K, a 50K turbo, and a 25K PLO, 4th, 5th, and 5th. Prior to that, finishing 16th in the 50K 8 max. 0 for 1 thus far here in Monte-Carlo, having played the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro.
Three bet incoming. That's a very large size in position.
I said like it's not Montreal.
Capital of Canada.
Flipping
I
back
couldn't get
over
up,
for a
I-
look.
I said it was something with O. I couldn't. 19.5.
At the pro side, where Ben Tollery open from early position with queen jack offsuit, and Malinowski out of the big blind pushing back with queen six suited. Dominated, but the aggressive line paying off.
Yeah, no one would know.
Is Ottawa in Quebec?
No, it's in.
Yeah, I was feeling like
A lot of
I was feeling like it was going to be like
short circuiting.
Okay, got it.
That's skeptical of me, huh?
My brain misfired. No, it wasn't about you.
You want me to get a hard vouch for the change?
I just 2 people touched my chips and then I lost track.
But yeah, no, Fedor said that he is Tim Reno and Stefan Sondheim were doing bout trivia in Vienna, so I gotta go to round up a team of Ramos and go to Vienna.
To do what?
Beat them in bout
Beat them Beat them in what?
Pub trivia.
Oh, pub trivia.
Pub.
Ah.
In German.
In Germany. Yeah, good luck there.
It's the 3,500.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, I don't know. It could be in English.
I would bet it's not.
It's
Man.
pub, you
This
know,
was
pub
hilarious.
trivia.
Last month, me and like a few guys, Ben was
much
there.
is that?
We went to this bar just for my birthday,
Alright.
just like have a couple beers together, and like found ourselves in this trivia competition. And we ended up winning, and we won a bottle of tequila signed by Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, it was fucking great.
Do you still have it?
Oh yeah, it's at the office. It's on the trophy shelf at the office.
Jorstad
Yeah.
opened to 3,500. Mokri defended.
Seems like it's the
Out
same.
flopping the fives by a pip
sure,
here.
yeah, definitely.
On the queen 8-6 board. 3 over cards staring
Pretty fun.
Jorstad down.
It's fun. It's a good time.
As Davies reminisces on the bottle of tequila signed by Mark Wahlberg, earned during trivia. Both players check the flop. Mokri still not looking to get chips forward.
Okay.
See if Jorstad feels like activating.
They both have pretty nice hands to try to show down and not the best hands to get much value out of. But this river could spark Mokri to try. Let's see. It's one of the better rivers for him that doesn't improve. That's not a king or a 6.
2,500.
Board pairing queen leaves Mokri betting 2,500, and he chisels a little something off of Espen's stack.
It reminded me, there was an article I had up that I guess I closed the tab of and forgot to read, but there was some guy who's like an extremely good like online trivia player, and he does really well in all like the top sort of more like academic-y kind of competitions. And he got on Jeopardy and he won 4 games in a row, and then he lost. And then he wrote some giant Facebook post about it, like Jeopardy is like trivia for like the masses, and it's not real trivia, and it's like too easy. And like he got a question wrong, where like instead of giving the obvious answer, he went for a more obscure answer, and he went on this long like Facebook post about how like, you know, only like Jeopardy is not like the pinnacle of quizzing, and it's all fake.
Yeah, what a pompous dickhead, huh?
Yeah, but then there was an article where like they caught up with the guy, and apparently he comes off as even more of a dickhead. And I loaded it up, but I forgot to read it. And now this conversation is reminding me to catch up with it tonight.
You can't fall behind on that news.
3.5.
It's the 3,500.
Well, Jeopardy conversation
Is the goddess of the hunt Athena?
aside, Axton
No.
Xena, the
Opens.
warrior princess.
I was going to guess Artemis, but
That is correct.
What is it?
Artemis
was a guy.
Artemis is a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was with Ben on
ace
that
deuce
one.
of hearts.
Artemis was a bro.
Greenwood Flats with the baby-suited ace of his own. Look at Malinowski, 5-6 offsuit, hopping in from the button. Rast, 3 bets to 15K.
And this is the second super aggro line we've seen him take. He did just, the very first hand when we moved to this table was him 3-betting Ben's early position open from the big blind with queen 6 suited. But he's going to get 4-bet here. So maybe Malinowski is bucking the expectation that people on the pro side are going to be playing low variance in order to just survive the day to get into the other bracket when they mix everyone. And he's trying to do the opposite.
5 seconds.
Going extra aggro.
Well, Mokri had the medicine for him there, as you did see the 4-bet to 47,000 come in. Mokri touched on him already having won a title here in the 30K 8 max. The only cash he has in 5 attempts coming into this 6th event he's played on the docket. 2.2 million in earnings in total. Well, if you want to sharpen your game and be a crusher, a killer, like the ones that you see on your screen at any given Triton stream, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen those skills and crush the top competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win.
Oh, yeah.
That said, even taking in a
the one super hand.
bucking expectation and trying to be aggressive, that 3-bet was a bit out of line. 6-5 off.
I think for me, Rast, it says that Victor's trying to spin one up here. Yeah. Maybe he perceives that people are disproportionately cagey and snug in these things as they try to get themselves to day 2 for the merged field portion of the program, and he's going to try to exploit that.
That could be like factor A. But I think you touched on factor B, which I wasn't thinking of, is this is a rebuy tournament, re-entry, right? You have
30 minutes to decide if you want to buy in.
Let's
for
say he's
another
decided he's re-entering. Is there one re-entry or is it multiple?
No, just one.
Just one.
Yes.
So I'm guessing he hasn't re-entered and he's decided he's wants a stack so that when it combines, you know, he can put ICM pressure in a field that'll have a lot of amateurs.
Well, if this field has picked up on perhaps that idea, this would be a bad time to try to leverage it. As Soiza's open to 4,000, Malinowski is woken up with a real one this time, 3-betting to 13K.
They should even have a pro table, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Like just stick all the VIP tables on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Soiza.
Oh, and he won
the
too?
extra 9,000, does not find an 8.
And yeah, KTG
Malinowski
then just lost him.
does have the king of diamonds, but we never like seeing the ace on board in these spots.
Yeah. No, luckily for Michael Soiza, this board should really limit how much he can lose in this pot. I mean, it might even just be done here. Eights is immediately in a pretty tricky spot. I'm pretty sure eights with no diamond is 100% fold, and I'm curious to see what Soiza decides right here.
He has 1.2 million. Jesus Christ. It's insane. You know, I was at dinner with him in Marbella this summer. Yeah, just like
He's
randomly.
making one of his lighter continues.
He has been building stacks and everything.
3 on the turn. After the check call of 10K. Now for Malinowski, we do need to be mindful of Soiza having an ace.
Yeah.
Of course, we could continue to represent one ourselves.
He's easy to win.
Who?
Yeah, but Malinowski has a hand that naturally doesn't want to put a lot of money into the pot and just win at showdown. So, oh my goodness.
Wow. A check back understandably from Malinowski, who was all set to take a showdown and haul this one in if he chose. And now Soiza all set to maybe cobble value.
I haven't seen you all week.
Yeah, the interesting part about this river decision is that when Malinowski checks back on the double flush draw turn, he almost never is slow playing a big hand. So maybe kind of top of range is almost a bad ace, which this bet's targeting to get hands like that to call at a high frequency.
Nice sizing there as he retains the kings, does Soiza. Courtesy of a very fortunate visit
They don't even
from the river.
try to get a ban fee, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
So what is back off 8-5 suited?
Huh? 8-5, yeah. Ravion, yeah.
Just some food to chew on. By no means a critique of Michael's play. But let's say in that spot, you make a bet of 10,000 and it gets called 100% of the time.
Okay.
So your EV on the river there is 10K.
Okay.
Plus 10K more chips. And let's say if you made a bet of 40,000, it would get called half the time to make the math simple.
Okay.
Your EV on that bet is plus 20K chips, even though you don't get called every time. So it just goes to, so I'm not saying that in this particular spot Michael should have bet bigger, but it's not always the case that just because your hand, you know, that your opponent might not be able to call a big bet, but will call a small bet, doesn't mean it's always correct to do so. Because sometimes getting called occasionally on a big bet ends up being worth more than all the time on a small bet, for example. And big bets allow you to bluff at a higher frequency, whereas small bets don't.
Yeah,
Ideas to collect.
4. Everybody lost. 4.5. 4.
So Malinowski continues to spiral. 172,000 in front of him coming into this one.
Banana has a right.
Tollerine raising the button to 4K. Davies defends and flops an open-ender. Tollerine adrift. $2,500 chip C bet. Davies making the call. Looking for a deuce or a 7. Instead he pairs the 4. Hopping in front. Tollerine could very well be one and done. Unclear.
Yeah, this card definitely interacts with ranges that continue from the big blind, especially check call. And despite the button opening range being somewhat wide, I think the big blind now has more really strong hands.
Does go check, check.
Yeah, Tollery's hand also has no reason to bet the turn. There's no draw equity working, no relevant blockers. It is a hand that I think at some frequency, if Seth checks here, Ben might bluff, just given that he has 0 showdown and is beating some possible floats on the flop from like queen high, ace high, like with 1 spade, for example. So my guess is Ben is gonna like roll some percent to bluff here. Like he'll go like 30% bluff, roll it, and if he does, you know, roll aggro, fire a bluff. That's my guess for how he plays this spot.
75.
7,500. The bet from Tollerine. Spades missed. Maybe we think King X would have been heard from on the turn.
Or bet larger on the river.
Yeah.
I do think Seth is worried for this size about a 6 or a river 10, but I think he's still going to end up calling with a 4. And it's possible it's hard to say he's beating value, but he's getting a great price.
He does find the call, and that price obviously helped him get there. The man who really has been white hot of late in poker. 2 cashes already here in Monte-Carlo. Took down a massive 7-figure score in a pot limit Omaha, Maine, and Vegas.
No coffee.
Coming in, 7.7 million in career Triton earnings, 31
Okay,
cashes,
what do you give us?
still
Thank you so
no
much.
title.
Anybody want ice Americano? You can bust it.
3.5.
3,500.
Haxton, couple of queens. Takes it up.
$320,
$330. Something like that, yeah.
So he's asking for a count.
3.
As things are folded over to him.
330.
3.5, yes.
Defense. Brings us to the flop. Ace, Jack 4. Once again, the pesky ace magnet effect of a big pair on display.
This is a great flop for under the gun range versus big blind defense, and a lot of aggression is warranted. So even though Ike's hand is one of the hands that probably most likes checking, he's probably just adopting a strategy with 100% betting. Or range betting would be the proper nomenclature.
I want to watch my video.
Sonny, by the way, coming over to remind Michael, who has been around long enough to know that
Yeah.
headphones are not allowed. Takes his earbuds out. That one ended uneventfully. So as did end up with the lion's share of the ICM chop four-handed last night in the 100K. What he did not end up with, of course, was the trophy, as he did fall to Belgium's Peter Arts.
3,500.
It was a long heads-up match.
Man.
A lot of back and forth.
You guys burned the midnight oil, like you said. 3 a.m. and Malinowski could find Tolerine trying to singe him. 2 9s.
Tolerine might flat and might 3-bet. I think you can play either one and it's fine. Let's see what he decides.
13. 13.
Wow, and this is a tricky, uncomfortable spot for 2 10s. I mean, early position open, followed by hijack 3-bet.
3,500 became 13,000 in front of your stat. He's not looking for the bin.
He probably 4-bets it, but I don't think he flats. He might bin it. But I feel like Victor's been out of line enough that Espen probably takes his chances here.
Is it kind of a leveling thing where he identifies Tolerine's range as being wider in consideration of the perception that Ben thinks Victor's wide, and so we kind of daisy chain our way into a 4-bet?
Or it looks like we're just to continue, so he is flatting.
But in terms of the logic and,
yes.
and kind of what helps you get over the hump if you go that direction?
The tricky thing about flatting in these spots is flatting 3-bets cold with no money in the pot ends up making your range super narrow, and to top players, they can play really expertly against that range, especially in these deep stack spots with large SBRs. See what Malinowski might just come over the top and 4-bet here with ace king.
Sure enough, 32,000 declared.
Yeah, before Espen, we have Ben, who at this point probably isn't feeling very good about 2 9s. There's a very good chance the flat behind us is either a slightly bigger pair, such as 10s or jacks, or maybe a hand like ace-queen suited. Again, like I said, these cold call flats that Espen did usually just makes your range super narrow. But that said, Ben is getting a decent price here. I think it's 19,000 more. So that's 3.5 to 1 almost. He does have to worry if he flats. How often does Espen 4-bet behind him, which would be a disaster. And in the end,
5-bet.
Or sorry, 5-bet behind him. Yeah.
He does end up binning it, of course, after using the time bank, and now Espen forced to consider whether or not another 19K is worthwhile. 62 in the middle, pot laying better than 3 to 1. He decides yes, and will have the benefit of position, coupled with what, unbeknownst to him, is the best hand as we head to the flop with 81,000 in the middle, absent Tolerine. The pre-flop 3-better, and the king in the window, a 9 behind it, by the way. Malinowski, incredibly fortunate that he did take this 4-bet line and shed Tolerine, who would have had middle set. Here, he's got top pair, top kicker against Espen.
20.
Quarter pot C-bet. Jorstad has that heart.
Yeah, wow, what a swing in this pot. Ben folding pocket 9s.
So to the turn we go as Jorstad does peel.
I think Victor, if he's going to put Espen on a range, is probably mildly concerned about pocket 9s or pocket queens. Flip side being that if Espen has 10s or jacks, all those hands now not only are set mining but have a gut shot in terms of equity. He also could be up against hands like ace queen, ace jack of hearts, that call flop. Those hands he certainly wants to charge and not give a free card to.
$121 in the middle.
I
Victor
feel like
taking his time.
Against that kind of range, I'm not sure just jamming makes a lot of sense, but maybe making this a 3-street game, so finding like 40K. Yeah, I love this decision, because now you're putting the hands like 10s and jacks and ace-x of hearts in a much more difficult spot. And if you just jam here, a lot of those hands probably just fold and you get called by the hands that beat you, like maybe king-queen suited and a set of 9s, a set of queens.
This is some surgical precision with which Malinowski has come up with the sizing that very well could keep what is now a gut shot straight draw and a pair invested. Oh, and yet Jorstad, sensing that that's a man that's begging for him to continue, just puts it into the bin. He obviously had equity. The jack does rate to be a gin card for him.
Yep. It's also a sizing which allows Victor to make that play some with, let's say, if he had ace-jack himself, for example, get a decent price on a bluff. Interesting pot.
Very much so. Not going to be the last time we make that statement with one involving Victor, especially given that what we've observed when he doesn't have ace-king or a big pocket pair, which is a little bit of go hard, the gear that he apparently has brought to the race. King 7 suited now. Davies activating in the cutoff. Soiza will allow him to be the button. And I'm not sure Haxton has designs on departure with ace-6 suited.
16,500.
16,500, the declaration, as Haxton 3 bets. Game over.
Holy moly. I just took a look down at the leaderboard, and you guys could do the same thing if you're following this with the Triton Poker Plus app, which is a really great assistant to watching. And Ossi Ketola has 1.2 million.
My goodness.
Actually, slightly more. He now has more than double second, which is Mario Mosbeck.
Well, the most recent manner in which he picked up a big haul was through Carl Chape-Gatien, who he showered with ace-queen versus 2 8s, did Katola. It was an open for Mikolai Vaskobojnikau to 3K, flatted by Ferdinand Putra. Katola then 3-bet that ace-queen. Chape-Gatien flatted from the small blind. It came 3-4-6. Putra came along as well. 2 checks in front of Ossi. 35K bet called by the overpair of Chape-Gatien, who then check called 125 on the turn, which brought a 7. And then on the river, a 4th diamond would give Katola the flush. And Chape-Gatien would pay off. Meanwhile, far less eventful exchange developing here as Nagy button opened, making it 4K. Both blinds came along. 7-5 tray, bottom pair for Richard Young. Best of what's around all the way down as the knuckles continue across 2 streets.
Ace high.
Phil never put a chip in post flop, nor did the others. I don't think that one's going to make the highlight reel, Rast.
Yeah.
It's allowed.
I'm short.
Mario Mosbach, second biggest stack in the room, by the way, out-chipped 2-1 by Katola. But 597,000. Not a bad stack to have. Pocket 5s have made it 4,000. And Ace-Jack has now made it 12 as Vulgaris and Noida get entangled. When we're deep stacked, these baby pocket pairs become more attractive propositions for reasons that are obvious, Rasty, in terms of the set mining. Win yourself a big one.
Certainly. Yeah, small pocket pairs go up in value, suited connectors. And some of the big card hands that you see people play all the time, like King Jack off, you know, Queen 10 off, they go down quite a bit in value when you're very deep. Because flopping top pair like mediocre kicker is just not as great a proposition as when you have 25 blinds.
Jack 10-4, not the proposition Bob had in mind when he plunked in the extra 8,000. Checking over to Noida, who's got top pair, top kicker, and that delightful club ace. 19K follow through, ought to draw the curtain. Sure enough, it does.
Yeah, the way I would frame it is these hands that you're likely to flop middle or top pair, when you only have 20 blinds, you can't really play a big pot. Right? You can play a pot that's probably an appropriate size for top pair to be pretty happy about putting all the money in. When you're 100, 150, 200 blinds deep, all of a sudden, you know, putting in that many blinds with top pair, at some point, I mean, your hand might end up being good, but you're kind of end up just having a bluff catcher and you're behind your opponent's value. And so that's why these small pairs, which are not worth very much at short stacks, and hands like suited connectors that can flop sets or make straights and flushes, which is not very likely, but those hands go up in value, not only for board coverage, but also because when you do make a big hand, you can put in 100 blinds, 150 blinds.
Well, not 150 blinds, but just 2.5, let's call it, being delivered by Ilkin Garibli as we're going to play Mystery Hand. Derek Haney's cards are blocked out. He defends from the big blind. Checks it over to Garibli, who has morphed into trip queens on this 2-spade board. Ilkin, follow through of 3,500. Check raise to 11,000 from Haney. Ilkin content to flat. Things getting interesting. King of Hearts on the turn. One wonders whether or not that case queen is nestled beneath one of those 2 question marks for Derek. He does choose to check, and we begin to think like that's a little bit less likely. Maybe some spade combos. Maybe a 4 that just wants to get it over with.
Certainly, I think all those hands after turn check kind of go up in frequency, as opposed to a queen. At this point, having 3 queens with a 10 kicker, Ilkin can feel pretty good about this, especially if he's only called. A check raise here, okay, no check raise. So if we're Ilkin, I think we're thinking queen 10 is good at a super high frequency. Don't want to see a spade.
34,000 more into the middle as Ilkin did activate. Derek didn't go anywhere though. Now he checks.
I think if Derek has a queen, queens with weak kickers are more likely than queens with strong kickers in terms of what he'll opt to put into the turn check range after check raising flop.
66.5 out there.
65.
And that's just about what Ilkin comes with. Almost full pot. And we're going to find out in pretty short order whether or not this is busted spades. As we put you to task in the chat.
Wow.
What does Derek Haney have as he check jams? 112,000 is not all that much more for Garibli to call.
Well, he's now repping hands that beat queen 10, despite having not played his hand that way on the turn or river up until the check raise.
Well, talk to me, Rast.
Well, I mean, a hand that really naturally fits into this would be queen 7, defend from the big blind, where he did check because his kicker wasn't very good, and then just called, and then just improved on the river, so check raised with queens full of 7s. That's probably the most likely holding, I would say, as opposed to something that was already strong that he decided to slow play. If it's that, it's probably, I'm going to go with queen king. But yeah, I mean, he's pretty much repping a full house here. So queen 4, queen king, queen 7, pocket 4s.
We don't expect it to be queen X without being full here, right? So in that sense, Garibli's kicker doesn't really become a concern.
I mean, I think ace queen could play this way. is maybe like the weakest hand.
'Kay.
But my guess is he doesn't have ace queen. I'd also like shade it that somebody on this particular table is like less likely to have ace queen here. Yeah, so queen 7. Oh wow.
King 4.
He did it with
Derek
the
Haney using the blockers and muscling a queen off of its hand. And I'll tell you what, Rasty, in consideration of just how modest the check jam was, I'm surprised that he came with it, because the price being laid to a hand like a queen could be very tempting to get curious.
Certainly.
So how about it?
Wow.
Haney bouncing off the bottom of the leaderboard and saying, you know what, Ilkin? You hang out down here. Still, both of them with plenty of chips to play with, but Garibli with far fewer than he had moments ago. Haney, 162 bigs deep. Garibli, 127 as he slips below 200,000 total. That glimpse brought to you by WPT Global. Here's Aljisu up at the top.
I mean, if you are going to make that play, it's kind of one of the most natural hands to end up getting there with, and one of the best ones, because if you're looking at your opponent's range there, what are hands that you're blocking? You're blocking queen, king, kings, and pocket fours, all of which are definitely calling the river.
This
right?
one's interesting.
So that makes sense as a very natural
like I
bluff
was
that
up against king, queen.
checks turn because you hit the king, and then on the river realizes it's not good and has the best blockers really available at that point.
Well, I don't think anybody in the chat at first glimpse thought King 4 was what was going to get rolled over there, as the entertainment value of that particular mystery hand was high.
Oh, Richard's going to gamble here, taking Jack 10 off out of position.
3,500 became 11,000. Rasty, pardon the interruption, as Jisu on the button, targeting and picking a nice time to do it, considering that he had Richard dominated. Young pretty light here, both in terms of the open and the call of the 3-bet. A 7-5 board texture. Richard checks.
Nobody flopping anything. This favors Hizu as the 3-better and last aggressor.
I called a guy up here for service.
See bet
if you
and
guys
take
want
it.
anything.
As that one
called
didn't
for
involve
service, in case you guys want to water.
near the violence that Haney and Garibli brought us. Haney won't attack from the button with the queen 6. Vulgaris just limps the suited ace. Seven, 8 of diamonds. Decides to shoot it up.
Large raise here, 5x.
Yeah, those diamonds are smothered too.
Bob's going to stick around.
Understandably, monotone queen high board. No pair anywhere. Noida does have a gut shot straight draw. I'm not sure how proud of it he is. Bob ever have the option to limp 4-bet, or limp 3-bet rather, the Ace-3 suited there?
Yeah, that option's on the table. Not one he needs to take, and I think his play's fine.
Facing a follow-through of 4K. No spade in hand.
15-5.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, rather than limp and 3-bet, Bob decides to check and raise. And he muscles Noida out of the pot. Not that it took much, given Noida lacked a spade and really anything beyond that gutter.
Oh, then I lose.
7-8 diamond.
Okay.
I'm all red.
I'm all red too, though.
I'm all red.
Yeah. Ace-3 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah. I'm happily giving you this one.
Yeah, of course.
Instead of diamond.
Yes.
It's fine for me.
I'm risking like 15 to win like 18 or something.
Yeah,
we don't have.
Of course. No, it's great.
A little honest post-mortem there between the boys.
They're discussing the hand.
Yeah.
Both honestly shared their hand.
Yeah. You love this side of the bracket, by the way, for those sorts of exchanges. Kind of gives you a glimpse into just how much they really do love the game.
Oh, maybe not. If I'm
raise.
If I call you, you'll be careful.
Well, Phil Nagy loves it.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the plan. But then sometimes on the
So that's just talking about the ace-jack as he wags his finger in the face of the Noida limp.
I only have to get another 18 now to win 30.
Maybe now if he has a 9, he's gonna fold it.
Thank you.
Looking at Voulgaris' Triton resume, Rast, he's got 1 lone cash. He played 5 events in London in 2019, didn't find the money, and then it was right here in Monte-Carlo in 2023, where in this very event, the only one he played, he managed a 9th place finish for $406,000. Will he make the FT once more? TBD. Kesu, ace-9. Up we go. Noida speculates from the puck. Ace-9-7. Pair and a flush draw from Mahara versus top 2. Oh boy.
Yeah, a flop that really drills both players.
Kesu starts it off with a check. And somehow Noida checks back as they're both playing possum on this board, where Noida adds a gutter courtesy of the turn.
Yeah, very interesting decision to check back that much equity. Hizu now springs into motion, betting his top 2 pair. Little does he know that his opponent has quite a few outs to beat him. That would be one of them.
The 5 of hearts rolling off on the river after a very small 6K a man barrel and call on the turn. 24K out there. 4-liner and front door flush, though, staring Kesu right in the face.
Yeah, that river filled in just about every draw that was available. And despite that, Hizu comes with a bet that's nearly the pot, which, not that it's unreasonable for Hizu to value bet, but this feels like a very large size with a 1-card straight and a flush coming in. Both because a lot of hands now beat him, and a lot of the hands that he was beating now will find it difficult to call a bet that's this large relative to the pot.
$68,000 is an extra 51 to call for Hisu.
I mean, he's only beating a bluff here. He also doesn't have a heart blocker. He is potentially blocking a hand like 9-8 suited.
And he also has to contend with the notion that Maher feels as though 8x and heart wouldn't have necessarily approached the affair in this way.
I think there's plenty of hands with 8x that would, like 7-8 suited, 9-8 suited, 6-8 suited, pocket 8s, ace 8. All could have played the hand this way. The question is, do they raise the river more than can they get here? I think any flush that checks flop, flush draw that checks flop, does raise the river.
Well, I'm thinking of it from the standpoint of Hisu having to question where Maher ranges him and whether or not this raise is because Maher looks over and thinks you're not supposed to have this stuff the way this one came down. Not the other way around, where I do feel as though plenty of credibility is associated with Noida's raise.
Yeah, I mean, he's only bluff catching here, and in my opinion, doesn't have a great reason to call based on his cards. But you never know what feeling he has. Live reads, history between these guys.
Sure, it all matters. Ultimately, Shirzad does avoid further damages. But still, balance transfer over to Maher. With that one,
I like it.
Noida now the chip leader at this particular table as you get a glimpse at the entirety of the field, which consists of 40 different pairings. One invitee, one pro. Field divided for the entirety of day one. 50-minute levels, by the way. First two blind levels, the steady 500, 1K, and then 1K 1500 as we see it now. The next two levels. So definitely deep stacked, slow structure, designed to keep as many people in the hunt as possible before the fields merge. So we see Derek Haney, who had that heroic King 4, versus Garibli, opening this one to 4,000. Noida, fresh off of being minted chip leader, flat sevens, as Garibli set mines. Ooh, and Richard Young activating with a little 5-6 suited.
Okay, he's going to attack all that money out there with a suited connector, and let's see who wants to gamble with him. He definitely doesn't want sevens, but they're deep enough that sevens is quite a reasonable continue. And closing the action, will Ilkin set mine?
That he will. So the pot grows to 55,000 here, Rasty.
They're getting a good price to close the action there.
Ace, King, Deuce, two hearts.
Nobody flopping anything. You have to think Richard probably wins this. All he has to do really is bet here, and I don't see how anyone calls him.
$16.5, and Richard Young showing us a side of himself that I confess I hadn't really borne much witness to. Most of the time I'm looking at Richard, he's just kind of playing the game, letting it come to him. He took matters into his own hands there as Michael Soiza takes ace-3 up against Ike Haxton. This one was an open from Haxton to 3,500. Soiza defended his big. Checking it over with bottom pair and a wheel gutter. Haxton with backdoor spades and an open ender, not to mention the better of the two ace highs. 6,000.
It's a board that Ike, as the under the gun raiser, is not going to 100% bet versus Soiza. Since Soiza can have so many more strong hands than Ike, stronger than one pair hands. But Ike's particular hand doesn't mind growing the pot with the good end of the open ender plus backdoor nut spades.
Blank turn. 21-5 in the middle now.
Okay, so we have a deal. You have to pay me the 100%. It's not a free roll. But then you can just accept and not do it again.
No, but you need to, I'll do it as like a bet.
Second check out of Soiza. Options for Ike. He decides to check back. Oh boy, that is the best available option for one of these two players, and it isn't Michael Soiza. As his wheel falls to the 6-high straight.
Well, that begs the question, Ali. Who is it better for?
How do you mean?
Well, it's not better for Michael. I just can't figure this one out.
By default, I'm going to go with Haxton here. I can't really piece it together. It's just...
Riddles were never my forte.
And apparently sarcasm wasn't mine.
And I must have used like 15 of the hotel. Like
Well, Soiza does find the check. That's a good start. But let's find out how greedy Ike is going to get. Now he knows that his range, as played, could very credibly contain an ace. Bets 11,000, not doing anything dramatic.
Yeah, I mean, Soiza can't fold here. I'd imagine he's contemplating whether to raise, but I mean, this bet is not very big. It's only half the pot, and he could easily be chopping or winning.
I mean, nowhere to go but call here, right, and just accept our fate?
Well, if he's thinking about something, I have to believe he's thinking about raising, which is it's a bit aggressive for value.
Is it the perception that the 6X is supposed to be more his, given Ike's under the gun open? Perhaps it is, as we see him take it to 50,000 and try to put Ike into the blender. Unfortunately, Ike has the hand that Soiza was trying to rep in terms of the 6.
Yeah, I wonder if Soiza exactly was trying to get him to fold a chop, potentially. Raising large enough, and since he can have a lot more 6X, and Ike's bet kind of represents that he has maybe an ace-X pretty often for value, also implied by his under-the-gun opening range.
Felt that way to me, Rast. You know, we just kind of tell him,
Are you gonna have the
hey, bud, the 6s are mine here, not yours.
Next year?
Yeah.
The early one?
Yeah.
Yes, but different players.
Creative play by Soiza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still
I'll come to this one.
Still other discussion. I'll let you know.
I promised you to come to one. I'll come to this one.
Wonderful.
Okay? I'll come to one.
I'll let you know when it's.
What's happened to this Triton hat for Greenwood, Rast? Was he just sitting on it for the first couple of levels? Or, I mean, desecration of the lid, if we're being honest. We're going to have to get him sorted out at the merch shop with a replacement for that one. That's blasphemous. Well, gears were turning for Soiza moments ago. Not sure 7-3 offsuit is going to leave him feeling equally as creative as he was on the river. Does look for round 2 as he limps, and Ike says, all right. King 4-3. So is this paired. More than we can say for Ike. Just jack high. Check in front of him. The 5 does dangle. The heart does look nice in terms of backdoor equity.
1.5.
1/3 pot.
Ike has a kind of nice nothing hand to blast away with. 2 overs to the 4 and the 3. The Jack of Hearts. 5 backdoor straight and flush draws. And we can see that deuce actually activates. And given that Soysa's range here is going to have a lot of 3x and 4x, which Ike would love to get to fold, my implication being that King X will likely not be going anywhere, Ike has a lot of incentive to continue blasting away. Let's see if he decides to tell that story.
Answer is no. Checking back. Front door flush arrives. Neither player improving. So is still with the best of it.
My guess is Ike rolled something on the turn as to whether to be aggressive or not, and he might even do that again on the river. Just off the 0 showdown and the Jack of Hearts blocker.
You mean in terms of randomizing?
Yes. I think he might have bet the turn, and he might bet here. I don't think either one is mandatory, and my guess is Ike will probably randomize, but I don't know. Just trying to get into his headspace.
3.
Full shutdown. Post flop. And Soysa does claim a small rebate.
It wasn't Ike?
I mean, yeah, I had the ace of spades the hand before, that's true.
Well, if you're an action junkie, have we got news for you. The all-new BetACR Sportsbook offers exclusive opportunities to live bet and wager on players in Triton events. On top of that, you can pick up a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. Head on over to BetACR and get in the game.
Force yourself to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
The Asia jet lag where you just like wake up at like 9 in the morning and you're like, I have 6 hours to go. I don't know what's
Malinowski.
like. It's a different thing, but it's like
9. More like wake up at 1 in the morning.
Makes it 3,500. Now Mokri left to contemplate nines. Under the gun plus 1. He'll just flat.
All the way to sleeping into 11.
Ace queen for Jorstad, and he's been putting some tough spots on the day.
Yeah, he had a tough one with the 10s earlier, where I thought he took an unconventional line with the cold call pre. Let's see here. I mean, he could definitely 3-bet this.
Sure.
First raise and flat.
I've actually started doing the west to east trips have gotten a lot easier for me, especially lately.
He does.
This
This is a
Cyprus, like
pretty large size as well.
when I went to Cyprus, just was outside for like 3 hours, just immediately on day 1, and just shifted like no problem. And that just never has worked out that way. Like I always tried to get some sunlight, you know, whenever I get 20 minutes of sun, but and the same thing here. Like I went and played tennis for like 2.5 hours right away.
Lets it go easily.
Shifted no problem. Yeah. Didn't think it was possible.
I think Seth discussing how getting a lot of sun on the day you arrive helps prevent jet lag.
Yeah, get the circadian rhythms ironed out as Mokri.
Like not just 20 minutes, but a couple hours outside playing tennis, it sounds like.
accepts the invitation. 2 9s being outflopped on the queen high 2 diamond board here.
Amazing flop for Espen's hand. Right, a Mokri almost can't have a 3. Ace 3 suited that decided to just flat pre and now flat this huge raise out of position seems a very unlikely parlay. So, you know, same with aces and kings and even queens. So Espen kind of has, you know, the relative nuts in this spot. Not 100%, but at a very, very high percentage. And Mokri with 2 9s, not that he's thrilled, but definitely might be the best hand from his perspective. So no reason to go anywhere on the flop.
So the check call of 20. Deposits a 3rd diamond on the board. Mokri picking up the only flush draw. Checking again. And now with 90 in the middle, Rast, I would imagine Jorstad has one of 2 ways to approach things, although with 3 diamonds staring him down, would he not be seeking to deny equity or charge a price?
The diamond is a sticky card for Jorstad because he is losing to flushes. And that is a reasonable consideration for Mokri at this point. Again, agree, because he doesn't have a diamond also. Yet that said, he is still ahead of a lot of hands. You know, king, queen, queen, jack, queen 10 suited, etc. All pocket pairs. Any of these hands, especially the pocket pairs that have a diamond, might have a decent amount of equity. So Jorstad throws all those variables together and decides that he should keep betting. I do question if, after betting the turn, if he will bet the river on a blank, which this is not.
No, as Mokri hung around, 45K. Wasn't enough to shed him, and Espen just waves the white flag on the river. And you see Kayhan say, I've got a diamond. And he hauls in 180Ks. Espen's struggles, dare I call it, continue. He's still just fine with 283K, just south of a starting stack. Now, trip 3s on the flop here is the 2 guys that gave us that exciting mystery hand not long ago. Squaring off. Pocket 4s for Derek Haney, a follow through of 2K on his 4K open. And yet again, he comes out on top versus Garibli.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's not mine. It's somebody else's.
Ilkin down to 166K, shortest stack here at this table.
Bob with the dusty one in the hijack, but he's going to play it 10-8 off.
$4,000 if you do. Richard has given us some different looks. 10-7 suited. Just flats out of the big. Turns into a hard draw here as the dominated hand has more equity. Bulgaris tries to win it on the flop. Unable, and then all of a sudden he hits an 8 on the turn.
Yeah, now he rates to have the best hand. Not all the time, but most of the time. Certainly beating a 3 or a 5 or a draw. Goes ahead and bets, and
6 on the river doesn't give Yong the flush that he sought.
Bob will likely check this back. Yeah,
Very high.
and Yong's chance to win was potentially bluffing the river. But Bob happy to check down and win that with the pair of 8s. Win check 2.
Well, that one ended up giving us a little bit more excitement than we would have thought initially. As we take a peek at the chip counts here. Brought to you by BetACR. Jesus continues to rest atop the leaderboard. Invitee side of the bracket. Garibli has struggled. 110 bigs though. Just no need to panic. 164.5 still north of half of the starting stack. Noida and Yong running neck and neck. Vulgaris midfield. Nagy and Henny. Sub-starting stack.
Oh, it's a mystery hand.
Your favorite. This time we're going to black out Phil Nagy's 2 cards as it's folded around to him in the cutoff. Nagy opens to 4,000.
Okay.
King 3 suited defends for Hisu as he settles in, flopping second pair on this ace-high board. 10-5 in the middle.
Well, second pair here versus such a small bet. Let's keep going.
3K a man. Bringing us to the turn. Trip kings now for Hisu. Nagy's going to need a strong one to be in front here.
Nagy can still have a lot more strong hands than Hisu, so this isn't one of the spots where I think there's as many leads as when this happens on boards that are with smaller cards. Right, Hisu still can't have ace, king, aces, kings. Nagy can, and Nagy can definitely have all the king, queen, king, jack, king, 10 hands.
$7,000 as the check call lead line is invoked. These ones are always a little bit weird. It just breaks with protocol, so to speak, in the game flow.
Yeah, it looks like Nagy's contemplating a raise.
Sure enough. 32,000 in total, and these raises aren't always attached to a hand that's better or even all that strong. Sometimes they're the product of just digesting this line and asking yourself, how often does this line get tethered to strong holdings? And if it's not often enough, maybe I activate and take it regardless of what I've got.
Or yeah, or this line doesn't necessarily make sense. I still have most of the strong hands. You know, if he, that said, if he does have a strong hand, he could be doing it with a hand as weak as ace queen or ace jack. And then he would probably check back the river rather than going for value once raising.
Now,
he could obviously have 3 kings or a boat as well on the turn.
This is a really poor card for Hisu, who did respect the raise by flatting. Has a bad kicker. Obviously, Nagy could have him beat. And here the ace pairs, and on the occasions in which that raise from Phil was attached to an ace. This is a problem for Chisu, but he fills up and solves kicker issues. Unclear whether or not if Nagy actually has a king buried down there, he'd be looking to bet.
I mean, I think as played, it's pretty clear that Hizu has an ace or a king, right? To leading, he doesn't have to have it when he leads turn, but to lead turn and call a large raise out of position, probably has a king or an ace vast majority of the time.
Well, the question we ask, Rast, is what does Phil Nagy have? As he barrels an overbet of 125,000 into 80.5.
Well, at this point, he's repping an ace. So I don't know if he has one.
For the cameras.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
One cup can save you days. I have the king.
I figured that after I bet the turn.
Yeah.
I see.
Got bullied.
Yeah, Phil got his information, like I said.
I raised, and you called.
Oh, yeah.
And then he found the card he wanted to bluff on the river.
It was a nice card for him to be able to get it through against Shirzad, who did tell him that was the only path that you had to victory.
I don't know. I'm pretty slippery.
I'm official.
There you go.
I like it, bro. Not every day is Christmas, huh?
We're at a Triton poker tournament. Every day is Christmas.
Love
Phil
that
enjoying
attitude.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Kidney
the
candy
top,
store.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Nagy.
You cannot always hit like
Got
this.
through a big bluff
In
with
this
9
tournament,
high.
you can- yeah.
All right, wait, what is it? 9 high like a boss?
Was that?
It did take some skill to bet that big on the river.
Will Kasu?
I will
I
say.
believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that was my.
Jack 8 suited here for Noida.
Well
Is
God
Chisu
wins the break.
got his cage rattled. Now has
Away
been
from the
given
table for a minute.
ace 10 of diamonds. And I'll tell you this, when he's at the table, Chisu takes things very seriously, albeit we're on this invitee side, but the man approaches poker with great care. And I think he takes pride in sort of the effort that he puts through. And so you wonder whether or not, you know, getting upstaged by Phil under the bright lights there is going to stick with him problematically. We'll find out.
Well, I certainly hope not. His hat says good vibes on it, and I feel like that sticking with you is not good vibes, not the good juju. Gotta let it go. Good vibes only. You know, this is a place of the present. We're letting the past be the past.
Can I get 5 points? Yeah. Thank you.
Unencumbered by what has been.
Is your poet side coming out now, Rast?
Yeah, a little poetry, a little.
Did you take a little
Also
poetry?
a little. That was a little pop culture reference.
Did you
for
go
those
to
for those that know? If you know, you know.
Is this crypto stuff?
Oh no, buddy.
Okay.
We're unencumbered by what has been, and what may yet be to come.
Is this a film reference? Is this a lyric that I'm unfamiliar with?
There's a recent, one of the most famous women in the world recently said that exact quote.
Talking about Harris?
Potentially.
Okay. I mean, her moment of fame is a little bit in the rear view, if we're being honest at this point. Noida looking out the windshield with King Queen, raised to 4,000.
But in that moment, it is true that Hizu needs to be unencumbered by what has been, which is this bluff that got wheeled in his face on TV.
Oof, it really
you know,
did.
you got to just let that go. It's all good. Good vibes only.
Well, let's see if he can keep it together. I believe in him, as Vulgaris believes enough in Jack 3 suited to defend his big versus a Noida open from up front. King Queen trying to make itself smell like ace-X. Follow through of just 2,500. Vulgaris with the wheel drawn. Backdoor spades calls. Pot up to 15-5. And Bob finds a jack. Card that gives Noida Broadway draw. Second check out of Haralabos. And let's see if a multi-street approach is the one that Maher is seeking. There's our answer. 12,000, and that's chunky.
Yeah, it makes sense to step up the bet sizing now. Get a little polarizing with your range, but Bob catches something you can continue with. And if you're going to continue with a jack, actually having a 3 or a 5 is one of your best continues because you have a gutter equity. And now let's see if Noira wants to really tell the story.
It becomes a little bit more difficult to do so when this card comes off, just given the lowered probability of being able to produce an ace. And Bob doesn't have to make a decision, as Noira does give up. Not sure how fruitful barrel number 3 would have been from the Tunisian there. Bob's got great sniff on him. He really is a difficult opponent. And just an incredibly sharp guy. Worth a follow out there in the social streets.
I agree 100%. He's
very opinionated, but always ready to support, substantiate kind of his positions on matters.
Very much so. Very sharp guy.
I miss Oscar, by the way. Last year here in Monte-Carlo, he brought his pooch, who was basically a rock star.
Yeah.
Back in Spain, after his Spanish football club gained promotion by winning their league. There was a parade, and Bob, he posted a video on Instagram of hoisting like Simba in Lion King Oscar into the air, and like droves of Spaniards went nuts.
Yeah.
It was incredible. Really cool moment. And then I do think someone tattooed Oscar onto their arm, which that was, we jumped the shark a little bit there. I'm like, okay, you know, but we don't need the doodle to get tattooed.
Going to take some explanation now with people. So, Doug, well, the guy that bought the team, it's actually his dog. And he tweets him a lot. He's got scarves, which is cool.
Oh.
And I just, I love the team, guys.
So let me understand this. That dog tattoo isn't your dog? No, it's not.
No, but it's kind of a symbol for how our soccer club has been turning around. And
with dogged levels of determination. Three-way affair, meanwhile. Jack 8-7, 45 ahead brought us here. Party was started by Derek Haney. By Ilkin Garibli. Ace Queen. Doesn't find improvements. Chisu was set mining. Under pair to the board. And Haney on the button is going to face a barrel rest. This is a curious one for me to observe. Just given this isn't like Chisu opened and is in position heads up following through, but rather in a three-way affair as a caller pre.
I agree. I wonder if Chisu has been burdened by what has been.
Smells that way for the time being. Haney did find a call. And furthermore, the texture feels to me like just not the type that's going to lend itself toward us readily winning these chips with that little 6,500. Maybe it's a one and done from Shirzad. Haney, not interested in a barrel. Oh my goodness. Derek's check back delivers a 6 to the board, and if we get to showdown, this will be a bit of a surprise.
You know what that river reminds me of? There's this song by Little John where he goes, "What? Okay." You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
It's like, what is that? And then
I think there's several songs where he does that because it's kind of his catchphrase, but this is very much in the spirit. 25-5. All of a sudden, let's unpack this one, Rast. We're facing this from a man who flatted pre and then bet when check two on the flop, checked the turn, and all of a sudden wants full pot on the river? What's going on?
Well, what's going on is that King Jack off is bluff catching at this point. and it's kind of confusing if you can't see Jesus' hand as to what exactly he has. You know, he could have a full house that got tricky on the turn, something like pocket sevens. He could be bluffing with a hand like 7-9 suited, pocket nines, or it's hard to find too many bluffs. Queen 10, Queen 9, perhaps.
Well,
Makes
credit
sense.
to Derek for not getting curious, because it would have been a bad time to do so with that King Jack. A lot of hand as played, but correctly he does click the fold button.
Yeah, you wouldn't really put him on sixes. That hand
No,
wouldn't.
no, you sure wouldn't.
Strike me as a very likely possibility, but that's what it was.
Oh, getting a look at
Whatever, the pins can be exploding candles. The
our
pins
next
fun for
feature here. Jonathan Jaffe appears to be holding court.
Yeah, it's like you look at pro tennis players, their bodies are like very like their arms are small. Alcaraz is kind of an exception. He's kind of
Where are we
buff.
going? We're going over there, and that is RFID, but not TV? Okay.
Yeah, like agile, lean.
Yep, lean, good cardio.
Yeah. I was just telling some of the guys the other day, I saw some stat that said that if you play tennis, you live 9 years longer than people.
Yeah, so there was that big like Norwegian study.
Yeah, because of the cardiovascular health and community, I guess.
Yep, the community is a big part of it. And it was like more than double the next sports. Because it was like, it was tennis and then it was like racquetball. But the first like, I think tennis was like 9-something years, then the next like non-racket sport was like 3.5 or something.
Yeah, swimming or something.
Yeah. Swimming.
Cycling or swimming.
Yep.
10-8 suited, Malinowski.
Yeah, racket sports.
Raising it up.
Fucking awesome. So good for your health.
I think they're talking about how good racket sports are for your health. Which I believe I've heard that before, even for your brain health and brain function. Supposedly racket sports are some of the best sports to play.
If you got a rickety elbow or shoulder, maybe a bad knee,
Yeah.
I don't know how good for your health they are.
Squash and squash, I think.
But that's when you go to pickleball or like
The only
ping
thing
pong.
that ever came close for me was basketball.
Exactly.
It's like
basketball.
Tennis cardio is like constantly playing defense on basketball because defense is much more cardio intensive.
Yeah.
3.5.
You're just like constantly on defense. All the
Greenwood.
basketball players out there, that's a nightmare.
Suited connector.
That's a true nightmare. Just constantly on defense. Gotta work so hard.
You can cheat a little bit out because
Yep.
you don't have always play defense. You can like jog in between. So like tennis, I guess when you pick up your ball.
Yeah.
That's when you get a quick break. Yeah. Raise to how much? Sorry.
Pocket jacks, greeting Soiza small. Plays it as a flat here, Rast. And on the pro side of the bracket, we have seen cautious procedures from time to time looking for the lower variance approach. In particular, Randy and I were unpacking a Matthias Eibinger spot earlier where he too, I believe, flatted with pocket jacks pre-flop.
I think some of it's a function of the positions. Greenwood is under the gun 8. So we'll have a very tight opening range.
3,000.
They're very deep, right? I mean, this pot's 200 blinds deep, so Soiza's, taking a lower variance line.
Well, he's taken under advisement this 3K C-bet, courtesy of Greenwood's second pair, along with the backdoor spades and straightiness. Soiza has a heart. Second pair effective, pipping, and may not mind this card, which pairs the king in what is now a 16K exchange.
You know, both players will view that card pretty favorably. They were already losing to a king, so it makes their opponent having a king less likely. You know, it doesn't change the board in any way, of course. both players will view this card unfavorably, and decent chance now we just get check check and jacks win at showdown with no more money being put in the pot. Let's see. Jacks could find a block. Yeah, so Soiza finds a block, which is going to really be max value here.
Boy, just 3K. Doesn't feel much like a bluff.
Check.
And Greenwood does pay it off. Nice chisel from Soiza there.
Yes, indeed.
Even when you get shown Queen X
Go the other way.
and you lose, you can be comfortable
I
that
don't think it's going through.
you probably would have had to pay off more if you were to check call.
Sam intimating with his comment that he was considering bluff raising the river, and also that he doesn't think it would get through pocket jacks, with them being a pretty good bluff catcher as played, blocking the ace jack and jack nine suited straight combos that would maybe get there that way and raise the river.
There's 3,500.
3,500 open from Mokri. Suited one gapper has caught his attention. Jack 10 offsuit in the small. Haxton hops aboard. Greenwood will close the action. Queen 3 of diamonds in front of him. 3 players to a Jack 7 tray board. Advantage Haxton here. Top pair versus bottom pair and backdoor diamonds.
Let's say this is a relatively fearless pre-flop call from Ike. Jack 10 off versus under the gun 7s open, even 2 open for 2.33 X.
Are you suggesting that Haxton maybe is showing up with less hand that you would normally expect as a flat from the small versus that early position open? Yeah, I tend to agree with you, but he does have the best of what's around here as Mokri ambitiously follows through. Does have backdoor clubs, bookending the 7.
Yeah, and just something to take note of.
16.
Wow. Sam Greenwood making a play at this pot here. Bottom pair, which effectively just acts as a set blocker.
Activating with the check 4-bet to 16,000.
Check raise.
Check, sorry, 4X, not 4-bet.
Now Ike's immediately in an uncomfortable spot, out of position. Again, the type of situation where, as I talked about earlier, these like 2 big card offsuit hands like go down a value a lot when you're deep. He's sort of immediately bluff catching with it. Now in this particular case, Sam is bluffing, and there's nothing about the 9 of hearts that strikes me as a reason for Sam to keep betting. It's not a diamond, it's not a queen or a 3, it's not materially giving him any more equity, and if anything, it's could improve his opponent's hand.
Yeah, any of that inside stuff between the jack and the 7 that stuck around there would have improved, so Greenwood does pull up lane. Did shed one opponent, but not two, and doesn't find improvement on this river.
To me, if I'm Greenwood on a king river here, I'm probably considering a very low frequency bluff because I have a queen in my hand. It's not a very believable line. There's not a ton of value hands that end up betting here, so you definitely don't want to get carried away bluffing too often. But I do think you need to find bluffs in this line where you checked back the turn in position. And I think a hand like
48.
this, yeah, I kind of like this bluff by Sam, even if Ike calls it, and he might. Because again, Ike is beating kind of bluffy hands like 3x, 7x that raised flop and didn't improve still. I wouldn't expect Greenwood to have too much stuff like 4-5 or 4-6, just because he's getting such a great price on the flop to just call with those gut shots, and he's not blocking anything materially. So, but that said, he's not beating any value. So he definitely can fold Jack 10 here, and he does. Like, I like this hand by Sam quite a lot.
Credit to him for finding that full pot sizing on the river. There did seem like there was some incongruence to the manner in which
Check back, yeah.
he approached things.
I'm not listening to any of you. Just gonna wait for my nuts.
Not sure whether or not it was Haxton that inquired on the back end as to exactly.
I just really thought Ike, the way he called pre-flop had jacks, When he didn't bet to whoever I felt safe.
Say what exactly Greenwood was working with there. Some confusion.
See how Davies chooses to play. The last time we saw this matchup here, 9's 3-bet, this was the hand where Espen had 10s and ended up losing to ace-king. Ike, in the exact same spot, essentially, chooses to flat 9s instead of 3-betting. So it just goes to show, like I've said the previous time, that 9s, I think Ben had the 9s the other time, that, 9s can really play both ways here, and they're both fine.
Oh. I was going to say Soiza with the suited connector. And Haxton's got the same stuff lurking on the button.
Favorite to 3-bet this.
16-5.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does, taking us up to 16-5 as it feels like there's some juice available to squeeze. Out of the two flat callers, as you see the opener, Mokri promptly binning it. Davies a bit under-repped with these 9s.
Yeah, he's up there in his flatting range. Has one of his better hands, and appropriately feels maybe too good to let go right here. And Sois is now getting a really good price as well to close the action. Probably folds this heads up, probably, but 3 ways I think you got to come along. Yeah.
So 3 players take an ace-king-8 board. Ike started this party by 3-betting. Davies swinging and missing. Soiza, though, finding the club draw, candidate to continue, provided that Ike wants to deliver more chips into the middle, which is 57,000 strong. checks in front of him.
Nobody's going to be super happy with this flop, but the flop is best for Ike's range as the pre-flop 3-better here. And he does have immediate equity with his gut shot. Jack high also, out of all the gut shots, benefits most from betting because you get Queen Jack and Queen 10 to potentially fold. So yeah, I think a bet here is just super standard with Ike's hand.
I mean, it syncs up with the story being told. 22K, the decibel level, and Soiza, of course, didn't come this far to simply bow out with club draws.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I think if we miss on the turn and we face something meaty,
yeah,
then we can reconsider.
Other than on like a 5, maybe.
By the way, this is far from a miss for Haxton. We didn't really make much of the Broadway Gutty because it's just not that sexy, and yet here is this clean Queen of Hearts giving Haxton the nut straight.
Well, Ike went from hoping his opponent didn't have very much to the exact opposite. But unfortunately for him now, Michael has 7 high and is not going to be able to really put more money in the pot here. Ike is really taking his time to break down this spot. I think ultimately a bet here ends up being somewhat polarizing and, yeah, needs to be relatively big.
80K is what was announced, and Soiza did not waste any time finding the muck.
That said, Ike has such a big range advantage there that I don't think he needs to go overbet.
A nice way to end that particular blind level, as things will be going up to 1 and 2K. Haxton, boss stack, 440K deep at the red table. Vulgaris at the blue table, 353. Good for the lead as you get a glimpse at those chip counts, brought to you by WPT Global. And we bring you back to the desk over here. Some cool stuff took place at that particular feature.
Yeah, that was a fun frame. I enjoyed it. Good poker.
Well, Ossie Katola has been enjoying things. He continues to be the overall chip leader, 998,000 in front of him. Ramin Hajiev in second, a distant second, 676,000 in front of him. And Rob Young has emerged toward the podium. Rob Young has 652,000. All right, I'm going to give up the desk and hand you over to the very sage hands of Henry Kilbane. Rasty's going to stay here. Fear not. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, blinds are going up as we take further steps down the path in this 200K Invitational from Monte-Carlo.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
People have different perspectives on how to approach it, and sometimes we got the Mike Tysons out there just trying to knock people out.
Listen, don't get me wrong. If I'm given the choice when I'm sitting at home with a bag of popcorn, give me Tyson every time. Early Tyson, by the way.
What about you?
What else?
What'd you have?
And give me pocket aces every time.
Flip and feel. What a great hand. I mean, we're over here talking about how everyone's playing tight on day one at like the same exact time.
Word appears to have come down about Yaroshevsky having ace-9 suited in that 5-bet.
Cuccinelli just 5-betting ace-9 off.
I mean ace. I mean, maybe he's thinking I'm a tight player, you know. Maybe he overfolds something. He 4-bets 8.
Yeah, that's why he 4-bet pocket 8.
Martirosian ace-3 off in the big blind.
Defends. I can make. Ah, that's why.
Oh, unlucky. Flops top set and doesn't even get all the chips.
Quote now.
Yeah, and he's telling I'm lucky guy.
That's why it happens, I know.
Look at the flop.
Yaroshevsky holding up a Triton jersey that apparently was made for him, where the number is 8-8, which is what Ponikov's shoveled down his hatch in that ace-9 altercation. Speaking of eights, 3 of them on the board now, as Ponikov's did not come with anything beyond 1,500. And he did it in the middle of kind of engaging in that Bryn and Yaroshevsky exchange. Martirosian did peel. Let's see how curious ace-high stays.
Well, Ponikov's with 2 aces actually blocks
15-5.
ace-x, so after he bets small on a flop, he doesn't want to target those anymore. Now he's just targeting pocket pairs.
Well, he's also polarizing, Randy. So he bets 15-5 into 10, 150%.
Yeah, Arthur just ace-3 high. I mean, word has come down that Ponikov's is playing wild as well. And that gets Arthur curious.
I'll tell you what, you really got to appreciate Ponikov's bet sizing here. It just looks like such a perfect setup for him to desperately try to lay claim to what's in the middle without much hand. He is not worried whatsoever. Martirosian could infrequently ruin things with an 8, but obviously we take our chances as a third check from Arthur with 40,000 plus in the middle is deliberated on by Alex.
Yeah, for Arthur to check call to turn, his game plan basically is, well, if I call to turn, that means I have a pocket pair and I'm being a bit sticky, therefore I don't expect you to bluff me on another street.
33.
$33,000 as the sizing comes back in line with value.
Yeah, I would just think that Archer can call with better hands than this.
Meaning you wouldn't want to pay off here?
Yeah, I don't think he was intending to pay off.
The queen's a bad card for him too, isn't it? Because there's a lot of queen X combos that would have tried to end things on the turn with the overbet that are now value betting with eights full of queens.
Right, a hand that bet small, overbet turn is something that doesn't have showdown value. So like queen jack, king queen, queen 10, these things come to mind. I wouldn't think I'm up against an ace X. They have more reasons to check back turn. And it doesn't necessarily need to be just queen X. Of course, it'd be kings and aces like you see. It can be even the pocket pairs lower than the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Lonely, I am so lonely. In the 200K Invitational third frame as we welcome you back to the break disc, Henry Kilbane alongside Brian Rast, who will be joining us very shortly for continuing coverage here at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. I'll tell you what an incredible turnout for this $200,000 Invitational, up to 84 entries already, meaning that the prize pool is already at 16.8 million. Late reg is still open all the way through to the end of the day, and it's the Finn, Ossie Katola, out in front, pole position with 504 big blinds. Ramin Hajiev in second, who knows a thing or two about taking down these invitationals, and of course Rob Young, who also knows a thing or two about putting these invitationals together. In third place, some pretty impressive names. Over on the blue feature table, we've got the Sleeping Dragon, Juliang, likes of Vasco Boynikau, who took down the main event in Jeju. Andy Nee, fresh off that final table last night. I do apologise. Vasco Boynikau took down the main event in Montenegro. He also followed up with a second place finish in the 25K PLO. Zhang, Putra, Monica Zukowicz, all over on table one. And then on the pro side of the bracket, how about this for a feature table? Fedor Holz, Punsri, Krabetz, Kim, Juan Pardo, Jonathan Jaffe, Dan Smith, and Leon Sturm. Scrolling through the chip counts, it's David Yan, who is chip leading on the pro side of the bracket. That's what they are all playing for, of course. Blue table, GF out in pole position, red table, Jaffe out in pole position. Then over on the orange feature, Mike Haxton, to a strong start here. It is a 300k starting stack, so always going to see the pros with a lower average than the VIPs, as is pretty obvious. Do let me know, as always, whereabouts in the world you are joining us from. This continuing coverage here in Monaco. Let us know who you're rooting for. What team do you think is going to have the most impressive collective run? And also, if you haven't already, just taking a couple of seconds to show your support. Click that like button. And if you haven't, drop us a subscribe, by the way, as we continue to go from strength to strength, from series to series, just putting on world-class poker production free of charge All I'm asking for in return is a little like ski. Just click that button as I
Race 4.5.
welcome my co-com, Sir Brian Rast, back to the booth.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
No
But I'm
worries,
here.
bro. These things happen. I get lost out there.
I'm a silly goose. I get lost. You know, you gotta
It's
keep
confusing.
that head screwed
Those
on tight.
corridors, and you know, you got arrows pointing one way and then arrows pointing the other way. It's, you know, it happens to the best of us.
You know how it is.
I do. Actually, I don't. But how about this for a flop? 953 double gut shot for Adson. Mikolai does not want to turn a set here. Single raise pot. It's a sizable barrel once checked to from Mikolai. I mean, 12k into 14k.
Oh, there's our man, the Sleeping Dragon.
Oh, hell yeah. He's always going to make an appearance. I need, like, this jacket, bro. I can't tell. Is he about to go and try and summit K2? Or is he just coming to a Triton event and about to put people in the blender? It's giving me, like, K2 ski down vibes.
You know what I didn't do again last night is like look at the odds.
Oh,
I just forgot. I didn't get a bet down.
I'm the exact same. Okay, main event, we're doing it. Main event, we are doing it.
I wonder if after today they'll have end of like day one odds up though.
We'll have to have a look.
Yeah.
Shout out to BetACR. Yeah, we'll have to have a look.
I mean, we can tell everybody again. I wanted to bet. Who is this partner?
Sleeping Dragon and Fedor Holt.
Yeah, that's right. Him and Fedor. Oh, there's Fedor. How are they doing now?
Fedor's not doing great, but you know, an amazing structure here. He's lost almost half of a starting stack, but still has 91 bigs, so he's not in a rush. Can't win the tournament in one day. Unless you're the Sleeping Dragon, then in which case you can.
Oh, look at this table.
Yeah, this is, I mean, as to be expected, a table of stone cold killers.
Calling the imposters just for fun, but I'm going to say Punat Imposter, and it's a 10. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm not sure what conversation.
Oh, let's fucking go.
Yeah.
You made me think I was up by like 7.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
Very nice picture.
Brian?
No.
Fedor. Tell me, was that low or high?
So Smith
I wanted you to go higher.
opting
I just thought it sounded lame.
to
Like,
check
it's
back.
something that would be fun for you, but it's not creative or particularly.
2 overs and open ender.
The creative one's probably less fun, but
Ace of spades finding its way to the turn.
so like, yeah, how long does he want?
What's the name of the game they're playing right now? Do you know? It's like
I don't. We came into it halfway through it. I heard a number and a name mentioned, but
I've seen them play this game before. I just can't remember the name. It's like you need to guess like what number someone is based on some answers they're giving from like 1 to 10. 1 being they really don't like something, or 10 being it's like their favorite
I
thing.
think Ben's a favorite though.
But did you like get into my mind that I might not know Ben, and then I know Ben? Oh, that's okay with you. So because I don't really know Ben.
Yeah, I figured different eras.
Seems like Juan Pardo is going to be continuing here off the strength of his top pair ace, and just in case the bad end of the open-ended straight.
Intelligently and sheer determination, force of will.
And also dunking them in
Oh.
water.
hello.
Yeah, that's strategy.
4 spades.
Hanukav's gonna come in all cocky.
However,
Belly.
but will Dan decide to value bet this in position? If Juan checks, I guess. I mean, if Juan bets here, if this isn't just him doing this for timing balance reasons, he would be turning his hand into a bluff. And at this point, going into a time bank, we have to think that's a serious consideration.
Yeah.
34K out there. If he bluffs, one has to ask what size would he try and go for. He's just trying to fold out a jack
or two pair. Yeah, so that's the size he's going for, trying to fold out slightly better hands. But this definitely won't fold out Dan's hand.
Everyone who has like a background in muscle building, bodybuilding, whatever, probably very good
And I think Juan's thinking that he doesn't get to the river with many worse hands than this. Potentially, you know, some hands that like 9-Jack, 10-Queen, all improved. Maybe he doesn't really have a hand like 9-7, 8-7. Dan's really considering this. If this would be quite the accomplishment if third pot gets a hand as strong as not even just a jack, but king jack.
Well, he's used a time extension to really think this one through.
I think he's considering raising.
Fold.
Wow. Fold, it worked. It got king jack to fold. What a bluff.
How about it? Pardo turning the top pair into a bluff, just correctly recognizing the range of hands that he potentially get to fold, and Smith's king high, sorry, ace high.
This at least is not annoying to
What about just like think about what it does to your
It's a
characters?
nasty
Like, God, he
bluff
always
right
does this.
there
He's so
by
fucking
Juan
bad. Gets it
Pardo.
bad again.
Jesus.
Here we go. Here we go. Of course he's gonna fuck it. You know, like every time.
Got Dan to fold king jack.
See in the top right-hand corner of your screens, you can scan that QR code to download the Triton Poker Plus app, and if there was ever an event to do it on, it would be this one, where you can sweat all the action from the outer tables in this 200K Invitational. Watch your favorite players battle it out. A piece of the 16.8 million prize pool, which is only going to continue to grow.
Take two backsies.
Once reactivates, 1+1.
I think that hand illustrates that, and maybe like why Dan folds, is he just feels that there's going to be tons of hands with one spade in it, right? Which is all beat him, any flush. And, you know, maybe the population or most people just don't have enough bluffs on the river on that run out compared to how often they have a flush. So, you know, even getting 4 to 1, you know, you just don't see bluffs more than 20% of the time. I think that's more or less what Dan's thinking, but I guess Juan Pardo's that guy.
Oh, he is. Oh yeah, Juan Pardo is certainly that guy, man. Absolute legend. You know, he either wins the tournament on one bullet, or he's out way before the money on 7 bullets. Like, he's just that guy.
Oh, really? He's super aggro.
Bets 24.
Okay.
Bueller?
I think he's
Bets
way
24.
Traveling on vacation, not poker trip. That's better, right? Like
She doesn't want it?
Huh?
She doesn't
Mulling it
want
over, but let's it go. Pardo with the 3-bet. Getting the job done.
Maybe, yeah, but it seemed exciting.
Fair, yeah.
Juan
Pickleball's a good
invited
one for
by
people who don't play sports, though.
Saya Ono.
So I thought it was like a 10 because maybe it doesn't work and maybe you get frustrated.
Yeah.
Seeing,
they're partners.
I guess you're a partner with a sports person that goes a lot higher.
Sure.
Put out invited by Lun Lun. Shout out to Dan Smith.
Fedor with the 4 for
finding a partner this time. And he max late reg this last year. I believe he found a partner on the day of the event, then went on to win it.
knitting.
Dan Smith?
You're
not
in it.
Oh, wow. His
I
first
think
title.
cooking more together is higher and pickable in my case.
That's a good
That's what I thought, yeah. And
It's not that bad, but I also feel like a lot of things are not that bad.
Saw Dance Life. I don't know if I ever told you. It was good. Liked it.
It's nice, right?
Yeah. And I had a student, older guy too, who took all your recommendations, liked them all. Or maybe he'd already read the book, I think. What was the third? There was Dance? Oh, no. The music. But the book and the... Yeah. Dance Life. And
Yeah, it was right. I just watched it right before.
Yeah.
Roman picking up his second
That's
title
definitely something
here.
I never would have clicked on.
Yeah, right. Me neither. I was like,
40k mystery
easy,
bounty.
But it kind of turned out nicely. Yeah. Especially the last performance I found so cool.
Juan
with the
Pardo getting some
stairs.
love over on YouTube.
Very
Like,
lovable,
saying he's a dog online as well. Yeah, he is. And he's in great shape here.
What taught me was that I
Open
really
on the button,
underestimated
Brian
what
Kim flat out the small.
thought
They
the skill
both
level
flop
would
top
be in
pair.
terms of your
Pardo with the
18
better
to play
kicker.
and you, like, do professional dance. And then and especially, when character-wise they're not that
9.5
yet.
We'll
but
definitely
then
see some money going in here. Question is how much?
It's another one of those sizable C bets. I mean, 9.5 into 14.
Yeah, which makes sense. Some of these like 9 and 10 high boards start getting quite large C betting with some of the range from the in position opener versus the out of position flat range.
That may slow things down. Jack of diamonds, completing the front door flush. Kim with an escape now in the form of the queen of diamonds. Should a fourth one find its way to the river.
Juan Pardo slows down and Brian Kim catches up. Taking pole position on the river, the most important time to have it now with queens up. Likely wanting to get value for this himself. Ups to check.
That's one of those. Really, guy? Really? Do you know how lucky you are? Different world, you're just getting stacked.
I don't know about that. They're pretty deep.
I mean, 7 of hearts turn, 3 of spades river, bro. Juan bombs turn for pot. Okay, it's not getting stacked, yeah. No.
Big pot, though.
Big pot, yeah. What an incredible structure. 5 levels in. You've lost almost half a starting stack and you've still got 90 bigs. Love to see it. Plan of action today is to play 10 levels. Bag and tag for day 2. And then tomorrow they come back merged.
Kim, interestingly enough, takes the passive option pre-flop here in position with jacks.
Something we have discussed on several occasions over the last couple of years since the introduction, how about that, of these 200k invitationals is how on the pro side of the bracket on day 1 before the pools emerged, you just see people playing defense a lot more. Just playing smaller pots.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't get that memo last frame.
Juan Pardo.
No. Juan Pardo hasn't done anything ridiculous yet, and he wasn't in here last frame. We had different tables. It was Limitless, who the very first hand, 3 bets UTG from the big blind with queen 6 suited, and then like 5 hands later, it goes raise call, and he just 3-bets 5-6 off on the dealer button. Or 2 hands later, rather.
Rocket Man.
Yeah.
Image building.
Just first bullet, trying to run it up, still have a rebuy.
Kim betting small when check 2.
I mean, Fedor can call, he can raise.
Looks like raising chips.
Yeah, top pair, nut flush draw. Let's build a pot.
Kim, who opted to just flat call pre on the button.
His hand is way too strong to fold right now. He's in position. Fedor likely will not play this hand strong enough to get jacks to fold. Maybe not anymore, though. Big card for Fedor, who's now beating everything but a set or a straight. Sorry, set or a flush. Brian can have a set. Again, he flatted jacks, so he could have 10s, 9s, or deuces, and then obviously flop the flush, but
13.5.
We can see it's actually drawing to just 1 out. The Jack of Spades is not working for him. As Fedor double barrels.
this is a concerning situation for Kim, since he has 2 jacks which block some semi-bluffs that Fedor can have. Fedor's now betting again on the turn when an ace comes, which is a card that can improve hands that have the ace of spades. Fedor chooses a small size, which is very nice for his hand, trying to keep in very low equity draws, such as queen jack or king queen with a spade, these type of hands.
How about the nuts on the river for Fedor? He didn't need it.
And Brian Kim, wow, I just really can't see him putting any more money in this pot. So not only has his hand become very weak, he really has one of the nut worst hands to even bluff catch with, since a couple of the hands you would expect Fedor to have, some would be something like Jack 8 suited, King Jack without a spade, Queen Jack without a spade, etc. These are now no pair potential bluffs. And Kim is blocking those hands.
Fedor playing this one really tricky. Check raise flop, follow through on the turn, and he's now checked it on over on the river with the nuts, and he's managed to squeeze out a bluff of 44,000 from Brian.
Oh, and Kim is now turning jacks into a bluff. Indeed, Henry. Which, this check raise here, yeah, designed to get weaker flushes to value bet and come in for the check raise, maybe win more, and then bluffs to activate.
Fedor actually using a time bank before slam dunking it in BK's face.
Yeah, it seems like versus a bet this large, his raise size is probably close to all in. He'll probably keep something back. Nope, just, yeah, 1,000.
How about squeezing the max out of pocket jacks? Fedor Holtz with a world-class execution on the river. Perfect timing to lay the trap
Interesting spot to bluff as BK. I would have thought there's some chance Fedor has something like King 10 or Queen 10, given his small turn bet size, and I'm just going to check back and try to beat those hands, but BK took a different route.
Jacob & Co. is the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series once more. They make these incredible timepieces that we've seen on display from some of our Triton regulars, and they're not just about the diamonds or the sapphires. They're also putting poker and gambling themed gear into their timepieces. Just the one brand to check out. If you haven't already seen that Astronomia Casino, that functioning roulette wheel inside the piece, you may just see it here. Keep your eyes on the players, as I know a few of these regulars have snagged Jacob & Co. piece or two, including Phil Nagy, who invited Danny Tang, 5-time champ. There are also those custom Jacob & Co. timepieces that we see on the wrists of our main event champions. Fedor going to square off once more against BK.
Nine.
$9,000 is a bet that puts a hand like King Queen pretty uncomfortable spot. King Queen might continue versus some smaller sizing, but yeah, not too much to do there. Again, these kind of 9-high, relatively disconnected boards, you get a lot of large bet sizings where the pre-flop raisers leveraging their overpair advantage.
Just gonna take a quick look over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Vladimir Korzinin is the new chip leader at the expense of Ossi Katola. Won an 804,000 chip pot, which is insane when you think about it. Chat, big blind 2K. That's a 400 big blind pot. It went Rob Young open to 5K from the low jack. Saya Ono called. Vladimir Korzinin 3-bet to 20K. Ossi then 4-bet on the button to 65K. Vladimir called. It came King, King 3. Vladimir checked. Ossi continued for 55K. Vladimir called. Turn was the Queen. Vladimir checked. Ossi continued for 100K. Vladimir called. River offsuit 6. 455K in the middle. Vladimir had 175K back. He checked for a third time. Ossi put him all in and he snap called with the nuts. King, Queen, O. Ossi had trip kings. So one of the coldest decks available for the Finn. Losing a 400 big blind pot in brutal fashion. As Kim gets busy from the hijack and the C-bet on the flop gets the job done. Few players on the outside looking in. KCG, Yaman Nakdali, Igor Yaroshevsky, and Waikin Yong.
Is KCG back in?
He's not, no.
Oh no. So the eliminated players down there, they're all not back in the tournament.
That's right.
Okay. And I'm guessing, is Igor the only one on the pro side? The other three are not?
Yep, that's also right, as Waikin Yong is an invitee. Invited Michael Soiser. Hold on a minute. Hold on, because Juan Pardo has Big Slick in +1. Jonathan Jaffe has the Blades from UTG.
This is, yeah, really hold on. Let's see what happens here, because these are two really big hands, but they're also the two early position players. We're talking UTG 8 and UTG 7. So these are some tight ranges. But, I mean, I know Jaffe is known to get out of line from time to time.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking, is again, if it's these two players, I just think the money finds its way in somehow.
Yeah, it's about, looks like they're about 110 bigs. $34.51. He's going a little bit bigger than 3x. Right back at Juan Pardo. And let's see how Juan Pardo answers. Will it be a 5-bet? Will it be a flat? Or will it be a fold? I feel like that order I listed them is the order of likelihood, don't you? 5-bet, flat, fold? Or would you reorder it?
I just don't know how much 5-betting we're doing 100 bigs deep with Ace King.
With Ace King. Not in this spot, right?
Yeah. I would be shocked. I would be shocked.
So flat then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a flat in position.
You keep in the hands we're dominating.
Correct. I believe that's 2 time banks Juan's used now for this pre-flop decision. Understandably so, it is an incredibly tough spot. +1 against UTG. He's made some sick folds, you know, at the Triton stops.
He has.
Certainly has it in him. Oh, Juanito. Juan Pardo just getting away from the coldest of decks. Snap reaches for the phone. Look at that. He's like, hang on a minute.
Double checking your cards more of like a needle thing, or
Let me just text the boys. Hey guys, just folded Ace King. What did JJ have when he 4-bet against me? Well, he's about to find out.
Yeah, wow. He had aces. Sick.
You know, there are different ways to shower someone. You know, to just really own someone. That's one of them. Just folding Ace King against the 4-bet.
In position.
That's so sick. So many questions. I mean, was it sizing? Was it timing? Does he just not give Jonathan credit for having Ace Queen O, Ace 5 suited?
Enough, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well done, sir. Malacca style. Proving why he's such a fearsome competitor. Not only is he aggressive, but also capable of finding world-class folds. As we head on over to the VIP side of the brackets, our man, Sleeping Dragon, opening from the cutoff. He's been 3-bet by Anson. Oh, here we go. The Sleeping Dragon has awoken. Wags the finger in Anson's face. Not today.
Comes right back, and that really puts Ace-10 off in a very uncomfortable spot right here. Yep,
Yeah.
into the muck.
Not in my house. I would love nothing more than to see Sleeping Dragon build a massive stack in this one.
I mean, we're getting a glimpse of how he built some of those massive stacks, maybe. Some light 4-bets. Well timed.
Hell yeah. I wish we could have like a HUD, man. Like an online HUD, dude, just to see like the 3-betting frequency of someone like Sleeping Dragon or The aggression factor, all of these things are going to be so fun.
His aggression factor is quite high. It's definitely, definitely up there.
It really is.
The actual kind of amazing thing is for how aggro he is, he actually has a very good feel. Like he does, for a guy that's out of line pretty often, he does avoid a lot of pitfalls that other, like, aggro, let's call them aggro donks, don't.
I agree.
You know what I mean? He's not just willy-nilly spewing chips off. You know, I mean, listen, I'm sure he's had his moments where the wheels have fallen off, but just largely I feel like when we see him in here, it's just well-timed aggression. He's finding good spots.
Well, well-timed aggression, not the case for Andy Nee, as he 3-bet squeezed from the big for 25K off of 30 big blinds. Andy, who invited Roberto Perez, the Spanish cash game crusher. Running into the jacks as Hajiev had laid the trap in the small. We're going to see 5. Safe flop so far. Spadeless, aceless. And he just turns Andy dead. Rough start to the 200K. Will have to re-enter. He's going to win this one. And Ramil Hajiev, who took down the Invitational in Cyprus, collecting chips up to 753,000. One's backdoored into Jack High Diamonds. This went Smith raise on the button. 2.75x. Pardo made the call out with the big. Went check, bet 4K call. Turn went check, check. River. And 22K out there. One's going to check it on over once more. Giving as much rope as possible to Dan Smith. He's going to take his showdown with the ace-king.
I win? You win. Okay.
That was a little hand funeral there. I don't even think it was a hand funeral. I think it was more of a, did this effing guy just try to trap me kind of pause.
Maybe. I think Dan was just kind of thinking about the hand, and because he paused, Juan Pardo was just kind of making a joke, because, like, obviously if you can't beat a flush, much less a jack-high flush, like, you would have bet the river. Yeah, no, I'm explaining more to the people watching than, right? But,
yeah,
you know, so that's motivated his, like, ultimately very dry comment, like, I win? Yeah. Yeah, you check back. Flush is good.
That's brilliant.
Most of the time.
Fantastic exchange there.
It's kind of like, move it on along. You can muck your hand. It's okay. Look back, find a winner. It's like the Yoda. Look back, find a winner. You won't. Beat a flush. Nigh impossible. Is it for you?
Service?
Oh man, we've had some fun in the booth. I love Dan. Dan is me. Is everyone going for the mustache combo in 2024. I mean, Leon Sturm's rocking one now. The usual babyface Sturm rocking the stash. Got Chidwick, the Monopoly man stash. Dan Smith.
Leon Sturm doesn't have very much facial hair.
You can't see it.
Oh.
It's blonde. Dan Smith's got the kind of like Tom Cruise undercover cop kind of vibe going on. I like it. Couple of eliminations on the outer tables. A few people on the outside looking in. Andy Nee, Snap re-entering. It's the Estonian Vladimir Korzilin who was the first one out. Bullet number 1. After running queens into KCG's kings. He's now the chip leader. Power of the second bullet. JJ's turn to just flat. Pocket jacks. Put out with some discipline from the big. Folding the 3 deuce suited. Diamonds were dominated. He would have flopped bottom pair and an open ender. See how Leon proceeds here. Check fold. No nonsense. So 87 runners now closing in. $18 million prize pool. That's a fun flop. Andy Nee on his fresh bullet. Fresh 300k stack. Queen 10-4. Went knee open from the cutoff. Nikolai 3-bet to 16k on the button. And has drilled the Queen 10-4.
Nee does have a spade, but decides it's not enough. And going to be pretty happy with that decision.
We'll look at the invitee side of the bracket. We've got Aaron Zhang, Bob Volgaris.
Who's Aaron Zhang's partner?
Ike Haxton.
Well, that's quite the combo, dude, actually.
Yeah.
Aaron's a good player.
Aaron's very good. Bob invited Ben Tollerine.
I like Aaron on the
invitee side.
Yeah. Oof.
Who else have we got?
I mean, I might actually like that combo more than the one
Dragon.
we've been talking about. Aaron and Ike.
Do you know who I like?
Who?
Boss Paul and Phil Ivey. Love that.
Good. Looks like
Santosh.
Producer
by Dan
James
Smith.
just hit me up with a sheet too. Now I can pour over this and look like I'm sifting through the tea leaves, trying to find alpha. The unending quest for alpha. Even though I don't know if I'll be able to bet on it. I do really want to. I hope ACR. I'm going to make a point to check tonight. I know I keep saying that, but I want to bet.
Let's get like Nagy will snap do it for us, bro. Like if he knows that we'll put money down.
I have an account. I got like fucking 40K credit on it or something. Like I can fire, bro. I don't even need to send money.
All right. This guy out here max firing.
I don't know.
Hajiev with top set. What did you say? The tea through the leaves.
Sifting through the tea leaves. It's like an expression that implies you're like reaching a little bit.
Sifting through the tea leaves for alpha. I love that. Point account setting fire to 12K on the Jack 6-4. Does not want to improve to 2 pair or trips. That's what I mean. Continues to set the trap. The very disguised and very underwrapped top set.
Kuhn's probably here also?
No, not until the 10th.
Oh, so he's missing this and coming after this.
He is indeed.
Wow. Kuhn must have something big going on in his life to miss this tournament, I think. Just in Summit Triton in general. Oh my goodness. Look at this flop.
Yeah, that's a one account. Not slowing down on the turn. 32.5 into 45,000.
Wow, he's really found the board to just blast off on. Hajiev has top set. I mean, he really doesn't want to hit a 4 or a king, that's for sure.
Top set good.
Set again.
Hajiev up to 804,000.
There's Aaron.
Hot water.
Headed back over to the pro side of the bracket.
4.5.
Philip Sternheimer's here. He's partners with Ben Heath. British team.
JJ +1 with ace queen O. Gonna take it north. Oh my. Punat. Big slick on the button, facing an under the gun open and a +1 3-bet. Perhaps a candidate for a 4-bet fold. Flat in position, see how Dan Smith reacts, although taking a hand like ace king, multi-weight. Yeah, I like this. I think this is the option. Feels like a non-decision with ace queen O. Perhaps Jonathan has other plans. Staring Punat down. Yeah, there it is. In the bin it goes.
Oh, another player to look out for on the invitee side, Elton Sang.
Oh yeah, I mean Elton, every Triton event is always posing a threat.
Oh, listen, we're talking about a team, obviously we have Fedor and Sleeping Dragon. And I'd say that's a team where if you're going to pick a team like favorites between the two of them to have a top 3 stack or something after day one, they're up there. But this team is also up there. All right. Alex Kulev. Who's his partner? Triton legend. Big Kulev, obviously, build a stack.
Yeah.
He's aggressive, his favorite. Triton legend,
Right.
known for aggressive play.
Aaron's. Who did Aaron Zhang invite?
Tan Xuan.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's. They match each other's styles as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are two teams there.
They're definitely the team that could either be in for 4 bullets in total,
yeah,
or they both just bag like top 10 stack.
Yeah, Tan actually looking at it now, he's 5th in chips, so
of course
he's not disappointing. It's not disappointing. Whoa, someone had 1.2 million a little while ago.
Yeah, Aussie.
Aussie, he's not even in the top 10 anymore.
He lost the 804k pot against the current chip leader, Korzinen. It was a 4-bet pot. Both players flopped trips. Korzinen turned a boat. As Roman flops top pair against Smith's middle pair. Smith proceeding with check call.
Wow. 4-bet pot. Aussie cold 4-bet king 4 suited. And it just comes king, king 3 rainbow. It's pretty nasty.
I can.
Back at the ranch. This turn bet is no joke, and not really very appetizing from Dan's point of view with a pair of 6s. He's out. Pretty normal fold, I'd say. No need to continue at a high frequency versus 150% the pot there.
Excuse me.
2 for him as well.
Just hot. This is just hot water. I just need a tea bag. No, mint tea bag. Just a bag. Thank you.
That's a very polite request from Jonathan. Just like, oh, you know, you forgot the most important part. Roman Kravitz out in front of this pro table. Love in life, confidence peaking after that second title of his in the 40k mystery bounty for a 7-figure score. Jonathan Jaffe, second in chips, put up Punsary in third. Big old drop off to the other end of the leaderboard. Dan Smith on 74 bigs, Brian Kim on 80. This incredible structure. Those two know that they have plenty of time as the chip leader wakes up with aces.
So for this tournament, what happens is somebody who's an invitee asks if they can play, and if they're allowed to play as an invitee, they then have to find a pro to invite with them, right? Is that kind of the way it ends up happening?
Yeah.
Is that your understanding? Okay.
That is how it works, yeah. And then on the pro side of the bracket, it's like, okay, how good at whale whispering am I to get invited?
Yeah.
There's a lot of, you know, fighting for those seats, man. I mean, there's only a limited amount of VIPs.
I'm sure the invitees probably have an idea about who they'd want to ask.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Hang on a minute, because JJ's got queens and he just flat called pre, really just showcasing what we've been talking about, how on the pro side of the bracket, everyone's playing defense. Everyone's playing some like weird ICM on day one, just trying to make it into day two, where they'll get to play against a perceived weaker field.
Jaffe's continued to underrepresent his hand in terms of how many chips he's putting in the pot. Not only declining to 3-bet pre, but also just calling A pretty small bet, 3.5K into 13K on the flop. Quarter, just over quarter pot, and Jaffe just calls and checks turn. Now here I would imagine Hrabets sizes up, bets, yeah, he's going 150% pot, and I think Jaffe has a call and a call only, and he's beating value. Hrabets can have hands like King Jack and Ace Jack here, which Jaffe is ahead of, and can certainly have semi-bluffs. A lot of hands fit in that category. Ace 4, Ace 5, Ace X of clubs, King Queen, Ace King, etc. 8-9 suited.
Well, once called on the turn, when Hrabets overbets, what kind of range is he now giving Jonathan?
Jonathan can have probably hands like nut clubs, potentially Ace King, a 10, a Jack.
Did he limp back then already? 3.5x?
I would say that likely. Well, let's see. I mean, I expect Jaffe to probably check here. I mean, the truth is that he's the one who can have more 10x.
45,000.
Wow. Jaffe leverages that into betting, thinking that if Hrabets has a jack, he will now check back a jack because that's not beating enough hands now that the 10 paired. And he wants to get value from a jack when he has the best hand, so he's doing that instead of checking. Or Hrabets will bet better hands than queens, but check back a jack. Now the real question from Hrabets here isn't will he call, it's will he raise.
But the way that you described Dom throwing the solver, it almost like a...
Last time you said that, the guy folded.
I did, but this time I feel more comfortable. The last time I really wasn't sure, I was more speculating. This time I feel pretty confident and would bet.
Well, I don't think with all of this facial expression...
He's going to raise. You think he's just calling, right?
It's call or fold.
There's no way he's folding this. I'll eat my shirt if he folds this hand.
Bro, be careful, man.
No, this time I'm going to step out there. You can have 10 to 1. $100. You can $100 to win 1,000.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Struggling to think of hands that...
I just have no fold. I win on call or raise, which at this point it's not. Well, it's not going to be raised. This would be the weirdest raise of all time.
Check call, lead, half pot. I agree, by the way. Like, I don't think he ever folds, but you offer me 10 to 1 on 100. Like, I
was using very strong language, so I stepped up. I didn't knit this offer up, okay? I didn't be like, 4 to 1, you know?
Yeah, I respect it.
Oh, no, I don't like his facial expression, by the way, for my bet right now. Oh, no.
Oh, easiest $1,000 of my life, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Wow. I'm just loving life right now. I mean, it's just all downhill from here, but that's how he gets me. That's how he gets me, chat. He reels me in.
Trade you later if you like. For a future one.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, we'll see.
Anyway, but I'm just like...
Jaffe thinks he had the best hand there.
Of
100%.
It's like value, probably 50% they show it, bluff 70%. Maybe bluff 80%. Good hand to call. Yeah.
Wow.
So much damage.
I'm looking forward to the shirt getting eaten as well. I mean, I got $1,000 and the shirt to be eaten.
Aces without a club.
This is the most high morale stream ever.
That was a wild hand. Jaffe value bet queens, and Roman folded aces.
Aces no club? Huh? Aces no club, said? Yeah, you got bluff.
That's a good point.
Yes. Well, we'll see.
Even if it worked, then.
Fatal's turn. Pick up the blades. They're just getting dished out at this pro side of the bracket. Viewers absolutely loving that one.
I think we'll see it, Roman.
Oh, you guys definitely gonna see it.
You are. I think what Jaffe is referring to about saying we'll see is whether he played his hand well. Like, he knows that obviously he got the aces to fold, but that's how sick these guys are. Even though he won the pot, he wants to go and check the solve and like see if he actually made a mistake in that hand.
Well, here's the thing. I want to bet that somebody made a mistake on the river, because there's no way. I don't believe Queens is supposed to bluff there. Like, I believe fully that's a value bet and not a bluff.
I agree. I think that's a value bet.
Of course. And, I mean, he can have hands to bluff there. Like, he's probably check calling, like, nut flush draw, potentially ace king, something like queen nine of clubs, king queen of clubs, etc. So those hands can all bluff. Like, you don't need to bluff with queens. You'd prefer to bluff almost maybe with a jack than with a queen. He can have jack X. I don't know. Anyway, but then, yeah, aces folding. It's strong. I don't know. Maybe it's right.
I'll tell you what's strong is this 4-bet from Puntry from the low jack against the 3-bet from Fatal. Unfortunately for Punnett, he's run into top of range. Oh, Fatal's gonna 5-bet click it. We're really deep in the weeds here.
Yeah, with aces, keep growing the pot. If you want to balance here, you can do it with some like suited ace-X hands. And yeah, Punnet's put enough in with king nine suited, he's decided.
That would have been a fun one to see a flop on. Had he just decided to flat.
And the comment is loose about the term bluff.
I told him you got bluffed.
Smith agreeing with you there, by the way.
What did he say?
Smith said the comment is loose about the term bluff. And Jaffe's response was, it wasn't that I was bluffing, I just told him that he got bluffed off of aces. Even though he was value betting. But yeah, Smith kind of just agreeing, saying like, bro, you were value betting your queens. Like,
Let me check as well.
That's without commenting on what's right or wrong, it is funny from like just a game theory perspective, to value bet queens and have your opponent actually fold a better hand, which then begs the question of, not theoretically, but just more exploitively in that spot, obviously was not a good value bet. It's such an interesting. It's so interesting how hands like that can play out sometimes.
shout out to my man, Vidal Single, saying, hustled in the booth, been there. My fellow booth brethren.
A dime.
From
Luckily, I brought enough cash to cover it, so you're just going to get cash money.
Mate, I'll take cash money. Gonna need it for those $70 pizza slices in the Bahamas. Well, Queen 9-7. If you couldn't tell already, we're on the VIP side of the bracket. You've got hands like 9-5 in the mix. This went Monaco open, Mikolai flat, Putra flat out the small, the Jack 10 suited, Sleeping Dragon closed the action. Oh, the case 9 giving both Mikolai and the Sleeping Dragon trips. Putra turned the nuts. He's going to come out firing. Is this posturing from the Sleeping Dragon? Or is that a genuine sigh?
I mean, this hand got checked all the way to the river, right? So
it did, yeah. See if Mikolai can get away from it, facing a sizable river lead and call in front of him. It's from the blinds as well.
I mean, you can come up with ways that you're winning this pot with 3 9s here, I think, that aren't that crazy, such as Putra is bluffing and Liang has a king or queen.
Or you could just do that. And I'm really not sure what the raise is designed to do, Brian. I mean, are we ever getting called by worse, like a stubborn king-queen? I don't think so. Are we getting better to fold?
I think that's better being a straight, yeah, or another 3 9s. I guess we're not getting better to fold. Liang has a pretty easy fold here. Yeah.
Jack 10 indeed. Putra taking down a 200k pot. Bro,
I do think he was bluffing there. Because he instantly after the pot said, "Oh, Jack 10." I feel like maybe he was trying to get Jack 10 to fold.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more once he's called, the only hand that he thinks is calling him is Jack 10. I don't know, man.
That then really throws into question
it's like
the purpose of the raise, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. I wanted to see.
Oh, you called me? You beat me, right?
I want to see the Sleeping Dragon back jam, bro. Blocking King 9 and Queen 9 suited. Like,
this has been a fun frame of poker. There's some wild hands that are happening right now.
This is a $200,000 buy-in, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Real money. I mean, I know Bitcoin's at an all-time high, but you know, perhaps people getting a bit looser than they would, you know, when Bitcoin was at 50k.
You know,
coverage on here while he's open.
I think some of it also is, I would guess that
Took me a little while, but I put it together.
he probably doesn't think, Roman probably doesn't think Jaffe can have queens there, right? Not 3-betting pre.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, just didn't even consider that as a possible hand.
And then when you think of the hands that continue against the overbet on the turn, it really narrows it down to like really strong 10x or
Jack
big
X
draws.
Or big draws. Yeah. No, or a jack.
Sure.
Yeah. And then I guess you're just deciding that almost none of those hands bet often enough, other than, I mean, he didn't have the ace of clubs.
No,
either, right? He didn't. Yeah.
But I don't think Jack X is all of a sudden leading river for 60% pot, right? Like, they're just, story doesn't check out.
Yeah, sure.
Deuce.
Oh, I got some love in the chat. Sleeping Dragon is such a sick nickname.
It really is.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody finally appreciates it.
What do you mean someone finally appreciates it, bro? For 7 days, we've been singing the praises.
It's like the first nickname I've ever really come up with for somebody. I feel like. No, I know you appreciate it, though. I mean, yeah.
Do you know what else I appreciate? $1,000 cash money.
That was a torch. Oof.
Listen, at least nobody can call you a nit. You backed up the truck. You put your money where your mouth was. You had a read. You followed through with a 10-1.
I was just wrong.
I don't even think you're wrong, though. That's the thing. That's the sick thing. Like, I was agreeing with you, but the odds that you laid, I was like, I have to take that.
Yeah.
And I was willing to lose 100 in the process. We'll
now
find
that
out.
You see how not a nit I am, maybe I get a seat in the game. Right?
Maybe you get a seat in the game.
Hey, guys, this is my buddy. He's a professional commentator. Not a nit. Try to make some side bets with him.
Punsri seems to know exactly where he's at in this spot. 3-bet pre against under the gun. Fedor called 10-10 deuce. Punsri continued for 1/3. Fedor sticking around, understandably so, with red nines. And the 5 of hearts turn. Punsri barreling once more for around 65% pot. Does set up an SPR of less than 1 going to the river.
And Fedor
is going to
will
defend.
Not be folding. Punat figuring, you know what? Let me get max value when I'm ahead. Because if I'm beat, I'm pretty sure I'm losing a huge pot anyways.
That's a pretty scary river card for Punat. I mean, losing to jacks now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think, you know, we're targeting queens, maybe ace-jack suited, specifically ace-jack of hearts at a very low frequency.
And potentially, you know, 9s or 8s or 7s. Getting sticky. It is possible, though, that the jack swings it if he was planning on value betting the river here. Might swing him into not doing so. Let's see. I do agree with you. If you're Punat, it's a very concerning river card.
As expected, when that slows down. If Fedor turns these 9s into a bluff, bro.
No way. He's just checking. I know Fedor does crazy things sometimes, but he's just beating give-ups right now. Like ace-king, ace-queen. Like, are you trying to get kings or aces to fold here when you can check back and beat all these kind of ace-high, king-high hands that are just stone giving up? I know Fedor does... Yeah. Fedor's creative, but that's just...
too much. Listen, man.
Had he kept thinking for a little bit longer, I might have thrown out another 10-1. Okay, I'm serious. Try to get my money back the hard way.
Oh, man. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the coverage of this $200,000 Triton Invitational, event number 8 of the Triton Poker Series, Monte-Carlo 2024. And it has been just non-stop action-packed in a tournament where perhaps you would think maybe people are going to be a bit shy, not as trigger happy, given that it's a $200,000 buy, and that's not been the case. It's been absolute carnage.
There's been a mix. There's been some coy play, but also some very not shy play as well, right? But yeah, I definitely wouldn't say people are scared. I mean, nowadays a 200K buy-in, just in terms of it just being so out the norm it just isn't.
Yeah. Like the first time the $1 million buy-in that Esfandiari won, like that was so insane.
I
for the
played
time.
in that.
I know.
People played different for sure.
Yeah.
In that tournament. In fact, that was a little bit of my.
Finally?
I went in there on day one and I was like, okay, I'm not playing tight.
What's that?
The
And
day you
built up
start
some
playing
chips.
tight is the day I check your pulse, my friend.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm quite.
You're getting old?
Well, I just don't know. Okay, so like my nickname in Macau used to be Brian Blast, okay? I just don't know. I'm not saying I'm tight, but I'm not sure people are giving me that nickname anymore.
You've reined it in a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, wife, family, things slow down.
Just also people have gotten so much better.
Yeah.
Like I just feel like a lot of the shenanigans I used to do just won't work anymore. I used to be up to all kinds of shenanigans, mate. You have no idea. It's like, you know how you watch the Sleeping Dragon now and you're like, wow, he's floating here. Oh, yeah, dude. I used to do all kinds of sick stuff like that, but it's just like, it's harder to do nowadays, man. Also, just pre-flop, people, especially once they see you're playing too many hands, you get 3-bet a lot.
You just get crushed.
Back in the day, you used to be able to kind of slip away in a lot of spots, like playing too many hands, especially in position.
Like the Fedor float with the 8-6 on the final table. That's what Rasty was up to back in the day.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is a pretty interesting hand playing out here. I mean, I just don't see how Leon doesn't keep telling his story at this point. He check raised with the Jack-9 of clubs and now picked up one of his best cards in terms of improving his equity while still only having Jack high, right? The 8 or the 10, giving him a gutter.
Opened under the gun, Kim flat from the cutoff. Sturm just retaining a massive overpair advantage. Check raise the flop has slowed down though. Unless he's going for the double check raise, which, just go out there and give him a high five.
It is possible. God, I would love to see a double check raise here. Brian just deciding, you know what, you're never double check raising me and betting. It's too bad it just went check, check. I mean, checking back Brian Kim's hand seems very reasonable and probably the recommended play versus under the gun open flop check raise.
Well, he's rivet the best hand. Sturm, that is.
But BK is definitely a guy who I never want to rule out aggressive lines and spots. That's for sure.
20.
And Leon coming with 40% pot here. Value on the river. Brian is not going to feel very good about beating value. Despite the bet being relatively small in relation to the pot. Versus flop check raise. Right? It's like, I mean, we're beating King 7 suited. Can he have that? Maybe he check raises the flop with that. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't even open it under the gun 7 or 8 handed. And otherwise, like, what are we beating? We're beating bluffs. Certainly. But does he have bluffs with this line and this river size? He says no. And nice little suss out by BK, isn't it?
Yeah, nice getaway there. Well played from both.
BK's just pretty good. Just pretty good. I can play some poker. Dude, you know where I see BK?
Oh.
Multiple times. So, like, I'm at the gym. It'll be like, so, oh, hold on.
Hold on.
Get back to this.
Hold the phone. We need the viewers to enjoy 10% off of their next purchase. That's right. Hey, Triton fans, if you haven't already checked out the latest Triton poker merchandise, head on over to shop.tritonseries.com. You can show your support in style, plus get a 10% discount with the promo code Triton10 during the Monte-Carlo event period only. Grab yours today, join the Triton community, and as always, forget all of that call to action. The biggest value for getting a Triton hoodie is striking fear in your opponent's hearts. Go on, Brian.
You love that narrative.
I do, man.
All right.
I mean, I've seen it. Like, you see these kids rock up in Taipei wearing a Triton hoodie. Like, okay, I see how it is.
Okay, so BK,
you're about to dox
twice
him, right?
now, including when he won the tournament. I'm in the gym. He comes in the gym. It's like, okay, he's gonna work out, but turns out he just does like, you know, like dips, something else. Just like he's in for like 5 minutes, not more than 10, and then bounces. Turned out it was like a break or something at the final table, and he went back and won the tournament. I saw him do it again like 2 or 3 days ago. I'm just in the gym, and he comes in, and now I saw what happened last time, and it was in the evening, so I was same thing, and boom, he's in there for like 5, not more than 10 minutes, does a couple exercises, just one this, one that, not like multi-set anything, out. So he's just in there on like a break.
Dinner break.
Just getting a pump.
Makes sense.
Getting the blood flowing.
To be fair, his arms do look a bit, you know, pumped up on post dinner break.
I'm just saying, this man is on a mission. He's here, like, he's got everything dialed in. You're a dialed man. You like assessing the dialedness of people.
100%, man.
That's a level of dialedness that even most of these other guys aren't doing. I don't see anyone else doing that. Coming into the gym on break for like the 10-minute pump, get the blood flowing, stay active late at night, don't get tired.
I mean, it really puts things into perspective when you see people at that level doing exactly that, and you have to ask yourself, well, I'm watching Netflix for 2 hours and BK's out there, you know, getting it done. These people are outworking you, bro. Like, you want to make it in poker, right? Do you really want to make it in poker?
Do you know what you're starting to make me see? It's like visions of
Kobe Bryant,
David Goggins, and Jocko.
Let's go,
yelling.
man. Let's go. I mean, it's something that I really sing the praises of these guys for, is because I know the work that they've had to put in over the years. Not all of them, obviously. I get it. There are people that have, you know, found other avenues in life to get themselves here. But obsession beats talent every time, man. And these guys are obsessed with the game. They're obsessed with what they do away from the table in order to give themselves the best opportunity to compete at the highest stakes. Shit, man, I'm going to do 10 push-ups.
Get hard, bro. Make that 20. Let's go. Henry's actually doing push-ups.
Surprise.
Oh, wow. He's actually going for 20. I'm not going to let you outwork me, bro. After this hand, I'm doing 21.
Let's go.
Okay.
Love it. A little top pair, top kicker against bottom set. These two squaring off once more. Locking horns in a spot where JJ might get himself in trouble, especially as played, once he's checked it on over to Roman.
Does have the King of Hearts. Heart would be very welcome for multiple reasons for Jaffe, because Might stop him from losing quite as much money and gives him an avenue to win. Roman looking for a brick like that.
As bricky as it gets. Or maybe not. I mean, 7 of clubs.
It's pretty bricky.
It's pretty bricky. $28K out there. These two, first and second in chips at this table.
Feel like the bet size is about to get a little bit larger.
Little B150.
The way Roman's been playing, over pot seems like what's coming. Yeah. That's actually closer to 200%.
It is, yeah. These guys are so tough to play against.
I mean, Jaffe really has a strong hand right here. I'm not sure you actually really want the King of Hearts anymore, because you want your opponent to have some king high flush draw type hands that might play this way. But Jaffe feels like ace king is too much to let go of now, and that will be a very welcome card for Jonathan, because it might slow Roman down, or if he still bets, it'll lessen the size of that bet from what it would have been otherwise. Right, just like an offsuit 5. And Roman could just mash it. But
check.
Ace king no good, JJ. Revenge for Roman. 128K pot going his way.
all right, listen, bro, you got to take over for a minute here.
Brian Rass refuses to back down. He will not give up. He will not surrender. That's clean form as well, man. He's just dialed in. Just gonna bang out 21 push-ups. Clean. I respect it. Juliang. Correctly recognizing the loose open from Putra in the cutoff. 3-betting to 18. Dap me up, bro.
Let's go. That was 30. Easy work, son. But I'm actually going to the gym after this and doing chest, back, and shoulders, so 30 seemed good enough. It's like my warm-up right there.
That's strong. I'm about to do 40, but we'll keep going. We'll keep swinging. A nice little 3-bet there from the Sleeping Dragon, getting it done. That's our next red table. We got Kulev, Mateos,
Oh, who's
Sergio.
this Vladimir Korzinin?
Triton first timer, Estonian businessman, Chris Brewer, Ben Heath, Makita.
But he's been playing all the tournaments so far up to this.
Yeah, he's been enjoying his time here. He's been watching from cold Estonia and decided to venture out. That's the VIP table we're going to have. Morton Klein, Webster Lim. Who else have we got over there? Tan Xuan.
Oh, it's my guy, Philip Sternheimer. He just flew in for this. This is his first tournament. Englishman. Long-time poker. Actually play with Philip in the Bobby's Room game some. He plays mix.
Yeah, he seems to just fly out for this invitation. A similar situation in London and here last year.
He plays some mix. He plays a few tournaments here or there. Comes out to the series. That's probably when he plays the most like poker in a short period of time. He plays some series events.
Oh man, that's a great comment. Cash Monkey saying, good thing the commentators doing push-ups was in fact on my bingo list for today's stream. You know, you guys could all get different bingo lists for all four of us. Like, there are just certain phrases, euphemisms, all sorts going on from different sides of the booth.
That'd actually be something I'd love to see.
It would
Somebody
be great fun.
submit one like on Twitter, like at me and Henry and Ali.
Yeah.
And just put like a bingo list, because I'd love to see what some of us, what our habits are that you guys think, like phrases we say or goofy things we do, whatever you would put on the. That's part of the point. I want to see what you're going to put on the bingo list.
Yeah, the Triton Broadcasters bingo list.
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone puts that together, I mean, I don't know. I'll use that $1,000 that I won off Brian, and I'll ship you a Triton t-shirt. But it has to be a good bingo list, okay? Like, it can't just be like 4 things. Like,
if it's a good bingo list, I'll share it on my Twitter. Yeah, I'll share it out and you put out. I'll bring it up on future. I'll put it up on future podcasts for people to. Like the next time we're on, I'm like, oh, this is a good list, Henry. I'll make a little tweet. Hey guys, you want to follow the broadcast today? Here's the YouTube channel, and here's a bingo list. Henry and I are going to be on for the next couple hours. Have at it.
There's some great ones going through. Henry pauses for 5 seconds mid-sentence. True. Ali, courtesy of Najad. Also true. Yeah, but you gotta keep it balanced, by the way, chat. So there needs to be like 5 for Brian, 5 for me, 5 for Ali, 5 for Randy.
Yeah.
But yeah, t-shirt on the line. I promise you, the best one, the one that Brian decides to retweet, I'll reach out to you and I'll ship out some Triton merch using Brian's money, of course. People are asking when the shirt's going to get eaten. Maybe post-workout when he's a bit hungry. Wow.
Yeah, no, I replaced eating the shirt with laying ridiculous odds on a bet.
That's fair.
That I then lost.
Oh, that's
so,
fair.
The eating shirt will not actually be happening, but Henry will be collecting 10 Benjamins, I believe. Right? Benjamin Franklin.
I can't wait to see, I can't wait to see these bingo cards. There's some funny ones in there.
Terry Gold, Randy being confused by an Ali reference.
That sounds about right.
I wouldn't be privy to that, but it makes sense now, actually.
Yeah, Randy's really good at that. He just humbles me and Ali all the time, just like, Henry, WTF are you talking about, mate? And he does the same to Ali.
This guy, doubt it, Rast, quote, actually, I was in that game.
That's a strong read.
Yeah.
That's a strong read.
I did, not this one, but the last time we were on, didn't I say that to you? That was worse. You like said something, I was like, well, actually, I was there, bro.
You did it today as well.
Again?
Yeah, the $1 Million Bunny. You were like, yeah, bro, I played that tournament. Oh man, he's completed the game, alright guys? You have actually completed the game. Oh, coming up to the dinner break, around 11 minutes or so left on the clock before everyone goes away for a 75-minute break, obviously through the power of broadcasting. We'll only be stepping away for around 30-35 minutes or so. They'll be coming back for 2 final frames. So 10 levels played here today. 87 people in the mix in this one, including 7 re-entries. A long old ways to go, as Late Reg is open until the end of... Oh, sorry, the start of day 2.
I don't know if it was a nice bluff, but you got bluffed.
By the way, of course, our focus for the next couple of days is on this 200K. But just round the corner, November 9th, is the 125K main event, as the stakes have been getting higher throughout the series. Obviously, yesterday we saw that epic $100,000 buy-in. Saw Fedor go home in third, collecting 1.52 million for his efforts in that one. So Soiser collecting the lion's share of the prize pool, 2.3 million.
Table, we might not get it.
After a deal was made full-handed.
I
Came second.
him, good bluff.
That?
I said versus him, good bluff.
Very good one.
Very good one, like it a lot.
If they don't show it, I'll tell you after the tournament since you told me.
After the tournament?
Not sure if I can believe you. But
fair enough. I mean, you don't have to. Okay.
Wait, so JJ's saying that his queens was a bluff?
Very happy to hear that.
Well, it sounds like Roman might have already set his hand.
Roman did say his hand, and Jonathan said that he will tell him after the tournament, saying
if they haven't shown it.
I'll lock it in with Dan before we know. Now you can fully believe it.
Don't worry, guys, it's on the stream.
If they end up showing.
That's true.
Of course, Dan and I have been lying to each other for years. Gets it after the tournament.
After the tournament. I mean, I'm trying to understand why he would tell him after the tournament. Like, they're going to be
competing
playing
in this tournament still. I don't know. That's what he's thinking.
I guess.
Nines already ahead. Now, light years ahead. And Juan Pardo, if he was considering value bets on the turn on some rivers, I would guess this river is not one of them. I mean, other than block, wow, this is an interesting block. He's going for some thin value. Maybe targeting some just check down 6 and 7x and ace highs, potentially small pocket pairs. But BK has nines and going to be very comfy raising this up for value.
And there it is. 13,000 to go.
Little gulp there. Did you see that? The throat action? Definitely belayed some discomfort.
Yeah, never raising that body language and reaction, but pondering a call. I love Pardo's facial expressions, man. It's just like, he just wears his thoughts on his face.
Yeah.
Like, what 9x plays like this?
Which is nice because he doesn't speak that often. So, getting some insight into a brilliant poker mind.
I believe he's looked him up. He's called him off. And he's going to get shown the bad news. 40,000 chip pot going BK's way. Bouncing back a little bit. But playing half a stack. A byproduct of this structure is still has plenty of time. Although one would much rather have 2 times a starting stack rather than half the starting stack.
Seems like a pretty thin call. By Juan Pardo.
Where do you think the bluffs come from? Like King Jack?
Just BK just raising, just checking down all the way. Yeah. I mean, if King Jack got to the river without betting,
yeah,
which it might. After checking flop, it's probably not betting turn. So, yeah. I mean, ace high as well, I think. Probably ace high is even slightly more likely than King Jack.
Something like ace 5, ace 4.
Yeah. Or ace jack.
BK
So
gonna
ace
defend?
5 is probably more likely to bet the flop than ace jack. But
Punt 3 with almost 2 times starting. Things been going well for him over here. Got the 4-bet through. I say got the 4-bet through. He had ace king and won that monster pot against Fedor. Kings against 9s. Kim not going anywhere just yet. Going to keep him honest for at least one street with the ace high. See how Punt 3 proceeds. Interesting turn decision here for Punat. Especially against the big blind defending range. Turn completes 3 straights. Now a 4-liner out there. I wonder if Brian ever just takes his ace-10 showdown, beating some Broadway type hands that just took a stab on the flop and waved the white flag on turn and river. Yeah, it's going to check through. Check mark for Punt 3. Closing in on that 600,000 chip stack, and in fact, Punt 3 has now moved up to the top spot on the pro side of the bracket, 3rd in chips overall. Fun top 5. Ramin Hajiev in 1st, Vladimir Korzinin, first time venturing out to a Triton Series, in 2nd. Put up Punt 3 in 3rd, David Yan in 4th, Michael Soiser in 5th. As Punt 3 activates once more. With ace queen. Smith with the decision. And a really sick hoodie, by the way. You like chess as well, right?
I do.
That's a really cool hoodie.
I mean, I'm nowhere near as good as Dan Smith, right? Dan's an excellent player. But I don't know. I enjoy it. I've even enjoyed... I feel like chess is getting a little more shine on like YouTube with a bunch of great players making channels, or even during like the World Championships, the candidates tournament. You know, they're showing the matches and having, you know, like grandmasters do commentary. Even like Magnus occasionally hops on a commentary stream. I mean, it's pretty sweet, actually. It's fun to follow. I'm not really good enough, kind of, to follow high-level chess without a commentator telling me, but yeah, it's fun. I don't know. Do you follow it all?
I wouldn't say I follow high-level chess. I've had some interactions with Magnus. He loves poker, and he's been in the content streets. It's also Norwegian, so when Espen won the main, it was kind of like, okay, it's a big deal in Norway. There's a lot of overlap between chess and poker.
Yeah.
Bit of overlap here on the King Jack 8. Smith, 3-betting pre, has flopped an open-ended straight flush draw.
Games, bro. Games. Chess is a game, poker's a game. They're beautiful games.
Beautiful games. Beautiful day to have a beautiful day as well.
Beautiful flop for Dan Smith.
Punsri's not going to be folding for 1. Especially with that ace of clubs in hand. You just heard in the background, players will be going on break. Conclusion of this hand.
I would think Punet decides to call. Yeah.
Perhaps things slow down. Smith turning third pair. Does now beat some things like ace 10 of hearts, ace queen, as we can see.
Is Punet considering leading here? Let's see. I mean, he does now have one of the weakest hands he'll have. Ace high. Given he was the under the gun opener, so he's not going to have very many hands with low cards. Dan also made a pair. That said, he still has his open-ended straight and flush draw. Probably deciding if he can get a jack to fold or not. Wonder if he goes all in, if he bets. But he checks.
River's the second nuts.
And now Punet really kind of at the bottom of range. It's probably slightly bad at this point that he has the ace of clubs, since he'd like his opponent to have nut flush draws that missed at this point. If he wants to bluff, that said. Ace high is still a very weak hand, and be nice to get one pairs to potentially fold.
See if Punsri makes the ill-timed step to try and get Dan off those hands that Brian mentioned. No. Just going to wave the white flag, try and get this ace-queen to showdown. Feels like fake showdown at this point, but...
Yeah, there's almost no showdown. If Dan can't beat ace-queen high, somehow he would be bluffing at this point. And I doubt Punet calls, so he's just waving the white flag. I think he realizes he's never winning the pot, which is why he considered bluffing. And if you're Dan, obviously you're value betting, but I guess the other kind of meta to think about here is, okay, so why did Punet take a time bank and then check? Is he probably, he's considered value betting, or is he considering bluffing? Obviously, he was considering bluffing and gives up. He's not going to call a bet. But what are the hands that might consider value? So let's rule those out, but that is what Punet has. What are the hands that consider value betting and then decide not to? What should I bet versus those hands? Right? If you want to just take this out of, okay, I'm going to bet what the cards dictate or GTO. What do I bet versus a hand that considered value betting but doesn't?
He's fallen on around 75–80% pot. And no nonsense from Punet, just marks the ace-queen. A nice little pickup there for Dan Smith, a much needed one, as he is on short stack duties, but as mentioned, this incredible tournament structure, he's going to be coming back after dinner with 71 big blinds. Still plenty of time in that 50-minute clock. Punsri playing the role of table captain over on the red table, and Hajiev ruling the roost on the blue table and the entire tournament. He knows a thing or two about taking down invitationals, as he did take down the Invitational in Cyprus, and he's looking to become the first two-time Invitational champion here in Monte-Carlo. So we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. As expected, Brian, a couple of VIPs at top of the chip counts. Rabin Hajiev in first, Vladimir Korzinin in second. But then, you know, you look, a couple of pros emerging in the top five, David Yan, Punet Punsri and Soiser. So kind of surprised to see that.
No, this looks kind of like what we were speculating on yesterday. I believe you even said, yeah, probably VIP would be the chip leader, which is what's going on, and pros kind of rounding out the top. No pro has more than 2 starting stacks yet, which seems in line with the idea that maybe on the whole they're playing cautious poker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy because Ossie Katola at one point had like 1.2 million, which was 4 starting stacks. That's no longer the case. He's lost several big pots to drop down. But yeah, just really showcasing the yo-yo effect on the VIP side of the bracket. The players are going on a dinner break, 75-minute dinner break. With the power of TV production, we're shortening that break to around 30 minutes time. You're going to be stepping out. Randy Lou's going to be stepping in. And yeah, don't go too far because continuing coverage of this action-packed $200,000 Triton Invitational will be continuing in around 30 minutes time from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo. We'll see you very shortly.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
To knock people out.
Listen, don't get me wrong. If I'm given the choice when I'm sitting at home with a bag of popcorn, give me Tyson every time. Early Tyson, by the way.
What about you?
What else?
What'd you have?
And give me pocket aces every time.
Flip and feel.
What a great hand. I mean, we're over here talking about how everyone's playing tight on day one at like the same exact time.
Word appears to have come down about Yaroshevsky having ace-9 suited in that 5-bet.
Cuccinelli just 5-betting ace-9 off.
I mean ace. I mean maybe he's thinking I'm a tight player, you know. Maybe he overfolds something. He 4-bet 8.
Yeah, that's why he 4-bet pocket 8.
Martirosian ace-3 off in the big blind. Defends.
I can make.
Ah, that's why.
Oh, unlucky. Flops top set and doesn't even get all the chips.
Quote now.
Yeah, and he's going at lucky guy.
That's why it happens, I know.
Look at the flop.
Yaroshevsky holding up a Triton jersey that apparently was made for him where the number is 8-8, which is what Ponikov's shoveled down his hatch in that ace-9 altercation. Speaking of eights, 3 of them on the board now as Ponikov's did not come with anything beyond 1,500. And he did it in the middle of kind of engaging in that Bryn and Yaroshevsky exchange. Martirosian did peel. Let's see how curious ace-high stays.
Well, Ponikov's with 2 aces actually blocks
15-5.
ace-x, so after he bets small on a flop, he doesn't want to target those anymore. Now he's just targeting pocket pairs.
Well, he's also polarizing, Randy. So he bets 15-5 into 10, 150%.
Yeah, Arthur just ace-3 high. I mean, word has come down that Ponikov's is playing wild as well. And that gets Arthur curious.
I'll tell you what, you really got to appreciate Ponikov's bet sizing here. It just looks like such a perfect setup for him to desperately try to lay claim to what's in the middle without much hand. He is not worried whatsoever. Martirosian could infrequently ruin things with an 8, but obviously we take our chances as a third check from Arthur with 40,000 plus in the middle is deliberated on by Alex.
Yeah, for Arthur to check call to turn, his game plan basically is, well, if I call to turn, that means I have a pocket pair and I'm being a bit sticky, therefore I don't expect you to bluff me on another street.
33.
$33,000 as the sizing comes back in line with value.
Yeah, I would just think that Arthur can call with better hands than this.
Meaning you wouldn't want to pay off here?
Yeah, I don't think he was intending to pay off.
The queen's a bad card for him too, isn't it? Because there's a lot of queen X combos that would have tried to end things on the turn with the overbet that are now value betting with 8s full of queens.
Right, a hand that bets small overbet turn is something that doesn't have showdown value. So like queen jack, king queen, queen 10, these things come to mind. I wouldn't think I'm up against an ace-x. They have more reasons to check back turn. And it doesn't necessarily need to be just queen x. Of course, it'd be kings and aces like you see. It can be even the pocket pairs lower than the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
So Artur does eventually find the fold. Back over now.
Not worth very much at short stacks, and hands like suited connectors that can flop sets or make straights and flushes, which is not very likely, but those hands go up in value, not only for board coverage, but also because when you do make a big hand, you can put in 100 blinds, 150 blinds.
Well, not 150 blinds, but just 2.5, let's call it, being delivered by Ilkin Garibli, as we're going to play Mystery Hand. Derek Haney's cards are blocked out. He defends from the big blind. Checks it over to Garibli, who has morphed into trip queens on this 2-spade board. Ilkin, follow through of 3,500. Check raise to 11,000 from Haney. Ilkin content to flat. Things getting interesting. King of Hearts on the turn. One wonders whether or not that case queen is nestled beneath one of those 2 question marks for Derek. He does choose to check, and we begin to think like that's a little bit less likely. Maybe some spade combos. Maybe a 4 that just wants to get it over with.
Certainly, I think all those hands after turn check kind of go up in frequency as opposed to a queen. At this point, having 3 queens with a 10 kicker, Ilkin can feel pretty good about this, especially if he's only called. A check raise here, okay, no check raise. So if we're Ilkin, I think we're thinking queen 10 is good at a super high frequency. Don't want to see a spade.
34,000 more into the middle as Ilkin did activate. Derek didn't go anywhere though. Now he checks.
I think if Derek has a queen, queens with weak kickers are more likely than queens with strong kickers in terms of what he'll opt to put into the turn check range after check raising flop.
66.5 out there.
65.
And that's just about what Ilkin comes with. Almost full pot. And we're going to find out in pretty short order whether or not this is busted spades. As we put you to task in the chat.
Wow.
What does Derek Haney have as he check jams? 112,000 is not all that much more for Garibli to call.
Well, he's now repping hands that beat queen 10, despite having not played his hand that way on the turn or river up until the check raise.
Well, talk to me, Rast.
Well, I mean, a hand that really naturally fits into this would be queen 7, defend from the big blind, where he did check because his kicker wasn't very good, and then just called, and then just improved on the river, so check raised with queens full of 7s. That's probably the most likely holding, I would say, as opposed to something that was already strong that he decided to slow play. If it's that, it's probably, I'm going to go with queen king. But yeah, I mean, he's pretty much repping a full house here. So queen 4, queen king, queen 7, pocket 4s.
We don't expect it to be queen X without being full here, right? So in that sense, Garibli's kicker doesn't really become a concern.
I mean, I think ace queen could play this way as maybe like the weakest hand.
Okay.
But my guess is he doesn't have ace queen. I'd also like shade it that somebody on this particular table is like less likely to have ace queen here. Yeah, so queen 7. Oh, wow.
King 4. Derek Haney using the blockers, and must played 5 events in London in 2019, didn't find the money, and then it was right here in Monte-Carlo in 2023, where in this very event, the only one he played, he managed a 9th place finish for $406,000. Will he make the FT once more? TBD. Kesu, ace 9. Up we go. Noida speculates from the puck. Ace 9-7. Pair and a flush draw for Mahara versus top two. Oh boy.
Yeah, flop that really drills both players.
Hisu starts it off with a check. And somehow Noida checks back as they're both playing possum on this board, where Noida adds a gutter courtesy of the turn.
Yeah, very interesting decision to check back that much equity. Hizu now springs into motion, betting his top two pair. Little does he know that his opponent has quite a few outs to beat him. That would be one of them.
The 5 of hearts rolling off on the river after a very small 6K a man barrel and call on the turn. 24K out there. 4-liner and front door flush, though, staring Hisu right in the face.
Yeah, that river filled in just about every draw that was available. And despite that, Hizu comes with a bet that's nearly the pot, which, not that it's unreasonable for Hizu to value bet, but this feels like a very large size with a 1-card straight and a flush coming in. Both because a lot of hands now beat him, and a lot of the hands that he was beating now will find it difficult to call a bet that's this large relative to the pot.
$68,000 is an extra 51 to call for Hisu.
I mean, he's only beating a bluff here. He also doesn't have a heart blocker. He is potentially blocking a hand like 9-8 suited.
And he also has to contend with the notion that Mahar feels as though 8X and heart wouldn't have necessarily approached the affair in this way.
I think there's plenty of hands with 8X that would, like 7-8 suited, 9-8 suited, 6-8 suited, pocket 8s, ace-8. All could have played the hand this way. The question is, do they raise the river more than can they get here? I think any flush that checks flop, flush draw that checks flop, does raise the river.
Well, I'm thinking of it from the standpoint of Hisu having to question where Mahar ranges him and whether or not this raise is because Mahar looks over and thinks you're not supposed to have this stuff the way this one came down. Not the other way around, where I do feel as though plenty of credibility is associated with Noida's raise.
Yeah, I mean, he's only bluff catching here, and in my opinion, doesn't have a great reason to call based on his cards. But you never know what feeling he has. Live reads, history between these guys.
Sure, it all matters. Ultimately, Pirzat does avoid further damages.
The Asia jet lag where you just like wake up at like 9 in the morning and you're like, I have 6 hours to kill. I don't know what's...
Malinowski.
Like, it's a different thing, but it's like...
9, more like wake up at 1 in the morning.
Makes it 3,500. Now Mokri left to contemplate nines. Under the gun plus one. He'll just flat.
All the way to sleeping into 11.
Ace queen for Jorstad, and he's been putting some tough spots on the day.
Yeah, he had a tough one with the 10s earlier, where I thought he took an unconventional line with the cold call pre. Let's see here. I mean, he could definitely 3-bet this.
Sure.
First raise and flat.
I've actually started doing the west to east trips have gotten a lot easier for me, especially lately.
He does.
If I'm
This
not
is
in
a
Cyprus, like
pretty large size as well.
when I went to Cyprus, just was outside for like 3 hours, just immediately on day one, and just shifted
21,000.
like no problem. And that just never has worked out that way. Like I always tried to get some sunlight, you know, whenever I get 20 minutes of sun, but and the same thing
Pre-flop
here. Like I
opener.
went and played tennis for like 2.5 hours right
Lets
away.
it go easily.
Good, yeah. Shifted no problem. Yeah, yeah. Didn't think it was possible.
I think Seth discussing
Yeah, maybe like the
how getting a lot of sun on the day you arrive helps prevent jet lag.
Yeah, get the circadian rhythms ironed out as Mokri.
Like not just 20 minutes, but a couple hours outside playing tennis, it sounds like.
Accepts the invitation. 2 9s being outflopped on the queen high. 2 diamond board here.
Amazing flop for Espen's hand. Right, a Mokri almost can't have a 3. Ace 3 suited that decided to just flat pre and now flat this huge raise out of position seems a very unlikely parlay. So, you know, same with aces and kings and even queens. So Espen kind of has, you know, the relative nuts in this spot. Not 100%, but at a very, very high percentage. And Mokri with 2 9s, not that he's thrilled, but definitely might be the best hand from his perspective. So no reason to go anywhere on the flop.
So the check call of 20. Deposits a 3rd diamond on the board. Mokri picking up the only flush draw. Checking again. And now with 90 in the middle, Rast, I would imagine Jorstad has one of 2 ways to approach things, although with 3 diamonds staring him down, would he not be seeking to deny equity or charge a price?
The diamond is a sticky card for Jorstad because he is losing to flushes. And that is a reasonable consideration for Mokri at this point. Again, agree, because he doesn't have a diamond also. Yet that said, he is still ahead of a lot of hands. You know, king, queen, queen, jack, queen 10 suited, etc. All pocket pairs. Any of these hands, especially the pocket pairs that have a diamond, might have a decent amount of equity. So Jorstad throws all those variables together and decides that he should keep betting. I do question if, after betting the turn, if he will bet the river on a blank, which this is not.
No, as Mokri hung around 45K. Wasn't enough to shed him, and Espen just waves the white flag on the river. And you see Kehan say, I've got a diamond. And he hauls in 180Ks.
Oh, it's a mystery hand.
Your favorite. This time we're going to black out Phil Nagy's 2 cards as it's folded around to him in the cutoff. Nagy opens to 4,000.
Okay.
King 3 suited defends for Jisu as he settles in, flopping 2nd pair on this ace-high board. 10-5 in the middle.
Well, 2nd pair here versus such a small bet. Let's keep going.
3K a man. Bringing us to the turn. Trip kings now. for Hisu. Nagy's going to need a strong one to be in front here.
Nagy can still have a lot more strong hands than Hisu, so this isn't one of the spots where I think there's as many leads as when this happens on boards that are with smaller cards, right? Hisu still can't have ace, king, aces, kings. Nagy can, and Nagy can definitely have all the king, queen, king, jack, king, 10 hands.
$7,000 as the check call lead line is invoked. These ones are always a little bit weird. It just breaks with protocol, so to speak, in the game flow.
Yeah, it looks like Nagy's contemplating a raise.
Sure enough. 32,000 in total, and these raises aren't always attached to a hand that's better or even all that strong. Sometimes they're the product of just digesting this line and asking yourself, how often does this line get tethered to strong holdings? And if it's not often enough, maybe I activate and take it regardless of what I've got.
Or yeah, or this line doesn't necessarily make sense. I still have most of the strong hands. You know, that said, if he does have a strong hand, he could be doing it with a hand as weak as ace, queen, or ace, jack. And then he would probably check back the river rather than going for value once raising.
Now
He could obviously have 3 kings or a boat as well on the turn.
This is a really poor card for Hisu, who did respect the raise by flatting. Has a bad kicker. Obviously, Nagy could have him beat. And here the ace pairs, and on the occasions in which that raise from Phil was attached to an ace, this is a problem for Hisu, but he fills up and solves kicker issues. Unclear whether or not if Nagy actually has a king buried down there, he'd be looking to bet.
I mean, I think as played, it's pretty clear that Hisu has an ace or a king, right? He doesn't have to have it when he leads turn, but to lead turn and call a large raise out of position, probably has a king or an ace vast majority of the time.
Well, the question we ask, Rast, is what does Phil Nagy have? As he barrels an overbet of 125,000 into 80.5.
Well, at this point, he's repping an ace. So I don't know if he has one.
For the cameras.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
One cup to save his days. I have the king.
Hisu.
I figured that after I bet the turn.
Yeah. Listen.
Got bullied.
Yeah, Phil got his information
What an incredible structure. 5 levels in. You've lost almost half a starting stack and you've still got 90 bigs. Love to see it. Plan of action today is to play 10 levels. Bag and tag for day 2. And then tomorrow they come back merged.
Kim, interestingly enough, takes the passive option pre-flop here in position with jacks.
Something we have discussed on several occasions over the last couple of years since the introduction, how about that, of these 200K invitationals is how on the pro side of the bracket on day 1 before the pools emerged, you just see people playing defense a lot more, just playing smaller pots.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't get that memo last frame.
Juan Pardo.
No. Juan Pardo hasn't done anything ridiculous yet, and he wasn't in here last frame. We had different tables. It was Limitless, who the very first hand, 3 bets UTG from the big blind with queen 6 suited, and then like 5 hands later, it goes raise call, and he just 3 bets 5-6 off on the dealer button, or 2 hands later rather.
Rocket man.
Yeah.
Image building.
Just first bullet, trying to run it up, still have a rebuy.
Kim betting small when check 2.
I mean, Fedor can call, he can raise.
Looks like raising chips.
Yeah, top pair, nut flush draw. Let's build a pot.
Kim, who opted to just flat call pre on the button.
His hand is way too strong to fold right now. He's in position. Fedor likely will not play this hand strong enough to get jacks to fold. Maybe not anymore, though. Big card for Fedor, who's now beating everything but a set or a straight. Sorry, set or a flush. Brian can have a set. Again, he flatted jacks, so he could have 10s, 9s, or deuces, and then obviously flop the flush, but
13.5.
We can see it's actually drawing to just one out. The jack of spades is not working for him. As Fedor double barrels.
this is a concerning situation for Kim, since he has 2 jacks which block some semi-bluffs that Fedor can have. Fedor's now betting again on the turn when an ace comes, which is a card that can improve hands that have the ace of spades. Fedor chooses a small size, which is very nice for his hand, trying to keep in very low equity draws, such as queen jack or king queen with a spade, these type of hands.
How about the nuts on the river for Fedor? He didn't need it.
And Brian Kim, wow, I just really can't see him putting any more money in this pot. So not only has his hand become very weak, he really has one of the nut worst hands to even bluff catch with, since a couple of the hands you would expect Fedor to have, some would be something like Jack 8 suited, King Jack without a spade, Queen Jack without a spade, etc. These are now no pair potential bluffs. And Kim is blocking those hands.
Fedor playing this one really tricky. Check raise flop, followed from the turn, and he's now checked it on over on the river with the nuts, and he's managed to squeeze out a bluff of 44,000 from Brian.
Oh, and Kim is now turning jacks into a bluff. Indeed, Henry. Which, this check raise here, yeah, designed to get weaker flushes to value bet and come in for the check raise, maybe win more, and then bluffs to activate.
Fedor actually using a time bank for slam dunking it in BK's face.
Yeah, it seems like versus a bet this large, his raise size is probably close to all in. He'll probably keep something back. Nope, just, yeah, 1,000.
How about squeezing the max out of pocket jacks? Fedor Holtz with a world-class execution on the river. Perfect.
His aggression factor is quite high.
players have been fed. They're back from the dinner break and continuing coverage from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo of the $200,000 Triton Invitational. Ramin Hajiev, chip leader after the dinner break. I know it's early doors, day one, but Randy, this is a man that you and I have both seen navigate a field exactly like this. He knows how to take down an invitational. He's bossing everyone else at the moment with 822K.
So he's just looking to do it again in the
Wants
invitational.
to do the repeat, man.
Just trying. But yeah, obviously it's nice for him to get a nice start, but it's still early goings, day one, 75 remaining out of 87 entries.
Yeah, we don't want to get overly excited by these early chip leaders, but certainly some storylines developing. I mean, Vladimir Kozinin, first one out of the tournament, then bounced back, played some massive pots against Ossi Katola, who went from 300 to 1.2 million, and now back down to like less than starting stack. So Vlad on second bullet, doing good. I want to turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, the two tables that we're going to have a look at. I want to just jump into the VIP side of the bracket, because how about this? We've got Sternheimer, Tan Xuan, Webster and Klein in the mix as well, Biaoding, and Maritheim, who we saw play some really unorthodox and big pots in the 50K the other day.
Yeah, you know, we know that he's capable of kind of splashing around now that he's got a lot of chips given the 200K format. He does have a formidable opponent, Tan Xuan, who's willing to splash with them, so I can definitely see some more fireworks happening on that table.
I could see it as well. It's only a matter of time before we see some monster collision between the VIPs over there. On the pro table, I mean, pick the soft spot, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Kulev, Perez, Bads, Heath, Lee, Brewer, Mateos, Ido. Good luck finding an edge against that lineup, Randy.
I mean, we got three of Spain's best players on one table. Kulev, who knows how to make a splash. Badziakowski, obviously one of the greatest. Heath, yeah, that's a very tough table. But I think every single pro table will be tough.
For sure, as expected in this type of tournament. Almost 90 entries in this one, 87 players so far. People do have the option to re-enter for one extra bullet, one re-entry if they bow out early in day one. They've got a few more levels to do that, so let's see if this is going to become a 400K instead of a 200K for some people. Some people opting to not re-enter, by the way. So 87 entries. Prize pool 17.4 million so far. As we work our way back from dinner break. That's what they're playing for. The coveted Triton trophy. And of course, I mean, the top prize not announced yet, but you know, ladies and gents, it's going to be around 4.5 to 5 million or so, depending on how many people pony up the additional 200K once they bust, if they bust. Red table, it's a star-studded affair, as expected. Roberto Perez, arguably one of the greatest no-limit hold'em cash game players in the world at the moment, showing us that he knows how to get it done in the tournament streets as well. Understandable that he's enjoying this format, given just how deep it started. He's used to playing 200, 300 big blinds deep against the best in the world, so he's really in his element right now, building up a stack early in day one. Over on the VIP side of the bracket, we've got some potential customers for out-of-line shenanigans and big pots.
Yeah, it's that guy raising his hand right there. Tan Xuan, ready to shake things up at our VIP featured table. But he does have some stiff competition. Sternheimer, I was really impressed last time I saw him play the Invitational. Made some really cool plays, very well experienced. Of course, Chinwei Lim, Webster. Another player who has a lot of results at the Triton Series.
Let's go.
We're ready.
Shuffle up and deal. Back from dinner break, so the plan is to play 2 more frames, 4 more levels.
Could I also order from you? Excuse me?
Couple of queens for Webster. Raising it from early doors is that man. Tan Chuen, he's got, you know, the 6-3. Okay, he's got a pitcher. Teased us for a bit there.
Alright? Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Hey, boy, do you got another one?
Nikiforov with an ace out the big. Yeah, I like the fold, the ace 6-0, especially against a +1 open, especially against someone as tough as Webster. Even though this is the VIP side of the bracket, some really tough players out there. The likes of Webster Lim, who know a thing or two about taking down Triton events. It's going to activate once more.
Yeah, Webster actually has 3 Triton titles, 6.6 million in earnings. Join us from the beginning. Klein's week's been pretty solid so far.
Yeah,
he's in.
Had some fun. 3rd place finish. In, I want to say, it wasn't the 40k, it was the 50k, right? No, it wasn't the 50k. It was the 40k mystery bounty.
Was the 40k?
Yeah, 318,000, then pulled 240,000 in bounties. He cashed the 100k, 20 through 165. So 2 cashes for Morton here as he squares off against the 3-time Triton champ.
Solid board for 2 8s. $13K. With no spade in hand, this king queen isn't looking too hot.
Yeah, especially against an under the gun open. And Webster's continued. Yes, it's always easy to think that someone like Webster is just up to no good. Perhaps has a perceived skill edge.
Still coming along. He must think that Webster is c-betting too much and would just check fold the turn, or he just knows he's going to turn that king.
Well, Morton Klein somehow finding a very disguised king as well. King of diamonds. Webster with decisions to make here. I mean, 8s overpair to the flop. Some hands he wants to get protection / clearance / value from. Maybe some ace highs, some flush draws. Little does he know, Morton's turned gin. Bit of hesitation there.
Yeah.
It looked like Morton wanted to bet more, but eventually deciding on 25k being enough.
Feels like it means something, but he was about to add the extra blue chip, which is 5,000. Not sure if Webster picked that up. Seems hard to lay down 8s at this point. So call we go.
That's a troublesome run out for the 3-time champ. I mean, 9s and 10s, I feel like. Check back. Wow, Morton just checking back the king queen.
Very conservative. Feels like if he was up against ace king or
Nothing.
aces, would have played out differently.
You think so?
I think.
Yeah. You never know. You never know. I'm a good friend with everybody. So.
Morton just saying to the rest of the table that he's friendly with everyone. I can confirm. Had a couple of breakfasts with him during this trip. Really
Remember,
fun,
we ran into him after that one day, right? I think it was the 100K day too, but
yeah,
he was just chilling.
We did. Every night he's on that couch in the lobby, just chilling, like watching some of the hands back.
That's his happy place.
I've seen him there a few nights in a row.
Because he knows if he doesn't go there after one time, the luck changes.
That is how it works. I've got people queuing up to have breakfast with me now. But seriously, the people that I've had breakfast with have gone on to win tournaments, top 3, top 4.
Are you charging a fee yet?
I should be. I mean, we're 7 days into the series. Got the main event around the corner. This is a bit spicy from Ilya. The Estonians venturing out to Monaco. 3 betting off of a very shallow 110k stack. We're getting the job done.
There we go, using that position.
Onions.
See Luis Santos in the chat saying, is Jason Kuhn not playing anymore? Jason is playing. He's going to be arriving on the 10th. He's not here for this one, unfortunately. But we'll be here for the back end of the series. So that's business to attend to. See some questions around the invitational format. Saying, what is the invitational? Who and for what get the invite? Well, great question. So when we put or announce these invitationals, only VIPs get invited. The VIPs being non-poker pros, people that don't make a living playing poker, people that aren't that well studied. Disadvantage, you know, against a professional lineup. They then confirm that they want to join, that they're willing to pony up the $200,000, and then they have to find a pro as a teammate, if you will, to then play on the pro side of the bracket. So the only way professionals can get in is by finding a VIP that's willing to not only choose them, but to put up $200,000 and enter the tournament themselves. So for example, on this side of the bracket, Webster Lim invited none other than, oh, hang on a minute.
Christoph Vogelsang.
Why is that not on the...
Chinwei Lim.
There we go. My bad. Invited Christoph Vogelsang. Morten Klein invited Aspen Jorstad, WSOP 2022 champ. So yeah, that's how the pros get an invite. And you can only get invited if you find a VIP. It's as simple as that. Now there is always this conversation, you know, especially on the VIP side of the bracket. Is that guy really a VIP? He's pretty good. He's been playing poker for some time. So the way that it's decided, this invitational format was a concept of Rob Youngs and Paul Puers.
Sounds about right.
So Rob, Paul, and Jason Kuhn, the three of them, every time a VIP wants to join, kind of goes to an arbitration, if you will. Those three decide, okay, yeah, that guy's okay to be in the VIP side of the bracket, or they say, hang on a minute, pal. You're trying to be a bit sneaky here, trying to get under the radar. You've been out in Macau for the last 5 years, piecing them up, or you've been hiding behind an online screen name for the last few years. You're on the pro side of the bracket, mate. Showers.
Yeah, and obviously one of the reasons why this tournament is very exciting is VIPs get to play with other VIPs exclusively on day one, and the pros have to play against the pros. So it's just a nicer experience for the VIPs. Give them a chance to really build a big stack, but on day 2 is when we just have a full random draw, and you may get just a random mix of both sides.
Yeah, there are definitely good players on the VIP side of the bracket, because there's always this conversation, right? You can see people getting tilted in the chat. Don't be a fish at life, okay? If you're getting tilted in the YouTube chat, you need to have some serious questions, conversations with yourself. Obviously, there are VIPs that are good. They're putting up $200,000 to enter a tournament. Webster's somehow found a way to turn the best hand.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's going to get to showdown cheaply, as Tan's got open in a straight draw with the king of spades for a flush draw. He's also seen weakness from Webster. He can really just pounce hard, turn plus river, even unimproved.
$8.5K.
The hand might be over right here.
One would assume, unless Lim wants to get really sticky. Keep Tan honest for one street.
He is. It doesn't feel like a one street affair, does it?
I think Tan's about to try and piece him up, although that might be a river card that he decides not to. Just recognizing how difficult it's going to be to get a pair to fold now.
Yeah, the queen was probably the worst card for him to double barrel on. He really wanted to attack, but then a jack or 8 feels a lot better. Nicely done by Webster, hanging in there.
Wayne Smith saying 6,400 people watching and only 1K likes. Smash that like button, please. I couldn't agree more. If you haven't already taken the time out of your day, just a couple of seconds to drop us a quick like on the live stream. Go one step further and subscribe to the Triton Poker channel as we continue to grow the game, take poker broadcasting and content to new heights. This world-class production here in Monte-Carlo for the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series really does help grow the channel and grow the game. It's also the reason Randy keeps coming back as well, because of you guys liking the videos, so please make sure you do.
Yeah, there's a minimum likes for me to come back.
Yeah, Randy refuses to pick up the phone and agree to come into a Triton stop unless there's a certain amount of subscribers, so...
Ding Biao, he's all in with Queen Jack. Blind versus Tan.
All in brought to you by WPT Global. See if Ding's going to be re-entering. Let's pick up a gut shot on the ace 10-4, which Tan blocks. That's a disastrous turn card. He just gets reduced to 6 outs once now for his tournament life. Doesn't find one of them. 10. With the elimination.
No.
As he showers
Okay.
his friend and a man that he's probably battled with for thousands of hours over the years. Tried stealing his time bank chips as well.
Uh-oh. Bad news from Mateos.
Cat Lee in fantastic shape to bounce right back in this thing post dinner break. So far so good. Some sweaty turns. Should a deuce or a 3 roll off. Give Adri a will draw. Not presenting themselves on the turn. Now just needs to fade the 3 outs once. Get back in this fight. After that brutal run in the 100K. Gets the double. Back up to 220,000. Good for 70 big blinds.
Not bad for Kiat after making back-to-back 6th place finishes. Already
Exactly how
cashed
you
for
blew
like
up.
1.2 million.
That really was a brutal run for Kiat yesterday. I mean, came in 1 of 9 to then bust out in 6th. Tournament poker is just so brutal, and the reason he busted in 6th was really just through no fault of his own. I mean, just a disgusting cooler cut off against big blind. Queens against 7-6. Came 8-5-4. Soiser flopped the nut straight. Check, check. So Lee decided to play defense against the big blind range of his queens. Turn was an ace. Check, check. River queen. Soiser bet out 80%. Lee raised. Soiser with the bet, 3 bet obviously. And yeah, Lee just couldn't get away from the set, understandably so. As played. Ended up going home in 6th. As Sir Watts gets busy in the hijack with the ace queen o. I think we're going to be hearing from Adri.
Yeah, whether to call a 3-bet or jam. It's a little interesting. He's playing a 30 big blind stack. I'm sure he knows that Watson is 3-bet folding in the spot. Sometimes.
Over there.
It is early-ish positions, which is a little bit worrisome. He is still going to jam, and I don't think Watson's going to fold. But it's not like a fist pump, you're loving it.
Yeah, we're not slam dunking this 88K in the middle, especially in this format where there is so much incentive to just make it to day 2 where the pools are merged and you get to a table with VIPs.
Down.
Yeah, well done, sir.
Great spot. Great situation for Mateos. Seems like it was a couple big blinds too much for Watson to call it off. But still, he seems a little bit unpleased.
Action level for you.
Yeah.
Perez. So it's been an action-packed level for Adri.
I was waiting for TV.
Now it's time to shine. 5 reports. It's okay.
It's okay.
You don't have anything warmer.
Absolute rags for both on the ace-6 deuce, although Heath with a slight advantage. That queen of diamonds in hand. Kind of feels like whoever sneezes at this pot will take it down. Heath does just take a little stab, gets the job done.
Pretty sure this is a heads-up pot.
What's Makita's Triton Poker Plus app situation looking like? Because I feel like, unless whilst I was away he had some big scores, it's been a rough couple of years for Bads. I mean, he was tied with Jason 3 for 3. They both had 3 Triton titles in Madrid. That was a little bit more than 2 years ago. Then Makita actually got his 4th title first, then Kuhn tied right at the end of the series, making it 4 apiece. And then obviously since then, Jason's just run away with it. He's got 10 titles, Bads has 5. Ah, okay, yeah. He took down the 100k short deck in Jeju for his 5th title. He actually had a pretty sick Jeju, cashing for over $2 million there.
Yeah, it feels like right before that he didn't have that great of a series.
It was rough, yeah.
Yeah.
It was rough.
That one saved him.
With Montenegro, he had a bunch of min cashes, including the 125k main, and then he came 5th in the 200k for 1.4 million. 40. So he's like, yeah, you know, Henry, I don't mind bricking the smaller stuff as long as I run deep in the bigger buy-in stuff.
Got a situation here. Brewer squeezing the 40,000 10-9 suited. Kula of ace queen. They're playing 110 big blinds or so effective.
Interesting decision.
Yeah.
By Brewer.
Can kind of see this go many ways for Kulev. Main decision point is, what does he think of Brewer's squeeze? And he thinks it's full of it. So he puts in a 4-bet.
4-bet clicking to 90,000. I mean, if there was ever a man to wager your net worth on finding the 4-bet bluff with ace queen, it would be Alex Kulev.
Price is good. It's got 10-9 suited. It rarely is dominated in the 4-bet pot. Feels like he's going to call with the stacks they're playing. And for Kulev, if he flops any ace or queen, as long as it's top pair, he's going to think it's nutted, given that Brewer didn't 5-bet rip it.
Wow.
Amazing start for Brewer. And not a great texture for Kulev. Kulev might keep his foot on the gas pedal. If he does, he's going to downsize quite a bit towards the 25% range, I'd imagine. Maybe a third. It's only, what, slight north of 1 SPR remaining?
Yeah, would expect to see him continue small and wide in a 4-bet pot, as you alluded to. Somewhere around 20%. Now for Brewer, bit of a sticky one, but we've started off well by flopping top pair.
Now he does play this pot out of position, which is a little bit annoying. just because Kulev gets to decide if he gets to see a free river card or not. I'm sure Brewer is contemplating, is there reason to raise to kind of just take down what's so much in the middle already?
I mean, raising feels like an absolute punt, but I'm in here, he's out there.
On.
Playing a 200k as he does, check jam. Gets the snap fold from Kulev.
Yeah, you get to just deny your opponent's equity if they're c-betting their whole range in that 4-bet pot when they're holding these kings.
Like 6 hours. Now it's in tea and the fireworks go down.
Perez just saying that apparently the table's been incredibly tight for the last 6 hours, and now that they're on TV, it's fireworks, which is exactly what we want. Perhaps some fireworks for you viewers at home. You can head on over to WPT Global, the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. It's the best and only place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Download the WPT Global with code TRITON for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. GL to all of you out there. We've had an elimination on the outer tables. Espen Jorstad will have to fire a second bullet after he 4-bet ace-5 of spades against Linus's queens. It came queen jack jack. Linus checked. Espen bet 35k into 173k. Linus called with queens full. Turn was a deuce of diamonds, completing the front door flush draw. Went check check. River was the jack, making the board queen jack jack deuce jack. 243k in the middle. Linus checked once more. Espen jammed, and Linus obviously snap called as Heath activates from the cutoff. 5-4 of clubs, getting a bit out of line. That's a flop of flush draw.
Mateos hangs in there with the gutter ball. Flush comes in.
Unfortunately for Heath, Adri just has king high.
It's actually pretty good in the middling card pairs, which is a decent part of Mateos' check call range. That could just pay off when he makes his flush. Even Queen X would likely hang in there too. But like you said, just unfortunate. Oh, he checked that one back. That was a bit surprising. And Mateos makes a pair of kings. There could be a potential payoff on the river.
King.
Oh, sorry, it's a 4 flush. I thought it was just a 3 flush, but still.
It's all right, Randy. We'll let you off this time. If it happens again, though, might have to message HR.
HR?
Up to 90 runners in this one. Prize pool standing at $18 million. Couple of people on bullet number 2.
I was originally going to do it in London, but
re-entries,
high stakes in London, but
including Konstantin Maslak and Ding
So
Biao.
hard to play poker in London.
you know, after we did the
Hello,
Triton,
Robion.
Yeah.
I had to ask everybody for bank statements and all this. Stays on the stream, should I? There was a lot of compliance in London, wasn't
Yeah, a lot of compliance.
And like players getting like super annoyed. 7. And just the government there just seemed to want
He's the man that came up with the concept, Randy. these invitationals, always looking
Consider
for
poker the same as casino.
innovative ways
No
to
different to
continue
the
growing
rules.
our game.
And also it seems like if it's high work people, it's actually more compliance than it seems like that.
It's crazy, yeah.
I don't think there are many people that can claim to have done
The government thinks
as much for poker as Rob Young has.
20,000. They think we're gambling 20,000.
Yeah.
With the house.
Yeah.
Whereas the house is taking a small rate. You don't understand we're losing to each other. So we're not. So they think the amounts are so high. I mean, even Germany, if you sit down at a cash game table with $1,000, the German taxes you 10%. Takes 900 off you. So they think we're betting we're playing blackjack against the house.
Yeah.
The house is taking a rate. I don't know why no one's explained this to the government.
Rob flopping best.
Very good piece. Curious to see if Sternheimer comes along with little backdoors, but he is up against +1 open, which is more ace-X heavy.
Yeah, but bro, he's got 60% of a straight flush. Have you ever heard of a still will before?
I've heard of it. That's why he's coming along.
Every year.
It's like, dealer, give me that deuce of diamonds one time. Just for morale. Let's pick up that flush draw. Sternheimer's staring Rob down, and Rob's just mid-convo talking tax regulations with Morton Klein.
They just push it underground, don't they? Yeah.
Uninterested as possible, as Rob, in a very nonchalant way, just flicks in 10k and continues talking about tax deductions. I respect it.
10k equates to 1/3 pot. Problem for Sternheimer here is even though he picked up the flush draw, he doesn't know if he's up against a bigger diamond.
Got it.
Rob just showing it.
Shouldn't have folded my flush.
Huh?
Shouldn't have folded my flush.
Oh, you had a flush draw?
I folded a flush.
Huh?
You see in
Okay,
Holland,
Stan.
you know,
Holland's crazy.
Yeah, they put a deposit limit on every. And what happened? The regulated business is going down 40%.
Yeah.
But in total, I guess they are up because people get more uncontrolled gambling. Make no sense.
I mean, what about like Norway and Sweden? I mean, they just give government monopoly. Government monopoly.
But you know, in Sweden they have got the regulations. So now Finland was the last country, except from Norway, to not have any regulation. In Norway, they have a monopoly on online gambling, and it's the only country in Europe with the RSS.
And there's more gambling going on? Yeah. Like, some of these huge crypto gambling businesses.
Did you like Tallinn opening?
Yes, I like Tallinn. It's one of the most beautiful boutique casinos I've ever been to.
And restaurant. One of my favorites now.
What a job they've done.
5 years.
Yeah. Originally, when Tim Heath spoke to me about it, there was no regulation in Tallinn. He was going to let you buy in with Bitcoin and
Morton
built it,
wagging
and
his
now-
finger.
And now they won't take cash and crypto or.
It's still legal, yeah.
Blind v blind.
A little something for Lynn with the 2 overs and gut shot.
The wine cellar downstairs.
Yeah, wine. One of the best collections of wine in the city.
Do you live Tallinn yourself?
Yeah. It was a surprise, the Tallinn.
I mean,
Oh. That easy.
Just like that, hey Webster. 3-time champ.
He did it like with
Oh.
himself, you know, like I think so, with a passion.
He's gonna perhaps get some value as well,
he
because
knew how
Morton's
to
got
do
2 pair.
Poker as well, that guy. Tim. I played on his yacht in Monte-Carlo.
And there's still busted clubs,
He loves poker.
which we get Klein interested.
He's got a real passion for poker. So even though it's a casino,
Clearly, though, Webster's got a bet.
the I got an email. There was like a 3K buy-in one. I thought it was beautiful.
And the way the hand played on the turn, rarely does Klein have a straight. So Webster goes polar, and now Klein's in a bit of a guessing game.
For high stakes poker, if there's no beach or no major city, it's very hard. So he's built it, it's beautiful.
Klein shouldn't have, yeah, he shouldn't have that many 8x, 3x, also to raise pre, check back, turn.
But we like it.
You're lucky to, I mean, where I live in Nottingham.
And also snap check back on the turn too.
Morton just
sizing him up.
Yeah, taking the shades off, staring him down. It's like these young whippersnappers. He's gonna get paid, and he's gonna show him the bad news.
It's definitely somewhere where I like to play like a cash game there for a few days.
They do some, yeah.
That mini Thor's hammer. Morton's rocking.
Back to the pro side, where things are a little bit less chatty.
Yeah, less chatty, all business over here. Oi, oi.
Is there excitement somewhere?
Sounded like
outer table.
Sounded like Ren Lin.
They didn't say Lady Gaga. It can't be him.
That's true. How about this for a flop pair? Off in a flush draw. Brewer with top pair, top kicker.
A little bit of something for everyone. Action still on Perez.
I want to say he's checked already,
or no one knows. Okay, he did check.
Yeah, he had checked. That was gonna be very strange. That like max time bank check, but I don't know. That's very uncommon for Roberto.
It's also one of those textures where the big blind doesn't lead into the ace highs. Kulev folds his middle pair against half pot, thereabouts.
Oh, hello action inducing turn card. As Perez turns the 10 high diamonds, but Brewer with the redraw. Nut flush blocker in hand.
Yeah, and it's very easy for Brewer to just still have the best hand against an ace. That he can go for more value. Redraw, of course, helpful.
Does he now just... No, he's going to slide it on over once more. Or perhaps he might try and lead. If he expects Brewer to just have a ton of hands that check back.
Feels like Brewer's going to go for more value on this turn. His hand is just so good. He's going to check it back. Perhaps he's going to lose a lot on this king on the river.
Well, Brewer playing defense at the perfect time. Had he decided to bet and inflated the size of the pot, would have been showers against Perez's flush. 48k out there in before B200 because Perez is sick like that.
70.
70k. I mean,
Snap call from Brewer.
He's going to be sick.
Gets shown the 10 high diamonds. Perez gets paid in spectacular fashion.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse, actually.
Could have been a lot worse.
I ran pretty hot there.
Yeah, I'm sure Brewer's betting at some frequency on that turn, right? He probably rolled for it.
And if he rivers 2 pair, he's definitely going to bet once more. Still, sizable pot. Going Roberto's way.
Davy Jones. OG. You know he's the cash game goat when everyone says it, man. Like, people aren't just throwing that around here. The respect that he has from these tournament pros in terms of what he's achieved at No Limit Hold'em in terms of cash games, it's quite the sentiment from the community.
Yeah, he plays the highest stakes online with Linus and some others regularly. You know, they'll play like 3-handed reg battles, so
he holds the lobbies as well, man. I mean,
yeah, those guys there's only a handful of them that will play that game, and he's one of them. And obviously very skilled at heads up as well.
is he as good as me? Or is he better?
No, he's better.
He's better. Okay, fair. Story checks out.
I don't know if he plays PLO, so you might have him in that game.
I don't think I do.
But does he play PLO?
I don't think he needs to play PLO.
It's just natural talent.
To be
like,
better than me.
You just give him a little bit of
No, I'm just that shit, Randy.
What do you mean? Didn't you used to play that professionally?
I mean, define professionally.
Oh, so you're going to be in the PLO Invitational if that ever happens.
I mean, if it's just randomly choosing to click the pot button, then yeah, I was a professional. But the fact that he's out here playing tournaments, which, you know, I don't want to say is a format that he's unfamiliar with, because he's obviously done some study. But it wouldn't surprise me if you did put him in a PLO game that he would quickly figure out a thing or two.
Yeah, so this is Perez's second Triton stop. He showed up in 2023 in London, played 5 events, 3 cashes. Best cash was the 3rd place in the 8 max for $604,000. Now here in Monte-Carlo, this is his 5th event. Already has 1 final table under his belt, 4th in the 25K opening Global Ultimate Slam WPT for $356K. So definitely adapting well.
Heath with the inside straight draw. Backdoor spades. Kulev with the underpair. See if he decides to Rocket Man his way to victory. Or at least attempt to.
This is kind of one of those textures where at some frequency you just blast away these little baby pocket pairs, because you can always get better pairs to fold, and they unblock all of the pair straight draws that will check call, check fold. It's gone a little bit sizable, which isn't that attractive for Ben.
Rocket Man Kulev, invited by none other than Tan Xuan, which doesn't really surprise me. I mean, they both play very similar styles.
It feels like Tan Xuan is only allowed to play someone who's willing to rifle the chips in there.
Yeah, 100%.
He's like, before he invites someone, he's like, show me a big bluff you've made, you know?
Kalev just gets the projector screen down. He's like, here, mate, pour yourself a whiskey, grab a cigar, because I got a highlight reel for you.
Seven.
Service? 7?
Yep.
Fruit plate like this.
Up to 90 runners, by the way. So we've got 10 levels, 50-50 redraw at the end of day 1. Complete redraw. At the completion of level 12. So that means tomorrow they're going to come and play 2 levels, 50-50 redraw. And then it's going to be completely randomized. Because that's sick. Because you go from like the 2 levels of 50-50, which is what all the pros are waiting for. But then it's completely random, and there are going to be very pro-heavy tables, and there's going to be very VIP-heavy tables. So you talk about the variance in poker, and this format really does...
You can get a bad seat draw.
Yeah, it throws a bit of a spanner in the works, that's for sure. Up to... yeah, 91 players as Espen Jorstad clicked the re-entry button. Fun one. I mean, Aaron Zhang, chip leader. Pajiv in second, Leon Sturm in third. Who invited Leon? Let's have a little look-ski. Leon Sturm invited by Elton Tang. Okay. So Elton's been keeping an eye on these guys, you know.
Yeah, I feel like every invitational he's inviting like a new sick pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. That seems to be the case. Look what's occurring here. Bads opening from the cutoff. Couple of jacks. Heath flatting on the button. Brewer defending his big. Heath's going to be in trouble here. I think Brewer perhaps finds an exit if this goes bet call. Bad's actually checking his option. Playing defense.
Heath is pretty tempted to stab, looking for clearance, I would think, with his middle pair backdoor spades, vulnerability as well. So now, with that bet, we've created a situation where it likely goes three-way to the turn. Had Makita bet the flop, Ben probably would have called it, and maybe Brewer just pitches it.
What if Bads ends up folding? No,
Not
okay.
for this price. There, you could be up against like an 8x, a button bet, etc.
Undercard to all the pairs. Makita checking over once more. See how Heath wants to proceed.
Well, Heath's got to think that his 8 is no good, getting called in 2 spots. It's really the only reason to bet here if you're turning into a bluff.
Which would strike me as incredibly ambitious.
Yeah, that's why he checked it.
Another undercard, but it is the front door flush completing 3 of diamonds.
Everyone's hand is just strong enough to not need to turn into a bluff, I would think. Like, even the 9s, it will win at showdown from time to time.
Blinds are going to be going up. This one's going to check through. Bounce with the check mark. 46k pot going his way.
Those nines should be squeezed, no?
Throwing some shade Brewer's way. So he should have squeezed with the nines against those two positions. Cut off open button flat. If you haven't already, those of you watching over on YouTube just saw the QR code in the top right hand corner of your screens. Download the Triton Poker Plus app now. The reasons I say that, because we got cash game content over there. You can also follow along the action from every outer table. Every single hand played from your favorite players is recorded and put into the app. So I don't know, get the stream up on YouTube on the laptop, sweat along over on the app on your phone or vice versa, and see what your favorite players are getting up to. 100, 150 big blinds deep against the best in the world. Talking of the best in the world, Nikita raising up to 8,000, 5-time champ. Only a couple of people in that 5-time champ group, Phil Ivey and Danny Tang. Looks like we're going to be playing a mystery hand with Adri from the big blind. Let's see 3, dealer.
3 for 3 players.
Yeah, make them some good ones. The Jack 7, as good as it gets.
I'll take the Queen Jack over to random hand. It's looking pretty good. Jack 7, 2 hearts.
In before Adrian. Check call. $30k out there. Small C bet from Nikita. Should shed the Queen 9 of diamonds. Now with this small sizing, let's see how Mateos reacts.
It is noteworthy that Mateos is playing a 20.5 big blind stack remaining, which changes approaches.
Non-flush, non-straight, completing turn card. 5 of clubs. Does now present the backdoor club draw, of course. 44k out there. Bads is going to want to look and set this up to get all the money in on the river.
It just seems like a pretty standard bet on the turn.
24.
Just north of B50. Goes Geo. And for Mateos, flush draws get really uncomfortable now. 7x gets really uncomfortable. Unless it's like 7x of clubs. It's just going to come with call. 92,000 in the middle. The 8 of hearts, Randy. I mean, it's got to be one of the worst cards in the deck for Makita.
It's not too good.
Tails slides it over for a 3rd time now.
I mean, he definitely can still jam this Queen Jack.
Adri snap checked, by the way. I don't know. I want to read into that too much. But is this just a trap 100% of the time? Does he just like flop to full house, like sevens, Jack sevens? A snap call.
Okay, I'll use this one.
Snap doesn't feel good.
Jack 8 of diamonds.
Ouch.
Wow, Bad's getting 3 outed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the man. Someone who just got rivered.
Than drinking every night.
Felt like Adri was trapping there. I mean, he was trapping himself until the river, but when he continues to that size on the turn, you know, 7x, is he really getting stubborn with a 7 there? Is he calling like weak flush draws?
If it's coupled with a flush draw, of course,
Sure.
right? I guess maybe the question is what hand's going to call you that's worse? Jack 10, of course. Jack 9. If he has Jack 8, I mean, it's got the worst jacks. And there's not that many bigger jacks. Ace Jack probably would have just squeezed jam off of that stack, so seems fine. Just a bit of a cooler.
Cold deck.
Sternheimer's day doesn't seem so good given his stack.
It's opening on the bottom.
150. Yeah.
Into a very healthy 490k stack of Morton Klein. I might have to get a massage, Randy, not going to lie.
In-booth massage?
Yeah, I'm going to do the Nick Schulman. We're like 7 days in. Let's get into that time, mate. Ace 7. Nothing to write home about for Klein. Expect to see Sternheimer continue.
Yeah, also
pretty high
because
frequency.
his hand is pretty vulnerable. He counterfeited by the 7, and also if another overcarded 5 comes on the turn, there's more things. Oh my gosh, Klein. I've seen him make some pretty crazy check raises with no equity.
Listen, man, you put Klein on a TV table, okay, the man just becomes a different beast. I think he's building an archive for his grandkids. So if they ever question his authority at Christmas or Thanksgiving, just pulls it out. Listen, kids.
Another bluff in the books for Klein.
He just loves it, man.
That was boss.
He just loves bluffing on TV.
I like his game. He really it's pretty solid, right? And then whenever he makes a bluff, he just gets so much credit because he's not always out of line. He has a pretty good image.
I feel like he's always out of line.
You think he's always out of line?
Feels like it. Morton's going to be continuing in some fashion here.
So big.
Just comes with call.
Yes.
Does open the door for Rob to join the party. Very raggedy looking.
Thought you could have a set.
Jack 7-0.
Thought you could have a set.
I have set call.
Set call.
How's the dealer found this flop off? A pair for both, Webster and Morton, and a gut shot for Rob. Looks like Morton's reaching for leading chips. Does come out firing 12 into 31.
Yeah, I don't mind it. The button doesn't c-bet this flop at a very high frequency into 2 players. This type of flop tends to hit the blinds a bit more. Rob Young not chasing his straight draw. Wouldn't be a nutted if he happens to make it, just in case he's up against Queen Jack. Nice played though. Webster needs to defend this, especially with his kicker. In case Klein's probing with a worse 8.
Uh-oh. I think Lim's going to lose a few more chips here. It's that 10 pairing on the turn, making it a lot less likely now.
Klein went tricky.
Yeah, Klein's spicy, man. I mean, he's got all the moves.
And that makes Webster more confident about his 8. He's going to check. Looking to make this 2-street game where 1 bet on a flop, 1 on the river, whether it be from Klein or Lim himself. Wow, another check. I mean, how does Webster not bet in this spot? He rarely is behind, but Klein has just slipped it over.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't, for reasons that you mentioned earlier. You know, the kicker playing. It is a weird one. You know, hands like Queen Jack, Jack 9, Queen 9 that just gave up. They're going to fold anyway. Yeah.
Wow.
Webster checks it back.
Sick.
He's going to get shown the trip 10s. He's going to be pretty thrilled.
That's a lot of restraint with that. I mean, I can see like 8, 9, like, all right, whatever. I'll just check this back with 7, 8, but ace 8?
Klein attempting on 2 streets to extend the rope to Lim.
I feel like most of the field would have stabbed there if they ace 8.
Thank you.
Walton just slapping himself
Also
on the
red?
wrist.
Yeah.
Morihane. It was incredibly entertaining the other day.
This is a little loose. UTG, 10-9 offsuit.
Yeah, he certainly has tendency to play loose. As we saw in the 100K. If I recall correctly, you got lucky against Punat Punsri where he just open jammed Queen 6 of diamonds from like under the gun.
Watch out play.
For 12 bigs.
It wasn't under the gun, but it was like hijack or middle position, I remember.
It was under the gun, bro.
The Queen 6 suited, the diamonds.
I'm sorry?
12 bigs. How much do you want to bet?
Yeah, I will do.
What do you want to bet? I'm pretty confident.
You sound confident.
Yeah, I do sound pretty confident.
I'm up $1,000 today in the booth on bets, so...
Jeez, did you crush brass that bad?
I did, bro, yeah.
So what were you guys betting on?
He laid me 10-1 that Roman wouldn't fold in a big spot with aces, and Roman folded with aces, bro.
So was Roman right or wrong?
He was wrong, obviously. He had aces.
36.
I'll show you the hand later.
That sounds funny.
It was a really cool spot. And the thing is I agreed with Brian. I was like, okay, there's no way he's ever folding here, but you've given me 10-1 on $100. Like, I have to take that. But no, I'll find it. I'm confident as well. But you also seem confident, so now I'm not as confident because you're much smarter than me.
No, it doesn't take being smart to win this bet. It's just more memory.
Is that not a type of smartness?
Sure.
Bitcoin all-time high again, 76.8.
Yeah, that's
Bitcoin is at an all-time high, Rob. You're right.
76. Yeah, probably.
I think that's why people are firing as aggressively as they are in this 200K.
What's your opinion on Bitcoin?
I believe we see 100 this year. I was at the Bitcoin conference in Lugano.
Oh, you're interested in crypto?
Yeah, I have a public crypto company in Norway called, no, in Sweden they are public on Nasdaq called Arcaria Crypto.
Oh, I'll add you to him. I've got a high stakes poker crypto chat. We're all trying to guess the top. You think 100 this year?
100 this year.
You think big rejection from 100 though?
Yeah. And, I think we potentially could see 500.
What?
100 this year would be very nice.
But don't, but potentially.
I won't tell him you said that.
Complete nothing burger for Maury Hain.
Alright. I've got you on Telegram. I haven't got you on Telegram.
Linus Love is up
You
to
haven't?
third in chips. Leon Sturms in fourth. Davy Jones in fifth.
If you are in Dubai sometime, we could take a dinner or something.
Yeah.
It would be very nice to talk.
Tell you what I'm doing. We're probably doing the same things.
Yeah, probably a lot of the same things. Yeah. I'm not investing directly. I can do it.
I'm getting Haribos waved in my face. Mate.
Not from me, okay?
Not from you, that's right. It's from producer James Dempsey. My body is my temple, my friend. And those processed sugary sweets in here. What's going on?
What's going on is Tan Chuan's opening Jack 7 off on the button.
And you sound... There's a tone of surprise in your voice, Randy, which is actually surprising me.
I'm just reminding you, watching, that this guy would raise worse. Jack 5 suited. Not too shabby. Although dominated in the spot.
I don't think Tan's ever folded a button in his life when it's folded to him.
Come on.
Bro, seriously, I mean, find me a hand. Alright, I should add, he's never folded a button when it's folded to him when he's got 100 big blinds or more.
I mean...
That's a lot more, you know, likely. Continues here.
Could be trouble for Nikiforov turning that jack with the clubs. Obviously, Tan Chuan is loving that. Hitting 2 pair. Easy clear targets. King, Queen X, especially coupled with a 10. Hand's a bit vulnerable too. Wants to get a lot of value, I would think, on the turn. Charge your opponent.
Doesn't go too big, you know, on a ball texture like this, which makes sense for his hand. I feel like this sizing is exactly for this hand, but not necessarily his range.
Safe river card for Tan. I mean, his targets are basically 1 pair, given kind of the weaker 2 pair he's holding. He might just size like half-ish once again, just looking for crying calls out of his opponent.
I believe he has bet. Do apologize for the graphic delay. Yeah, he's gone 75k into 78. Elio just playing a complete guessing game against that.
Yeah, okay, I'll try again because something went wrong.
Against most, I would think this is hitting the mark. If there's someone to call against, it's Tan Xuan. Tan's not bluffing this time, though.
I think that's why I'm raised to it, getting lots of people messaging.
But these guys have been playing
The problem is, yeah,
a lot of levels so far, so history has been built.
You upgrade your premium, you won't get them.
No, I will update the premium. I will actually do it, but it was something. I just confirmed.
Feels like Nikiforov is a bit confused on, okay, why did Tan bet half on the turn and all of a sudden going ham on the 6?
He's deep in the tank here. And you're right, Randy. It was a very kind of passive bet on the turn. It didn't exude strength. And now all of a sudden, on this 6 of hearts, Tan's coming in with a near pot-sized bet.
Right, because the 6 doesn't change anything.
As he's like rivered a set of 6s.
Or Tan's hand was so big on the turn, like straight the nuts, and he's just like, now he wants to go for value. He seems a bit attached to this pair of jacks, but does eventually relinquish.
Ilya invited Igor Yaroshevsky, having just as bad a day as Yaroshevsky is. Yaroshevsky on bullet number 2.
Well, Yaroshevsky was battling hard with Ponnikovs at the start of this tournament.
That sounds about right. How did that work out for him?
Well, the hand was pretty crazy. It was level 1, and Igor had 3-bet ace-9 of clubs. Ponnikovs had pocket 8s, and you would think he would call the 3-bet out of position. He put in a 4-bet to 31,000. Then you would think Igor would fold ace-9 of clubs. And then he 5-bet to 70-something thousand.
Okay.
Then you would think maybe Ponnikovs is done with the hand, but he called, and he flopped upset.
Let's go.
And then Igor had bet half the pot. Eventually he gave up the hand and lost
half of his stack?
Yeah, lost half his stack right there.
Wow, look at this from Morahan, by the way. Just setting the trap.
And look at the positions. So it's even more unlikely he's got aces in this spot.
Let's see if this trap works out for the Frenchman, who seems to know exactly what kind of customer he's up against.
It's not a great board.
Tan completely whiffing.
And it's not the greatest for Morahan either, just because it's hard to get a lot of value on 3 streets on this texture. Checks it back and it just gets worse. 8-7, 6-5.
26k out there. I wonder if this one gets the showdown and Morahan has to table his hand. Would be funny.
I wouldn't mind tabling the aces in the spot so that players like are less likely to squeeze you later.
Tan.
15.
Comes out with the delayed c-bet. There's a lot of watch connoisseurs in the YouTube chat yesterday at the final table of the 100k. Does anyone know what watch Morahan's rocking there? I think it's a AP Royal Oak, but I could be wrong. It's pretty sick. 10 of spades changes nothing. Tan was drawing down on the turn, but he does have the biggest heart in the game. See if he can bulldoze his way to victory in this one.
He's got to be pretty scared when he puts in 75% pot on the turn and still got called. I guess these aces are showing down.
I guess so. I mean,
is he really going to seek value?
You're literally trying to get value from jacks through kings, or maybe like jack 10.
Yeah, I feel like if you are getting value, it's from 10x. I don't know if jacks and kings would bet 75% on turn. So let's see these aces shown. Rob Young and Morton Klein have no idea.
Tan is furious, mate. Did you see that?
Close station. Every hand close.
Just like shaking the head. He's like, what is this guy doing, man?
Did he just call Morahan a calling station?
Yeah.
Every hand call.
Bro, if there's anyone that can say whatever he wants at the table, it's Tam, bro.
Tokenize their products.
It's a project I've been working on for 3 years. That
on the blockchain. Yeah. On Ethereum.
No,
Morton and
it's
Rob
we
are
have not
deep
decided
in the
exactly.
crypto conversations here, celebrating Bitcoin reaching all-time high.
We really
Both
build it on that.
poker enthusiasts
Looking
and
at some opportunities
work in those spaces.
on top of Bitcoin.
Bit of an overlap between the communities. You in the crypto streets, Randy?
I've got my fair share.
Your fair share?
Yeah, I've
got a funny feeling your fair share is probably more than most people's fair share.
That's depends on who you ask. I just don't go openly talking about it regularly, that's all.
That's alright, bro. Wait, are you Satoshi, bro? Hang on a
you know
minute.
I can't answer that question.
Hang on a minute, guys. Wait, Randy. Are you the creator of Bitcoin? You've been hiding behind this Nanonoko.
I honestly can't.
Poker moniker for the last God knows how many years.
Yeah, I don't know. I refrain from answering. Let us continue. Ace Jack versus Ace 10.
Yeah, Rob seems to know exactly where he's at. Continuing to fire here. See what Webster wants to do. This Ace 10 has options, man, but against this size, try and realize.
Yeah, it's a decent candidate though to actually put in a check raise, but he is going to realize, try to hit it.
Does not. That's a comfortable river for Rob to perhaps look for more value from a King Jack, Jack 10.
Yeah, it's reasonable for him to go for one more with his ace kicker. It wouldn't go too meaty though.
One of those where Rob probably feels like he has the best hand, but doesn't want to open the door.
Played it safe?
Yeah, for Webster to try and put him in the bin.
Yeah. Close.
He's still got two streets of value there.
He did indeed. He's asking Webster if he should have bet river.
You just fold.
I like that. That openness to discuss hands. You could discuss hands with us over on YouTube by getting involved on Club WPT Gold and sending us some hand histories. They are bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada, and to celebrate, they're hosting a $5 million invitational free roll. That's right, $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner's going to get $1 million cash. Back up the truck, bring it to Vegas, Head on over to Club WPT Gold with the promo code Triton to win your seat today. That's insane, bro. $1 million cash. Cash money. Not like NFTs or some random coin that's not worth anything. Actual US dollar.
Yeah, you can win $1 million and then go buy those useless things.
Rusty was telling me about some CryptoPunks last night. You've got a new nickname, by the way. It's Satoshi Nanonoko.
Please. I need the press away from me as much as possible.
Been hiding behind this character that you've built. We're onto you, Randy. You're sus. We're sussing you out. Klein's just going to play defense. It is a +1 open. Tan with the ace-jack-o. They're both very deep on the ace-high board. Trouble for Klein, perhaps. At least one street.
I feel like it's at least 2 streets. 3 is always interesting with ace-jack. It feels like you're getting close. It depends, of course, on the run out. For now, though, 13K to start things off. Call should be incoming with a7. Not much reason to raise.
Some fun turn cards out there, you know. What Morton's thinking of doing. Pondering a call, a raise, both options available. Comes with the former. 48K out there. Troublesome for Klein on the board pairing turn.
The way this one's running out, it seems like Tan Xuan is going to get 3 streets.
All remaining players in the Triton Invitational, you may start taking your seats. Just under 3 minutes remain to break.
Also, like 4x, while it's more in the big blind's range, it's still a bit of a small part of that whole defense. You never know how much Tan's going to bet. It's kind of gone this like smallish bet again on the turn.
Exactly. I was just thinking that it's the exact same size. 22.
It might be stylistic on how he plays.
Maybe it's his lucky number. Klein needs to see like a spade. Yeah, I mean, deuce of spades. Especially against someone like Tan, who is still able to have like random 3x, like queen 3 suited, king 3 suited. I wouldn't fault him for calling here as well if Tan finds a triple barrel.
I think Tan's pretty annoyed about this river card. He's just like, now it's hard for me to get called.
Walton thinks he's got a winner. He's out-kicked by Tan.
You can see Tan's upset even though he's winning this pot. He's just a little bit of shake of the head.
Yeah. Same with the king-queen hand earlier, although he lost that one.
It's
yeah,
just,
for sure.
So if he doesn't win enough or he loses the pot, Tan's not happy.
That's going to be our next blue table. We've got Ossie, Katola.
Korzinen's on that table.
He is indeed.
As well as Ono.
He's lost a lot of chips though. Korzinen was up to 800 and something.
Red table looks spicy. Juan Pardo.
Oh, we had this table earlier. Yeah, it's a nice table. So they're going to be back up to the main stage. Kravets, JJ, Fedor, Juanito. Mystery hand with Tan. Come on, guys.
And
they're trolling us at this
point. But
it's
narrow, isn't it? Because it's under the gun open, you would think?
Dude, they're just trolling us at this point. They're giving us the most impossible mystery hands. they found the guy that has 100% range from every position.
Well, hold on.
At
Is this
the table.
is this a? Everyone's a mystery hand.
Everyone's a mystery hand, Randy.
This will be. This is going to be difficult.
I'm going to let you take this one.
We do get to see the flop, though, right?
You're the professional.
No, it's really a four-way mystery hand.
Wow, they're really just trying to.
This is new.
Then they went to Dublin. Then they went to Riga.
No, it looks like Tan's is a mystery because it's got the question marks on the back, whereas the other three have the Triton cards. I don't know. Are they going to show us some of the hands now?
You got to pick a winner now. That's what.
All right.
You gotta do.
On that board, I'm saying Tan. I just saw. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. I'm seeing
No.
some aces flashed around.
You're picking Tan?
I'll go with Tan, bro. He just has top set.
He's got 7-2 suited.
There's not much of a mystery, guys. I mean,
yeah, the graphics gone too.
Okay. I'm taking that as I was right. I said he has 100% range from any position at the table. Case in point, he's opened 7 deuce from under the gun in a $200,000 buy-in.
Oh, I wish this was a mystery hand and his heart cards were covered till the river. That would have been great.
Rocket Man. Rocket Man 10.
Oh.
Hello. King of Spades. 64k out there. Tan, please bet.
There's no chance he's not betting this.
48k at least. I want to see 75% pot on the turn. 300% pot on the river. Your guy can never call you. You block deuces. So the only hand that you just lose all the chips against is pocket sixes.
You know he's smashing this turn.
In fact, I want to see an overbet now.
Overbet now makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, 96k. Too small, bro.
It's still pretty decently
38K.
size. Was it 38 you said?
Yeah, he's bet 38 into 64. That means if Webster calls,
just 300 back and he bets 300k.
It's going to be 140k out there, so he's going to have to bet like more than 200% pot on the river.
Well, now Tan Xuan is definitely ranging Webster on solid ace to call twice and a flush versus 2 pair.
Oh my word.
GG Webster.
This is live, by the way, chat. Sometimes I feel like I'm just watching a YouTube highlight reel from a previous Triton stop. That's not the case. This is a $200,000 buy-in tournament. Tan's opened from under the gun with 7 deuce and tripled off. Backed into a flush. And Webster has rivered 2 pair. Now he goes big. 115k.
I mean, how can you fold against this player specifically? Aces and tens.
I mean, I think Webster can.
I mean, there's no obvious bluffs, you know? Things that were bluffing kind of got there.
Yeah, you'd have to hope that he was like continuing with a hand like queens or jacks with a spade on the turn. Maybe like 7s, 8s, 9s with a spade.
I mean, what if it's just...
What if it's 7 deuce of spades?
7 deuce of diamonds? What if he was just blasting away with that? Or 7 deuce of clubs, just thinking, you know what? I raised this hand, I'm going to win this hand no matter what.
Yeah,
even if I didn't get there, I was blasting.
Do you know the funny thing is we're sat here questioning, oh, what bluffs could Tan have in this spot? Up until the river, he had 7 deuce, bro. Now he's rivered a flush, and we're sat here saying, I wonder what kind of bluffs he can have. Rob's watching the stream.
This would be sick if Webster. Well, it's a mystery now, guys. 7 deuce suited for Tan Xuan.
So it's not a mystery hand, chat.
No, we know what he's got, obviously.
We know what he's got.
Be a sick laydown.
Webster's good enough to make a fold like this.
Nicely done.
Oh.
Once again, Tan Xuan seems a bit upset about the result of that hand.
That's a sick fold, Webster. I mean, putting money in whilst you're ahead and then folding once behind. That's a pretty solid strategy. This was a single raise pot. Cut off against big blind. Flop went check, check. Turn lead. Comes with the overbet probe.
Yeah, it's an interesting hand to overbet with. Great card, though, for Kulev. Okay, 2 pair is good. Kiat needed it.
Oh, so did Kulev, who's going to be playing less than 100k now. Sub 25 bigs. After getting grimmed on this river. No lead, did have plenty of equity, of course. Any 10, 9, 5 would have given him the best hand. Lee probably got to try and get this one to showdown.
Check.
Checks through.
Just one of those smiles and mucks.
Yeah.
You got me. Rivered it.
That's one of those.
I don't want to
nice
talk about
hand,
it.
buddy.
I just don't want to talk about it. Just gonna stay here, keep quiet, and enjoy myself. Don't want to talk about it.
Cat Lee's probably thinking, same pal. After yesterday's final table.
I don't want to talk about that.
It's like, all right, dude. That was a really grim hand for Lee. One of the grimmest of the series so far.
Offsuit 1 gapper for Brewer. Flicks in 9,500. Defending against Ben Heath's button open. Does pair best. Although Ben Heath's Jack 10 is got a lot of fight. Got shot, king high texture. Seems like a mandatory C-bet. Reasonable hand to even double barrel unimproved.
Yeah, I look at spots like this and just ask myself, against the opening size that Heath chose, which was closer to 2.5x, am I really peeling 6-4-0?
You mean pre-flop or on the flop?
Yeah, pre-flop.
I mean, I guess this deep, it's fine. Especially if Heath isn't really the type to just blast away like some other players would. Then you get to realize more equity on average. Still a pretty decent spot for Ben Heath to double barrel with Jack 10. It's got 2 overs and a milling card, gut shot.
Oh, it
There we
comes
go.
with the overbet as well.
Yeah, he went big.
Big fan of that. Can get behind it. So, 4 minutes left of level 8. That means we're going to be heading into our last break of the day. When we return, got a couple of new feature tables that we teased earlier on. But more importantly, that end of day bubble, Randy. And in most tournaments, that's not a problem, right? Like end of day bubble isn't really a thing unless, you know, you're in the money on day 2. But here, the reason it's a thing is because tomorrow, from the start of the day, the pros are going to be merging with the VIP side of the bracket, 50-50 split. So perhaps we see a little bit of snugness on the pro side, just playing lower variance, trying to preserve those stacks to then come in against the VIPs tomorrow from the start of day 2.
Yeah, these thoughts are definitely going to be visited during the break, right? Like you got time to think about something, and they're going to be reminded that you want to just hang in there.
Randy, if I ever come to one of these as a VIP, who would you want me to invite as my pro of choice?
You mean of all the people who play the Tritons?
No, not necessarily Tritons, just like professional poker player. Like, who would you want me to invite?
Not me, because I like to save that money for some Bitcoin. So
fair. I mean, your Triton track record isn't great.
You should take Rasty.
I mean,
Rasty would be great.
That would actually be.
It'd be a good,
that'd be fun.
good choice.
That would be fun. I'm just going to put it out there. I have the best Triton track record out of all of the commentators. Okay, 100% cash rate.
Okay, so then why are you?
Maybe
Maybe you should be on the pro side.
Whoa,
That's
whoa,
what you're saying.
Whoa. Don't kill my action now, bro. James Dempsey, producer James, making a great point, saying Ali's never busted a Triton. Although I think we all know that it would only take him about 15 minutes to do so if he did reg one.
Mystery hand time. Brewer puts in a squeeze on the button. Perez opened it. Kiatley flatted the cutoff.
Roberto pitches the king 4. How does Lee proceed?
I would think he would defend the spot, realizing that Brewer is attacking the button pretty wide. He needs to have some defense when he flats, otherwise he's too easy to play against. So there's the resistance.
Well, it's come Queen High, Randy. Queen Jack 7 two-tone. This is the spiciest mystery hand of the day. Got the squeeze from the Brewdog on the button. Lee came with the call. Brewer's continuing as expected.
I mean, there's even merit to check raise this ace queen on the flop. Pretty nutted.
Lee opts to just check call. Let's see a turn. 149 out there. Lee the effective stack with 171 back.
Still, ace queen is very, very strong. Even with the arrival to 8. Now, of course, you do fear kings and aces. But Brewer could safely value bet even like king queen at the moment.
Let's try and reverse engineer this one. I mean, the range of hands
70.
that Lee's beating kind of blocks, you know, like ace king, ace 10, those ace 5 kind of combos, king queen that you mentioned.
What do you need?
From a value point of view.
Yeah, sure, no problem. It's how long?
Moves into aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10-9 suited. They're all in there.
I mean, to defend this and to check fold this turn would be a bit snug.
Is there enough out there now to just jam, Randy?
Yeah, I think I would just check jam this on the turn with just 100K back.
Rather than play a guessing game on a ton of rivers.
I mean, unless you think Brew would blast off. Calls again. It's only 100K back with near 300. 8 on the river is a pretty solid card for Kiatley.
Well, I'll tell you what. If Brewer fires a third barrel here, I don't know about you, but call me a nit. I'm not loving life with ace queen.
No, I'm not loving it, but I would side call it off just because you could still be up against the same hand. There are still some bluffs. If Brewer's bluffing, he's got like ace king, I think, without a club. Without the ace of clubs. You don't want the ace of clubs right now if you're bluffing in this spot.
Just jinx me. Fucking hell.
Lee blaming Heath apparently for jinxing him. Throwing out all of his time extensions, understandably so. This is one of the grimmest spots of the day.
There's just too much in there, I feel like, to lay down. Yes, he can be beat. There's plenty of hands that beat him. Kings, aces, jacks, 10-9.
No, you can't get away from it. What's Brewer got? Queen's full.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Yeah, just abusing Heath.
Just has the goods. Dream run out for Brewer as well, getting him paid. I mean, any king 10-9 club rolls off, and I don't think he gets the value. Lee giving Brewer enough credit and respect for having bluffs there. So, James Dempsey looks a bit tired in the background there. That was a big old yawn. Got to maybe grab a coffee or something. I don't know. Lee showered. End of level 8. He is going to have 30 minutes or so to click that re-entry button, which would bring us up to 93 entries so far in the 200K Triton Invitational. And surprise, surprise, Randy, I'm looking over at the chip counts as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. It's the man that has taken down an invitational before, Ramin Hajiev, who still holds pole position here in Monaco.
Yeah, yes, it is still the early goings. It is day one, but he's looking pretty sweet. He's got some pretty tough competition also doing well. Linus Lolliger, Patrick Antonis, Punat Punsri. That's 3 pros in a row. Then we have Haralabos currently in 5th place for our leaderboard.
Yeah, that top 5 looking very cozy at the top. We're going for a very short 5-minute commercial break. When we return, 2 more levels before everyone will bag and tag. Come back for day 2 where those pools will be merged. Pros will be joining the VIPs tomorrow. But for now, they stay segregated, and we'll see you very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Monte-Carlo for the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Really does help grow the channel and grow the game. It's also the reason Randy keeps coming back as well, because of you guys liking the videos, so please make sure you do.
Yeah, there's a minimum likes for me to come back.
Yeah, Randy refuses to pick up the phone and agree to come into a Triton stop unless there's a certain amount of subscribers, so...
Ding Biao, he's all in, Queen Jack. Blind versus 10.
All in brought to you by WPT Global. See if Ding's going to be re-entering. Let's pick up a gut shot on the ace-10-4, which Tan blocks. That's a disastrous turn card. He just gets reduced to 6 outs once now for his tournament life. Doesn't find one of them. Tan with the elimination.
No.
As he showers his friend and a man that he's probably battled with for thousands of hours over the years. Tried stealing his time bank chips as well.
Uh-oh. Bad news from Mateos.
Cat Lee in fantastic shape to bounce right back in this thing post dinner break. So far, so good. Some sweaty turns. Should a deuce or a 3 roll off. Give Adri a will draw. Not presenting themselves on the turn. Now just needs to fade the 3 outs once. Get back in this fight. After that brutal run in the 100K. Gets the double. Back up to 220,000. Good for 70 big blinds.
Not bad for Kiat after making back-to-back 6th place finishes.
Exactly how you
were like.
Welcome back to continuing coverage from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo. It is the $200,000 Triton Invitational, heading into the final frame of the evening. We're 8 levels through out of 10 here, and it's been a fun 8 levels, Randy. I'm going to jump into the app straight away because I want the people to have a look at the tables we've got coming up, and the likes of Ramin Hajiv at the top of the chip counts. He knows how to close out an Invitational. Linus Love, Patrick Antonius, Punat Punsri, and Haralbos closing out the top 5. We've got ourselves a fresh feature table over on the blue table. The likes of Ding Biao, Korzanin, Katola, who, by the way, Korzanin and both Katola have held the chip lead in this tournament. Korzanin was the first player out, re-entered, then joined Katola on his table, who had 1.2 million at one point, and then just rocket manned his way up to the chip lead, but he's lost a little bit back now. But yeah, a very fun VIP side of the bracket, especially that table.
That one's going to be a lot of fun because obviously, like you just mentioned, there's been a lot of history of Katola in Korzanin, which you can see all of the hand histories in the Triton Poker Plus app and see the big bluffs, the big call downs. So we get to witness whether one of them will bust one another.
Just quickly,
Randy,
featured. Guys, there's a QR code down there. There's a banner. Randy doesn't need to waste his breath telling you what to do. It's there in gold and black. All of the hand histories from your favorite players in the world. Every single hand is tracked. Scan the QR code. On top of that, you've been doing nosebleed cash games in Montenegro and Jeju. Rasti's been in the booth for that. You've been in the booth for that. Ali's been in the booth for that. Run us through some of that stuff because I know that content's available over on the app as well.
Well, we have 2 cash game invitationals, 1 and 2. Obviously, it was super high stakes, 501k buy-ins, players losing 7 figures.
501k. What's the buy-in in that?
Well, sometimes it was 200k, sometimes it was 500k. There's just so much madness and so much footage.
So we're talking 500k pots.
And Tenchwen was playing the same type of ranges that you saw in the last frame. 7 deuce suited at offsuit anytime.
Click the link in the YouTube chat, scan the QR code, get over on the app. There's obviously the 2 main tables that we're going to have, the blue feature and the red feature. But if, Linus Love, for example, is someone you're a fan of, doesn't matter. He's going to be on the red feature table that we've got covered. But on the outer tables, people like Bryn Kenny, all of those guys that you're always excited to keep an eye on, you can click into their names and just see every single hand that they've played from the tournament. You can scroll back 100 hands or so and see exactly how they gained chips, how they lost chips, who they're battling against. I honestly think it's a revolutionary piece of technology, Randy.
I mean, when I'm not in the booth, I'm looking at the app to just, keep in touch of what's been happening, especially on the outer tables where we can still create nice storylines about the players. So just a way to enhance your viewing experience.
Fantastic. Now, talking of storylines, obviously we don't love over-exaggerating the chip lead, but the fact that we're getting towards the end of day 1, this chip lead is important for Amin. I mean, tomorrow, after 2 more levels of play, he's going to be playing against a bunch of pros, so let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, and also he's got about 3x starting stack, which is very healthy. Big blind's going to be 5,000, so he's in good shape.
Well, average stack is 388k, 78 big blinds, as the blinds have now gone up to 2.5k, 5k. Talk of the 2 devils, there's Bryn and Ramin having a quick chat. So 93 entries in this one, meaning the prize pool is currently at 18.6 million. So what's that? I mean, first prize of like 4.5 mil at least. That's with late reg still open. So 2 more levels of play. What do you think, Randy? Is it going to continue with the same madness that we've seen?
Look, the red table is pretty cool. It's got a lot of great names: Lawler, Antonius, Sturm, Yaroshevsky, and those guys, they're willing to battle. But for me, I want to watch this blue table because I want to see the madness between Korzinen and Katola. And we also have some other really splashy players in there. Peter Wang, Ding Biao. Like, this is fireworks. Guarantee you someone's getting stacked on this frame at this blue table.
100%, man. I mean, if Aussie's not all in at least twice, I'm going to have to eat Brian's shirt with him. Brian has to eat his shirt on stream, by the way.
Is that why he's not wearing a shirt? He's just wearing tank top?
Yeah, he was overconfident in a spot.
So you took a 10-1 odds against him, and you also got him to eat his shirt. Brian Rast.
It was his doing, you know. He saw the spot and he immediately said, if Hrabets folds here, I'll eat my shirt. A couple of seconds went by, and then he followed it up with, I tell you what, Henry, I'll give you 10-1 odds on $100. That's how confident I am. So I snap called. Hrabets ends up folding. Brian needs to eat his shirt, and I made $1,000. Just sat here, bro. I mean, life is good.
How rich is Rasty? Do you offer that?
Life is good. Life is good for the poker fans around the world as the players take their seats and we go to battle for 2 more levels of play.
Telling you, this is the table.
This is the table. Look at this lineup.
Let's splash around, everyone.
We got Ding Biao on his second bullet, Korzinen on his second bullet, Maslak on his second bullet.
And you only get 1 re-entry opportunity, so if you bust a second time, you're done. Ono opens up in the gun. Korzinen in with 3s.
Ace Jack 9, that's all sire, bluffing top and bottom. Vladimir Korzinen, a complete whiff. She continues just shy of half pot. Mate, Aussie's going for the Justin Bieber pop star video vibes. Oh, sorry, no. I shouldn't say that. It's not Justin Bieber. It's Drake and DJ Khaled. The song is called Popstar. Justin Bieber's in the music video, and I think that's where Aussie got the inspiration from. Just needs some tattoos on the arms, and he's good to go. That's a double.
That's a very unique look that Aussie's sporting.
Wait for the viewers to get close up.
Yeah.
Aussie's been doing all sorts, man, like raising 7 deuce. Look at this guy, what a boss, man. That's strong, bro. That is strong in a 200K.
Aussie the other day, 3-bet Ivy with 7 deuce offsuit.
You know, Peter Wang's got one of those old school, like, spy detective movies. I feel like he's about to reach into his jacket, pull out a brown envelope, down a dark alley and just quickly like pass it to me, and then just run off, never to be seen again.
But you know what's inside is like
it's like a bunch of like government documents.
No, it's like it's millions of dollars. This guy's just loaded.
I love it, man. I love the fit. Diamonds dominated for Ono. Fortunately for her, diamondless Queen Jack 9. See how Winfried proceeds.
Well, any bet's going to win this.
So balancing her tanking range there out the big.
Winfried is one of our Triton OGs. Been playing since the beginning. Has 2 Triton titles, 6 million in earnings. His cashes date back to the Philippines in 2016. Both his titles actually come in short deck.
Short deck la.
We don't have short deck here in Monte-Carlo, but we'll definitely be revisiting that game during our Eastern Asian stops.
The Finnish Justin Bieber. About to open from under the gun with the 6s. What a swingy day for Aussie, who's had a really fun trip here.
He's played some wild hands this week.
Dude, it feels like every time I've tuned in and you and Ali have covered like the first half of the day, he's just had like the chip lead in 3 or 4 different tournaments, man.
He has. I would say he's currently my favorite new addition to the Triton series that I've seen.
I agree. Really fun guy to have around. Of course, played that insane hand against Artur Martirosyan on the final table of the 40k Mystery Bounty. Royal flush against the full house. That hand's been going viral online. But aside from that, he's also been involved in a ton of other fun ones. Here he is here, with an underpair on the Ace Queen 9.
I mean, is Aussie like hot or is he cold? He can't decide.
Jesus Christ, Randy. Oh, man. Why are you trying to set me up like that? Keep those thoughts to yourself, okay?
Check around.
Did check around.
Any clubs?
And Ding picking up a gut shot. Oh no, turning 2 pair. Turning 2 pair, but against 3 players behind. 2nd and 4th pair, not really a hand you're thrilled about. But here she is, firing.
You also don't want to let 3 players get a free shot at it, given that there wasn't a bet on the flop.
That's true. That's a great point.
You want clearance.
Calls it in.
Oh, he's in there.
We sold a stock exchange company for a lot of money. Now just traveling and enjoying poker. Started playing poker in 2024, by the way. Causing in.
Oh, that's
just
new.
Really, yeah, just really enjoys the high roller mindset and environment, the competition. Decided to venture out to a Triton stop. I have my sources, Randy.
Just loving life.
This one likely to check through. Unless Vlad... Oh, hold on. I'm about to eat my words. Comes out firing 55 into 85k, and this feels like an impossible call.
He might get the better 2 pair to fold.
Feels like an impossible call. If she can put on the cape here, be very impressed.
5 seconds.
Well, she's going to fold, understandably so. Vlad just correctly recognizing That's bottom two. Needed to be turned into a bluff. So who we got? Who we got? I want to take a look at Bet ACR today and see what the odds are for day 2 tomorrow. Linus still doesn't have a title, right? Unless I missed it.
Let me check for you. He does. He does have one title. He has a title from 2019 London in a 25K turbo.
Wow.
So that one probably didn't hit the stream, given it was a turbo. Maybe why you don't remember.
He followed that up with a 3rd place finish in the 50K in the very next event, that same series. Wow, so he almost went back to back. Pretty sick.
Speaking of the boss, he's our mystery hand here against 2 kings. Note the stacks. This is number 2 versus number 5 in chip counts.
Wow. The 2 of the biggest stacks in the building. That's double L with the 3-bet in position against the young Leon Sturm.
Yeah, it's undergun versus button. 130 big blinds effective.
Comes with the 3x.
Yeah, it's a big 4-bet.
Perhaps a byproduct of just how big the 3-bet from Linus was.
Also how deep they are.
Does Linus have a 5-betting range this deep?
I mean, it's 5-bet all in, I would think.
Even with this 4-bet, Sturm has 110 bigs back. That's insane. Oh my. Hold on. Hold on, ladies and gents. We got a 5-bet pot brewing between Linus Love and Leon Sturm. It went open to 11k under the gun, 3-bet on the button to 40k from Linus. Sturm with a 3x 4-bet to 120, and Linus is now 5-bet to 225. And as Randy said, this is 2nd against 5th in chips. Starting the hand 135 bigs effective.
At this point, it feels like you call and reevaluate on the later streets. You still get to leave some bluffs in there if you're up against aces. It's just a huge cooler. It's very reasonable, though, that Linus could have aces in this spot, but this would be an insane fold.
I'm going ace-5 of spades.
If it's a bluff.
Hell yeah.
I'll tell you this. If Linus never has queens and jacks, I would think they were always called a 4-bet rather than 5-bet it. 5-bet wouldn't accomplish that much. Even ace-king often just calls the 4-bet in this spot rather than 5-bet and deuce. Maybe at some frequency you'll 5-bet it, but mainly a call.
Sturm just gonna come with call. 462k in the middle. 1.5 starting stacks. And we've still got 448k effective back. So it comes 5-4 deuce. And now if Linus has ace-5 of spades, mate, it's love and life.
This just seems like one of those flops where chips just fly in.
I mean, is there ever a world in which we get away from kings here against Linus Love?
If we're getting away from kings on this flop, honestly,
just
folding it pre. But Sturm must expect a c-bet to come in almost always in this 5-bet pot.
Is it safe to assume that Linus's 5-betting range always contains an ace?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
So even the bluffs. So if you obviously the value being ace king suited and aces, and then the bluffs coming from ace 5.
Yes. I think that's a pretty safe range there.
So if that's the case, on this board, just really not loving life.
Just not loving it, but it's kings.
So much out there. Just gonna call, man.
Okay, let's play the turn card.
Everyone else is just like, WTF is going on? And now Leon not even beating ace 5. If Linus was bluffing.
Good point. If Linus actually has ace 5, I think he probably just checks here, given how shallow Leon is. But
shuts down with ace king.
Shuts down with ace king. Maybe. I'm just not convinced he's always 5-betting ace king. Maybe just a little bit of it. If you do 5-bet ace king, it's usually offsuit rather than suited, just given the playability post flop.
Who are these? Oh, they used. Okay.
Does check through. 6 of spades. Flush completing river card. Which is kind of irrelevant, unless it is specifically ace 5 of spades.
It's more relevant, I feel like, for Sturm than Linus. Linus rarely has a flush in this spot. Like you said, ace 5 of spades, but other than that, I don't really see him having a flush too often. Unless he was like 5-bet bluffing ace queen suited, but even then, I'm not so sure.
712. Whoever wins this pot becomes the tournament chip leader. Question is more money going to go in the middle?
Feels like Leon just checks again and decides. You can't get called by worse by jamming, especially with the way it's running out.
And Leon can still have aces here as well, right? Like,
yes.
If he's got kings, he's going to have aces as traps.
Yeah. He can definitely have aces and kings.
Oh.
We kind of expected this, right? Like, just how strong Linus's range is, whether it be bluff or not. Leon must be thinking, you just got aces, don't you? It feels like it.
But it's Linus Love, bro.
I know, one of the few players out there who will have balanced bluffs in this spot.
Like, what if he just shows up with ace 8 of diamonds? Hold on.
We'll get back to it.
We better get back to it. We got another mystery hand.
Another mystery hand? Alright, so Winfred 3-bet with kings.
26,000.
Corson and called. There's a small C-bet, which makes sense, given this texture is more Winfred's and he's going to want to size down, given the paired nature of the board, ace high.
Five seconds.
Hold in.
Oh, go on, Vlad.
Oh my gosh.
Piece him up.
How sick is this if you've got 2 kings?
2 kings, no heart.
No heart is a more reason for you to be more interested in case Coruscant's just blasting flush draws in here. Especially if you've been at the table and seen Coruscant rise his stack of what, to 900K or so.
That's
Now
a great
he's
point.
Down
yeah.
to 400.
Yeah, that is a great point. So when Coruscant open from the hijack, Maslak flat on the button, Winfried used squeeze to 45K from the big. Continued for 26.
And you saying that Coruscant started playing 2024, like he hasn't put as much reps in, and he might play hands differently than you expect some others to do. So he's going to fold the 2 kings and Jack 10 offsuit. This man is sick.
What?
Coruscant.
Just the Jack 10-0. Just rifling it in.
Outplayed him.
200K pot.
Okay,
Sorry,
it makes sense
200K
that we
pot.
had time to go check that out because obviously Leon Sturm is still tanking in this spot.
But just has the Jack 10-0 in that spot in a 200K buy-in, bro. Look, I want Coruscant to run deep in this because good luck running ICM counts with someone like Coruscant in the mix.
All right, so back to this hand.
I mean, back to this hand, Randy. What do you mean back to this hand? We're just folding kings, bro. Like, if Linus windmills ace-7 of diamonds in our face, so be it. He's never 5-betting queens. He's never 5-betting jacks. Never 5-betting 10s. So unless he's turning ace-king into a bluff, which we block.
He is going to fold. Linus, aces. There you go. Felt like aces, and sometimes just is aces.
Linus, what you got over there? Do we have to wait?
Let's give credit where credit's due to the young German Sturm for not getting stacked in the ultimate cooler spot. Kings against aces.
Those were 2 sick hands happening at the same time on different tables. Kings down twice. One got bluffed. One was just second best.
You should know, you have the most experience with them.
Everyone is saying yes. I don't know. Sturm saying that he should know. He's got the most experience.
1 in 10 times.
King 6 as a pair.
I mean, I don't know if it's very good.
Seems ambitious to bluff a pair, and that's what maybe it's not.
That's why I say no bluff.
Hard, very hard.
Did Victor say that Linus could perhaps have King 6 suited 1 in 10 times? Like that's where the bluffs are coming from?
That sounds about right.
That's what he said, I'm fairly sure.
Well, obviously with 2 kings you're blocking that, so.
Patrick with the 3-bet.
Tell you what,
He's
it's gonna
chipping
be
up nice.
Either way.
Either way.
Fair play to Leon for having the guts to just make such a big fold on TV.
Thank you.
It was 16 minutes?
No,
Thank you.
60 minutes you find out.
Also,
Especially against someone like Linus Love, who knows the hand's going to go viral. And I guess he can check it on the #1 trading app for poker players. Of course, I'm talking about GTO Wizard. You can win more MTTs with precise ICM solutions. You can start crushing now. Beat the best, crush the rest. You can win yourself a 1-year subscription by simply following GTO Wizard on socials such as Instagram and X to win prizes. I might plug that spot later on, man. That's fascinating. Kings against aces. Start the hand 135 bigs deep.
I mean, you were 140.
Go for it.
Let me do it. I'm gonna do it now, bro.
Fold. Fold.
I think 135 big blinds deep, it stacks off. But if you crank it up to like 250 or so, to 3, and you might have some different answers.
Okay. Auf seiner Seite Alcázar. Ja, er geht halt. Also Aufzug auf Seite mal.
Yeah.
Eight-handed, right? Yeah.
What is 8-handed, right?
It is 8-handed.
I'm so used to 6-max ranges.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen 140 blind solution in my life.
140 blind what?
Solution in my life.
Oh.
I can only do 100 big blind effective stack. That's let's have a look for 100 bigs, but 100 bigs is stacking up,
No,
so there's no point.
There's no point in looking at it.
Yeah, there's no point. All right, I'll have a look tonight, and then we'll see. Unless someone wants to solve it for us. I know the viewers enjoy kind of playing along with us, watching the stream, solving spots. So yeah, if anyone does want to have a look at that, please do let us know your findings. Obviously, make sure that you adjust the range.
But yeah,
So it
something
is
like
Linus.
King 6 suited makes sense. So I thought
just
you
hit
had
it.
aces.
Whoa.
Huh?
I thought you had aces.
Yeah, I thought so too. The way I played it.
Yeah.
Raise 10,000. Fold.
Mario saying that King 6 suited would make sense. These guys are sick, mate.
You know what makes sense?
Aces. Yes, sir.
Like, yeah.
We're just seeing the world for what it is, Randy. These guys are trying to imagine some crazy nonsense.
Oh, what a goal.
Interesting.
230,000.
So Igor jamming jacks instead of inducing off of, what, 30 big blinds or so is protecting his 3-bet shove ranges.
How's the vibe?
Not as bad as it should be.
I think Linus is the
Is the what?
vibe killer.
For us. Ich hab fast einfach so reingezogen. Also nach den nächsten Playern sowieso. Kann man OOP so ein Podcast.
Ich glaube, ich habe einen Flop reingejodelt.
Sorry?
Jetzt glaube ich einen Flop reingejodelt.
Yeah, I thought about that too, but...
Da ist schon nochmal Ass 5 suited. Das kann man schon vorstellen.
Yeah, well, he went so big.
Hm?
He went really big.
Fold.
Very big.
Yeah.
Raise 10,000. Fold.
So Linus, chip leader, 1.1 million chip stack.
It's not that big.
It's quarter am Flop and 5 der Flop finde ich insane big.
I mean, you don't want to play more than 2 streets in most cases.
Should I have more potatoes? I think you do. Like, can I have 2 more of this? That's the only way how you get... Sonst ist er ja eh auf Preis, denn wegen allem, also wenn ich so will, immer Preis bin.
I was trying to listen into the conversation between Mosbach and Stern, but they've started speaking German.
No, but 8,000. I think the bluffs don't come from aces. The bluffs don't.
Block my forward. I'm not sure that's how it works.
Something like King 6.
Right. But even that is that's very interested in making it a frisbee.
No, it's a bad shot.
Oh, that's okay.
Gotcha.
It depends on how you think my range is looking and how many folds you have to get.
Getting a little rare glimpse into the minds of some of the best players in the world. JF saying 100 big blinds chippy V. Linus is only 5-bet jamming. So it is ace. So is ace king suited with a high frequency. And kings. 140 bigs is for sure different ranges.
Raise to 12,000.
Yeah, these boys seem to think that some of the bluffs, or most of the bluffs, are actually coming from hands like king 6 rather than ace x. It's interesting.
Raise to 48,000.
The show goes on. Linus chip leading the 200K Invitational. Up to 96 runners now.
Yeah. So Igor's got king queen in position versus a small blind 3-bet.
5 seconds.
This hand can actually
Everybody watching this
play in
stream, bro.
many different ways. It's going to come with a
Watching
call.
United against Bro, against PAOK Thessaloniki.
Thanks, Danny.
First half and second half. Oh, so
Danny
now
said he
they're
doesn't
leading?
give an F about the stream, bro.
Oh, they went 2.
Why does he say that? He doesn't love us?
I don't know, that's what he said. He said, I don't give an F about the stream. He said it twice. All those nice things we say about him, I mean, I'm joking. He's just busy watching football.
Tiny C-bet, 15K. Good enough. That's got to feel very good. Betting just 3 big blinds into this massive pot and getting a quick fold. This table right now, this pro table,
He can't do shit. He has better hair than me, that's it. Barely.
I think this is one of the toughest pro tables right now at this stage of the tournament, because Linus, Limitless, they still play the high stakes cash games, 100 big blind. Like, they're very familiar with the ranges right now and like how to play post flop 3 streets, even in 3-4 bet pots this deep. Even David Yang came from a cash game background, so he should be very familiar and comfortable, as is Antonius from playing just live high stakes.
We get it,
That's
Randy.
just really tough.
It's an insane table.
It's a tough
bro.
one.
It really is.
This one's just a wild table.
This one's insane.
This one's we.
Kozinin just like rips it in his face with Jack 10-0 on an ace-6 board. He could just be dead. He was dead. He was drawing to like running jacks or running 10s.
Yeah, because it was ace-ace, so like
yeah,
exactly. Couldn't even make a straight really because of the king.
Exactly.
Dude, that was insane.
So sick.
And he was just so casual and comfortable about it. Like when he gets hands, it makes sense why he runs up stacks, because people just pay him off when he makes hands, because he really just splashes.
Oh, hello. Talking of Winfried, that previous hand, this time ace king. $97 runners. So 3 away from that $20 million prize pool mark.
Winfried.
What is it?
Keeping it simple. 4-bet rips. 44 bigs.
Yeah. Wait, what? 44 bigs, 50 bigs.
Oh, sorry.
For 48 bigs.
So we both had it. Yeah, 48 bigs. Still, it's still a lot.
It's frustrating for Salle. I know fold an ace queen there, but I think
from him.
Hey, you're a good student. But I
who
was
just said that?
bluffing,
Vlad?
but you had a good card.
Yeah.
causing him with the needle. He was like, I was bluffing though, bro.
I've done so many actions.
I don't know what happened to us. It was fun before.
AK 吗？
Yeah, it's different now.
I don't think it's true. I can't play.
比 AK 好，真的。
That's Corsonin's way of saying, you and I are different, pal. You put in 50 blinds with a good hand. I put in 50 blinds with Jack High. You and I are not the same. Look at him, mate. 9-6 suited for a +1.
Catola.
我问一下，就是我把 A 圈杂色丢了，
He shack flat.
要么好运你有勾勾，要么我就。
Absolute hero. Oh, Peter Wang.
He's
Flicking
in
it
there.
in on the button with the 5-4-0. Just looking for that miracle flop to potentially play a big pot.
I mean, he might not need a miracle to play a big pot. He might just push chips in aggressively.
Oh.
That is amazing for Korsunen.
GG's Aussie.
Just GG.
42K
Just calling it now.
out there. I mean, Vlad's flop to flush, unless a spade rolls off with like a king or a queen.
75.
He just
Wait,
bet
what?
75 into 42.5. How does Aussie ever do anything but like just put chips in?
I mean, against this size, Aussie is just unable to get away from it, right?
He found a way to just get 50 big blinds of Aussie chips in there. 75K calling, but he's never folding if a non-spade comes in.
Yeah, Aussie desperately yeah, that's not a card that Aussie can get away from. I was about to say desperately needs a spade or a king or a queen to roll off. 9 of hearts. Changes nothing. 192.
He's laughing while
You
checking.
Corsonin asking Aussie, he said you wanted action.
Yeah, for action. I made action.
Your magic level is too high.
Magic is right, but poker level is very low.
Go all in.
Perhaps some Magic the Gathering.
Show me the spade.
You show me.
You show me.
Aussie just saying, show me the
69,
spades.
that's my age in the passport. And everybody knows that on 69 I'm crazy.
Well, we got the action.
We have time.
Clean.
We have time.
This is Korsunen's lucky hand.
Wow.
He's turned 69, he says. He's just flopped the flush. About to stack ace-jack. And he does.
Thank you for the action. Thank you for
Thank
taking
you.
my money
Love
again.
you, love you.
I'm gonna rebuy. We will
Of course. You made me rebuy. Now I made you rebuy. We are even.
Two powerful spells.
I am at an absolute loss for words, Randy. That is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best hands I've ever called the action on. Not because of the hands, just the exchange between the two.
这是 YouTube 啊。
Aussie saying he's going to rebuy, and Korsunen just responding, of course. You made me rebuy, I make you rebuy. I mean, what's 200K between friends? Oh, man.
看不到牌拿的是这个画面
I
比较
wish I was that rich.
我要看
Okay.
我要看一下。
I said I love having Catola at this series. I also love having Korsunen. These two guys just make Triton so much better.
I hope they come
Please
to
put
future
him back.
stops.
Please put, when he rebuys, can we put him back on the featured table?
Such a legend, man.
Well, he gets 30 minutes to rebuy, so
He
he's not
does.
going straight to the desk.
Yeah, he's going to take his time. That's just fantastic. I need to see what YouTube was saying about that hand.
I mean, remember he put in a huge bet, 75K over bet, checks it, laughs, and says, "You wanted action, I gave you action."
There were so many great clips from that. And then he just like traps on the turn as well. Aussie jams, he snap calls.
Show me the spades.
Aussie says, "Show me the spades," and then Corzen's like, "No, you show me. You went all in first, bro." It's like next level slow rolling going on in a 200K. It's just brilliant.
Well, this board's got a little bit of something for everyone. The best piece over to Winfred Yu, open-ended straight draw. Ding Biao still with the best hand with a pair of sixes.
Salle does not want to see an 8. An offsuit 8, not to state the obvious.
Maybe Winfred was stab at this point? Got a decent hand. Takes the free one once more. A pair of sixes. Might be able to get the showdown cheaply.
Wow, Biao Ding with a...
This is thin.
This is incredibly thin.
But he's right that his opponents don't have him beat. Nice one, Ding Biao. How's YouTube chat doing?
I mean...
They going nuts?
They're loving it. Corzen has got the nickname Gambledore.
That's a good one.
That's a great one. Tara Harrison said, "Bye-bye, MNN." Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Yeah, he is a casino owner.
Is that true? No. Oh, not particularly.
People saying they're treating it like a $5 rebuy.
You got a big meal. It looks like a big meal, but...
Let me ask Ali. I'll text Ali. I'll ask him.
That's absolutely insane. Would have been amazing, they're saying, if an ace or a jack had landed.
No, the hand is amazing no matter what, how that one ended. Back to our pro table, where Leon Sturm correctly folded 2 kings against Linus's aces. Opening 10 it off, and aces are now in the hands of the other cash game genius. That's limitless.
He's so happy.
Huh?
He's like
So one of us is going off.
Like,
cool.
5 seconds.
42 pounds.
It looks like a rebuy though. I'm not sure how happy.
Yeah, he punted sixes.
No, but he's still happy about this.
Awesome.
Thank
you.
For real?
Yeah.
Up to
Legit.
99 entries now. Just one away.
MP button small blind, I think. No, MP cut off small blind.
$20 million prize pool. Phil
One
Ivey
big.
rebuying. Ossie Katola's back in the mix. Juan Pardo's had to re-enter.
He got it in he got it in good though, to be fair.
Yeah.
For real.
Oh yeah.
Bye guys.
Bye bye.
Table full of other pros.
Doesn't matter. Good luck.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Shevsky gonna get moved.
See you.
So no small blind this time, huh? This is what happened last time.
So it looks like KCG did decide he's not going to re-enter this one. Probably too busy just celebrating. Too busy celebrating Bitcoin all-time highs. That's how things stand at this time. Look at this lineup, man. This is such a treat for our viewing pleasure, the poker fans around the world. Andy
Please have something dead random. Please, Linus.
2 bullets for him.
Please have something dead random. Please.
Maybe ace queen on spade. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, not nice for me, but yeah, it's nice to play.
Oh, Danny's trying to check the stream.
You don't need that many from me.
Ace queen maybe. No.
Let's be honest, right?
I don't need that many from me.
Okay, let's be honest. If it's aces, it's unlikely they do a mystery hand.
I don't think that's true.
I think that's true.
I think
Danny's wrong.
I actually think with eight. I don't think that's true at all. Actually, how that hand played out. But
It's just such a sick hand, and the time bank is forever. So
ace five falls through.
I mean, I agree that obviously if you had like 8, 9, then it's more likely that they'll do it.
I'm also making way too big of a deal out of this.
Yeah, but
now
long
I
hands,
heard a lot.
long hands like that, no?
It's gonna be a bad fold decent amount of the
When
time.
it's a really long hand, they are more likely to.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, it's just true. Yeah.
I mean, again, of course, if you had some really random hand, it's probably even more likely they'll do it. But I don't think aces is particularly less likely.
I think the way Linus is acting, it's not good news for me. But
Anyone want to bet $100 it was not aces?
You say it is or isn't it?
It's not.
I'll bet with you.
So $100? How about a massage instead?
No, $100.
Okay, $100. 100 euros.
Oh. So I don't have 100 cash.
Oh.
I have 100 cash.
I'll get it from Mario. Mario is my sugar daddy.
Okay, so me and you $100, right?
I don't want to steal a bet. David was the first.
So you lend him money.
I borrow him to bet against me.
Don't disappoint me.
I don't even know if you know what
I
I'm
love
talking about.
I love how you just let all this happens. I like watching you guys suffer.
Linus schlecht Pokerspieler.
We have another 4 minutes until we know.
No way.
Still.
Is it the river already?
It's just on the river and Linus hasn't even bet yet. He hasn't even checked.
It's just a string, so there's no, they don't cut it. That's like you have to
Yeah, this is the whole thing, yeah.
I can't wait to find out their reactions, man.
100%, yeah.
So they're re-watching the stream, the mystery hand between Leon.
I can't believe Danny bet $100 that
Linus.
he doesn't have aces.
I'm betting
He
it's
needs
not
odds,
aces,
no?
right? But it could be value.
Does need odds.
Well, he can have other value, right? Doesn't have to be aces.
If it's aces, no money, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, sure. If it's kings, we will. Sure.
Yeah, correct. Don't tell us.
I didn't even think about it being kings potentially. That would
Wait,
hurt.
so they've just bet straight up.
Kings with a spade, because you
Yes,
Evens.
Danny says aces.
You had one? Okay.
So Danny's going to lose 100, right? He took the other side. He's saying
they
Linus
can
is
have
bluffing.
any other hand.
Wow.
He should be getting odds on that.
Wait, Danny should be getting odds in your opinion. So Danny gets like King 6, Ace King, Kings.
Yeah, I think he should get some odds. Aces is the biggest part of the range.
Wow.
For 5-bet pot. Because it's not King 6 suited 100% frequency 5-bet. It's not Ace King 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ace queen of spade.
It's also under the gun versus button. Yeah, he needs odds. He didn't take any odds.
Jack spade. Maybe.
Let's see.
The best part is Korzinen's going to bluff Jack 10 off in the middle of that tank while he's watching it.
Let's see. Hopefully it catches up by the time this hand's over and done with.
Oh, I was staying on the vibe. Yeah.
The vibe was not jam, but oh, it's over.
Huh?
No.
What the fuck's going on?
No,
We've gone to another hand.
they're doing 2 mystery hands at once. That's the problem.
Oh my god.
No, they're gonna love this hand.
But that's very funny. but the other one is an ace-high board.
No, it was not.
So the other one has ace, and this one doesn't have ace.
Yes,
probably.
But we need the commentators too, what they're saying.
I mean, they must be so confused why the hand is being cut off in the middle of the tank. But I guess
Yes, we were,
I
Leon.
mean, the tank was like for another. I think this hand ends before your tank.
Yeah.
It's quite likely.
Yeah.
And then they cut back to you and they're like, Leon is still thinking.
Although I did love
That
the
hand
fact
was-
that we got 2
Yeah,
calls
no.
and then just rip it in with Jack 10.
It was worth the interruption.
I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. Lose.
Wow. 8-8 deuce. Jan flopping trips after opening the 9-8 suited from the cutoff. DT's got a king-high flush draw. Could be in trouble.
This could be a big pot.
What's Linus doing?
Shaking things up.
Bet 7,000.
Linus with the lead.
Yeah, I've seen Linus do this a lot. Multi-way from the small. He's definitely created some strategy around this.
5 seconds. Raise
I mean, what a
20,000.
great spot for David Yan. Danny raising the king high flush draw, thinking that Linus doesn't have many 8Xs in the spot, and he has so many in the big.
You're live, right?
Okay.
Wow.
5 seconds. One
He
hole.
did have pocket rocket.
Yeah.
So that's a relief.
That's fine.
The boys finding out that Linus had aces. Needs the clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Jan still needs to dodge a heart.
Doesn't feel as good as a shot dog, but I still feel like I should have done broke at some point, maybe, but...
Now you're
apparently
talking
not.
nonsense.
Leon's saying that it doesn't feel good. It feels like he should have gone broke at some point in that hand. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, probably because he doesn't call kings, he doesn't call anything. That's not, you know, that's exploitable. But this hand is getting very interesting. Look at that trap.
Oh, Danny's got there on the river. $83K in the middle. DT with 133 back. I wonder how he proceeds. So don't forget, Linus was in this hand. He led for less than he led for like 18% pot on the 8-8 deuce. Danny raised to 20K. Jan overcalled. And then Linus folded. Turn went check check. River Danny's got there. Ah, snap call. Flush is good. Unfortunate for Jan there. Just staying balanced on the turn, checking, and
got punished.
Yeah.
He didn't think that Danny would raise a flush draw on the flop, probably. So
Danny does owe him $100 though.
Yeah, I was like, Danny wins 100,000 chips, loses $100.
Feels like a fair exchange for Danny.
Danny, you won the hand, but you owe him 100 euros.
Thank you. Yeah, this is fucking hell. You're nit.
What else am I gonna have? Ace-5 suited?
Something? God. Cool. Wow! Angrier.
The man that pays his debts immediately.
Steaming. Hot. Hot, hot. Very hot.
Love to see it.
I mean, you heard Linus say, what else am I going to have? Ace-5 suited. So yeah, he definitely needs odds.
That's fantastic. And the fact that Leon's tilted that he didn't go broke with kings as well.
$200,000 there.
Sort of. Like not quite, but sort of.
How do you feel in Linus's shoes for not stacking kings in that spot as well? Kings with a
What
spade.
A fold. What a player.
Doing it like him.
Huh?
I'm doing it like him.
What a player.
Yeah, Linus didn't stack kings, but it's not his fault.
Sunday Milan, maybe someone of his queens.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I'm sorry.
I would say, yeah.
Could be.
Folding against Linus is tough.
Wow, I'm just looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app, by the way. There was a three-way all-in between some of the toughest Chinese players on the VIP side of the bracket. Andy Nee against Aaron Zhang against Sleeping Dragon Zhu Liang. Andy Nee opened from +1 to 7k, a big blind 3k. Aaron flat called from the hijack. Sleeping Dragon 3-bet to 32k. Andy Nee 4-bet to 80k. Aaron Zhang 5-bet, jammed, putting them both all in with pocket jacks. Julian called off with ace king. Andy Nee had pocket kings. It came ace jack 7. Giving Zhang middle set, and he managed to find the hold across turn and river, eliminating both Nee and the Sleeping Dragon. Just like that, 2 bullets for Andy Nee. Quick fashion. Brutal. Getting it in good with the kings. Look who's got the chip lead.
Is it Korzinen?
Yeah, and it's not just at this table. It's in the entire tournament, yeah.
Wow. Him and Linus bossing.
No.
So we're heading into level 10, the last level of the day. Up to 100 entries in this one. Prize pool currently at 20 million. This is the last level of late reg. Or, sorry, I should say re-entry reg.
Korzinen. Squeezing Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
But the thing is, Maslach I don't know if he always 4-bets the spot. Maybe he does against Korzinen if he knows that Korzinen is just being this out of line. But he is in +1 position, so I wouldn't say it's a mandatory 4-bet. Although the blinds did just go up, so makes him a little bit short, more shallow. If they were playing like 100 blinds, probably not 4-betting too often. But here, he clicked it quite small.
Peter Wang's entertained.
Korzenic just wants to stack everyone now. Is he gonna flick in 37 more thousand and see if he can flop something?
Korzenic's trying to win the tournament on day one, bro. I mean, if there's ever a hand to peel one off with, I feel like...
Wisely gets away, suspicious of the sizing he was up against.
Vlad Korzenin invited none other Alex Ponakovs. There's 200k. Haven't seen anything from Ponakovs today. He hasn't been at the feature table.
I mean, he was firing on level 1 when he was on the stream.
He's got starting stack. 49 bigs.
Constantine, King 10 of diamonds. Ready to go. There we go, pocket jacks. Looks like Elton moved to this table. Out of position. These are the 2 earliest positions, and says no. Take it, Peter.
Been impressed with him. Just been staying out of the way, not playing the games of Korzenin. Ridiculously inflated pots. That's what they're playing for. Coveted Triton trophy.
Peter Wang gonna open up ace-6 of diamonds, V-pipping last 3 hands.
Vlad's gonna get involved.
Yeah, we just don't know in which way.
Oh, hello. Welcome to the table, Elton.
Not too shabby.
Where have you been? A sizable 3-bet, 60k.
Just to remind all players in the Triton Invitation, before we do start the background process, there will be a chip race for the 500s, so we ask all players to sell off the 500s.
Peter lets it go. Perhaps a little bit frustrated. A couple of hands that he would have liked to have seen a flop on. Just unable to. Ace 10 of hearts, ace 6 of diamonds. Staying disciplined.
I mean, Elton's got to be right at home in this type of field structure, deep stacks. Is Danny laying any more bets? We might need to get in on some action.
We've just drawn 4 more hands.
Wow.
Dealers deal 4 more hands.
I feel like Limitless hasn't shown up for a while. Is he in Montenegro?
When he shows up to a series, I believe he doesn't play the full schedule. From what I remember, sometimes he
How
just
much did he
comes in
start
for a
with
couple
roughly?
events.
For
Was he in Montenegro?
He was. He shipped the 200k
Our former
for
chip leader
4.8
has
million.
already posted his second
How do you
list.
not remember that, Randy?
Oh, that's the one where he was playing against Adrian Mateos. Then.
That was like 4 months ago, bro. You were there.
Yeah, I remember the sick hand where he folded 2 pair heads up and still won against Mateos, who had the stone cold bluff.
I will need to go back and see that hand.
No one reached.
You don't know about it.
Of 1.2
No, it's one of the sickest hands. Mateos just had absolutely nothing.
And this was heads up for the title.
Yes. Limitless versus Mateos.
Wow.
I'm sure chat remembers. One of the best moments of that series. Probably the best hand. Onto this one. Looks like Limitless flat to small blind. Check call to flop C bet from Linus. Top pair versus middle pair. Given the check call on a flop, Linus is loving life with this run out so far.
Mateos had a sick series there, by the way.
He did. He had many final tables.
Shipped the 50k for 1.76. Second in the 200k for 3.3. 6th in the 50k for 250. 6th in the 25k for 209. Bro, that's like 6 million in a single series.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised he didn't win the 200K.
Holy. Wow.
Linus blasting full pot.
Such a sicko. Knows exactly where he's at.
Limitless. He's the one guy that has the most history with Linus. Makes the call drawing so slim.
Oof. Brutal river card. As bricky as it gets. All the draws. 8-9, 10-9, Queen 10, Ace, Queen, Ace 10. Hearts.
That's why Limitless called the turn with a hand as weak as it did. Us check it back. Still, nice value for Linus. Limitless thought he won for a second.
Yeah, Linus just not willing to go for an extra street, especially when Limitless calls an overbet on the turn.
How do you pronounce it? Luligan.
Close enough.
Back over to the VIP side of the bracket.
These two tables have really been the highlight for me today.
I want Aussie back over on this table, battling against Korsinen.
He's going to try and build a stack elsewhere first, you know. Aces for Elton. Pumps it up. Raise and take.
can't breathe.
Hmm?
I can't breathe.
Can't what?
I can't breathe. You heard that saying, right? I cannot breathe.
Breathe? Breathe?
Breathe. 呼吸.
Breathe.为什么? How come?
He's when someone is like losing. I can't breathe. Oh, you haven't heard this?
No.
Oh. I guess it's American slang.
美国出生的。
不是在美国出生，是在美国，大部分时间在美国。
不会说英语的。
Not English.
I think the stream caught up and Salle saw a hand. She was just saying to the table that she can't breathe. Not literally.
Was it the Korzinen hand, or was it?
It might have been. It might have been the Korzinen hand.
It might have been.
Although I feel like she did get bluffed earlier on the King 9 against Korzinen's 10-9. So maybe she's talking about that one.
Got sad news for you, Henry.
Go on.
I think Aussie's done.
Is he GG's on the second bullet?
But you got to look at this hand. Because Anson is near the top of the chip counts.
You didn't win for a long time.
You really gotta see this hand.
Yeah.
Hold on, bro.
You just took a bad
My
lead
app's
or
lagging.
something like that. I cannot breathe.
Look at it.
Mate,
trust me, I'm trying.
And share the chat.
No, I never
Or tell them to download the Try and Poker Plus app so that
if
they
they
can
haven't
see
already
that.
done that, they should just show themselves out.
The second to last hand Aussie plays, he 3-barreled into 3 people on King 4 Deuce 7-10. 15K, 40K, 115,000 with Queen 9 bluffing. Anson Yu called him with 4-3 offsuit for 4th pair and wins 200,000 in chips. And then Aussie busts very next hand.
That's actually mad impressive. Anson was like, okay, I've been watching this guy for the last couple of days, I've seen enough. And then it was Anson that finished him off. Blind v blind.
So current top 3 is Linus, Anson, and Korzinen. 7-figure club.
Oh, GG's. I'll see. We'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series, at least I hope we do.
Korzinen's getting squeezy.
Let's see what Ding wants to do
I know,
here.
but
Yeah.
yeah. Should I just pawn it off and rebuy?
I think you get more chips that way. It's a good strategy. Try to go all in, either double up or and then rebuy. You have 300K again.
I
Right?
can't even find a reason to all in. I'm trying to all in, but I have no hand to all in.
You don't need a reason when you go all in.
I don't need a reason.
No.
That's true. That's true. I don't need a reason.
So,
As long as you do it before the end of the day,
Ding
you can
Biao
rebuy. Just keep
flats.
that in mind. And you just find a hand.
Korzinen checks. Top pair, top kicker.
That's what I normally do.
I love this exchange between
That's my
Elton
strategy, you know?
and Salle saying you don't need an excuse, okay? So just punt it
I
in.
think you're kidding. You would never pawn it off just to rebuy.
I do that all the time. What are you talking about?
You're a pro. You would never pawn off.
No, I show you
Elton's
so many
image
times.
building.
Oh my God. I do it all the time. Especially
See
when
Nelson
I'm
blessed. This turn card's action for Ding Biao.
It's a better strategy.
Right. But this is a 200K.
Even better. Yeah, you have more of a chance to win now after you rebuy. Right? Does not make sense? You don't calculate how much you try to lose, but you calculate how much there is to win.
Hunting.
238 out there. Brick City for Ding.
So difficult for Korzinen not to just bet this himself.
65.
Yeah, there it is, 65k.
Small bet.
I think he's going to retake the chip lead or thereabouts from Linus.
Must be frustrating for Ding Biao. Lays it down. Free look.
This guy loves it. For someone that only just started playing poker in 2024, to show up and battle against the best in the world. Fair play.
I don't want people to be upset.
Oh.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It's not a good thing to show cards, but I was feeling she's upset.
Oh. What happened, you mean last time?
Yeah, last time. Yeah.
Oh, do you show? No?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you show? What do you show?
Ace queen.
Oh, ace queen? What's the queen on the flop?
Yeah.
Elton's not even paying attention, bro.
Sorry.
Nice guy, Korzinen. Felt like Ding Biao would have been frustrated if he didn't know what he had.
你那把打55000，
哦，
然后又打75000，然后合牌丢了，那个是什么？怎么搞的？
我准备我令他找出来了，那怎么办？
所以你是在偷鸡啊？
那牌我怎么中啊？
What's being said, Randy?
他估计也是什么也没有，他先推出来了。
I'm trying to listen. You interrupted me.
那个牌我真的没看明白是怎么搞的。他是好像是拿 A 牌抓你，然后合牌自己打出来了。
不可能吧？他们出来了吗？这个牌？
I heard ace high.
Yeah, just talking about hands.
没有人知道。
No. Really?
Yeah, can't you hear?
Ah. I thought they were talking about the bloody weather. Of course they're talking about hands, right? That's why I'm asking you what they're saying. Jesus Christ, this guy.
Oh, see? That's how you do it. Good luck.
I love you, man. Oh.
This is my way to pretend I know what they're saying.
I mean, even I picked up on ace high. I mean, it sounds the same in English.
考好了。
Man, 100 runners in a 200k. Poker is alive and well, my friend. 20 million in the prize pool. What do you think? 4.54 foot bet? I reckon 4.7.
Yeah, I believe we've in all the past invitationals it's been about 4 point something for the champion. Besides, obviously, the big one.
Yeah, I could see it. And then to think, we go home for not even 3 weeks. We got a 500k
we just upped the
invitation.
stakes.
Little 2.5x in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Wow. Absurd.
I hope like some of these guys venture out there and.
I hope so. You know, I think there's a good chance we do actually get a lot of additional pairings because of this event. Especially if, you know, let's say Korzinen or one of the newcomers makes a deep run, a final table. Yeah, why not just fuel up the jet?
We're also going to have new faces for those that don't like to travel.
That's
right?
true.
In that from
Yeah,
the
that's
Americas. It's going to be a good event.
Look at Elton getting involved from the cutoff. Jack 5. So we've got about 10 minutes left on the clock, thereabouts, and then the tournament will be paused. And we'll draw a card and decide on how many hands to be played before the end of the day. It's Linus Love with the chip lead. He knows a thing or two about running deep in these invitationals. Came second to Sam Grafton, Cyprus 2022, the 200k Coin River Invitational, which he cashed for 3.9 million.
Yeah, I remember that one. KCG got third. It looked like KCG was gonna run away with that one.
That's sick.
That was the debut of KCG.
It was, yeah. And then he won the short deck, like
yeah,
first ever short deck tournament.
Never played it.
But he'd been in the cash games.
Yeah, he learned it for like a couple nights, and
yeah.
like,
and apparently he was winning big in those cash games as well. That's hilarious. And yeah, obviously took that down. But yeah, Linus also cashed in the 200k Cyprus 2023. Always great to see Linus on our screens.
So C-bet and call. Winford with the 6 of diamonds. I would assume it's coupled with another 6. Or it's 7-6 for quads. Which one is it? 6s or 6-7 suited?
Well, it can't be 6-7 suited because the 7 of diamonds is on board. So I'm
so
just going to go 6s.
You're a smart man. You have a brain in there, Henry.
It's, you know, average sized.
But he's
on the small side.
Betting out. So is it 6s? Maybe not. Never gonna know.
Oh, that wasn't a mystery hand.
No, no. It was just a card reader. He didn't put it on properly.
Oh, goddamn. I thought they were teasing us with one card. I was like, they've got a new mystery hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I was a betting man, I'd say 6s. If you're a betting man or lady, you can head on over to Bet ACR, where you can bet on the Triton Poker Series exclusively on the Bet ACR Sportsbook. It's your live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events. Receive a 15% free play to $250 on your first deposit. Check out the odds. Get some money down on this event. Tomorrow's day 2.
Yeah. Most important for me.
So will we see any more fireworks?
For you, freedom is not the most important?
Freedom is quite important, but I already have to.
You don't have any obligations? You don't have any obligations?
Obligations?
Yeah.
Not really.
Family, kids, parents.
Family, kids, family.
Have obligations?
Huh?
You have some obligations?
I feel like
Only if I like to.
Elton's trying to avoid this conversation right now. He's like, Vlad, we're on a live broadcast. There's tens of thousands of people around the world watching. Perhaps we have this conversation in private.
In life, that's the most important.
Yeah.
And you're on the right side.
At least enjoys it more than I do.
Right? Yeah. If you're not mixing pleasure with enjoyment, it's a different thing.
Ooh, this flop.
No. Not pleasure.
It's a fun one. Ding Biao limp called pre-flop jacket offsuit against Saya Ono's Queen Jack. Both players with open-ended straight draws.
14,000.
Thank you.
Comes for 1/3 pot.
Pretty fucked up.
Huh?
Yeah, pretty fucked
Um,
up.
Yeah? How long did it take you to grow this beard?
6, 7, I don't know.
6, 7 years?
6, 7 days.
That'll be funny. Oh, that would be really funny.
Long time no see, buddy.
Oh.
Did you get married?
Ouch. For Salle.
Turns the queen high straight. Salle with 2 pair. And an open ender. Just drawing to a chop, by the way.
Could see her just check this one back. Maybe it's hard to get called by worse, so you can put a little bit of pot control. Oh, bad. This is getting snapped off.
Snapped off by the queen high straight. She's running to rebuy. There's 1 card to come. She has outs. Outs to a chop. Queen or a 9 needed for the win. She's done everything she can. She's taken the mic off. Stood up out of her chair. Running back to rebuy.
So you just gotta get it in. Just get it in.
And just spikes it.
Ouch for Ding Biao.
Look, what did I teach you?
Finds the 4 house outs on the river.
Just go in, get it in, double up or rebuy. Either way, you have more chips.
Ding's face just dropped. Understandably so, as he's on his 2nd bullet. He's down to just 35k.
You're only allotted 1 re-entry in this tournament, so...
Wow.
Jeez.
That's disgusting. Elton immediately, like, he's like, see? You know, you just get it in, you either bust, you get to re-enter.
Oh yeah, well, there's a few chops, there's some wins. It's a good combo. You know?
Straight flush draw. Straight.
Oh yeah, straight the top.
I know, straight flush draw.
That's straight flush draw.
The 2 space. The 2 space. 1 space? Okay. No wonder I'm losing. I can't even read. That's right.
I'm like, who's got a flush draw?
Well, lucky you didn't ship pre-flop. Otherwise, you won't win the chip. You will just ship it. You go 80,000. Wow， 这盘真的熬了。
Vlad in the big with just 3 deuce. Also with the raise and take. Closing in on
But it will be anyway different range.
2 starting stacks.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's weird, Randy. This feels like it's been one of the most light-hearted tournaments of the series so far, and it's the biggest buy-in tournament by 2x so far this series.
This is why this tournament is very attractive, especially for the VIPs. You know, getting this very friendly environment, getting the splash, opportunity to play high stakes.
Even on the pro side, though, there's been some really fun, kind of playful
Every time I'm telling that myself, and every time
tables. Yeah, it's been good fun, man. Very light-hearted.
Just chill, wait a little bit, you know, have a chat, drink a coffee. No need to battle. Just, people with the least chip need to battle, you know.
Now we will.
Oh no, Queen Deuce of Clubs using Ding Biao's chips.
You're a savage, Randy.
Instantly gets 3-bet from Corzin and Queen Jack suited.
I want to know who Korzinen's coach is, because for a guy that's only been playing since like this year,
strong. Strong hand.
He loves a
chill out,
3-bet.
You have enough chips, I said I would like, but cards come in sometimes when you don't want.
Yeah, you only got 12 minutes left.
Yeah.
12 minutes, double or nothing. Double or rebuy. Best strategy to go.
12 minutes left
All for him.
to double or rebuy.
No, he has no more rebuy.
Oh, he has no more rebuy. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my
No.
word.
I don't know about that.
Oh man, this is a 200k buy-in and the needles are just relentless. Show me another tournament series where you can just laugh at a guy that's in for 400k, bro.
Look, these guys,
You guys can joke, I like it. I like
they need a
it,
lot.
you guys,
Yeah.
Even Korsinen saying he loves it.
Better to make it fun.
Yeah. Many people enjoy and I like it.
I mean, it's okay when, you know, it's at the expense of someone else. Although, you know, Korsinen strikes me as the type that can take it both ways for sure. As is Elton. Elton definitely can.
Elton also flopping best hand. Trying to induce a little bet from Maslach. Doesn't oblige.
An epic day of poker. So I think we're going to get one more hand in before the card is drawn. Then we're going to be
more minutes.
Wow, that's beauty.
bagging and tagging
Beauty.
for day 2. So once again, tomorrow, first 2 levels of play, the pools will be merged, 50-50.
From illusion, from beautiful illusion.
So 50% VIPs, 50% pros.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Then after the first break, there will be a complete random seat draw for the entire field. That's where the variance really kicks in.
I was just checking.
Yeah.
How are you paying attention or not? Paying a little bit.
If I really look, I can see.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm careless. Sometimes I'm hopeless.
Not good. There's a camera, you know.
Elton and Korsinen are having a great
Top
time.
of the crown. Opa. My baby. Chips. I love you. I didn't
Action
love
over
them
to
when
Peter.
They become smaller. And then I realized why I don't respect my chips when there is only 100,000. And now I'm starting to learn to respect them.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's important to.
Yeah.
And like there's chip stock now, like to be honest, you can probably even make it to final table already.
People will be very cautious.
Maybe like you have 4 times the starting. So instead of 80 people, so you're like 20 people your average, right? Like maybe like a short stack with the final table with the stack, you know?
Wang gets rid of the 6s.
I mean, you still play, but I mean, just, you know.
Not sure about Maslach's hand though. Much deeper as well than Winfried Yu.
It's not to just mess around.
Yeah, that's I was on chip lead on so many times.
Gonna play this one out of position. 100k in the pot already.
Like Aussie, he had like 1.2. The guy that was sitting here, Aussie.
Yeah, he took it from me, and then he came, he gave me back.
Oh really?
More than he took.
No, he took from KCG, like 1.2,
Yeah,
he got 1.2.
From me.
Oh, the first ball was from you?
Yeah, he...
Complete whiff for Maslach.
He bluffed me with jacks. I have top ace, and he went
Corsonen was getting some coaching from Elton. Elton just saying, hey, bro, you've got average stack for 20 left. Like, chill, you know? You don't need to make any rash decisions.
Corsen's still going to follow through with his game plan. Just try and win the tournament soon.
100%, dude.
Thanks for the tips, but I'm going to play it my way. David Yan.
So Phil Ivey has had to re-enter. He was down to just 10 bigs. Got it in with his 8s against Artur's King 10.
So 20K each. Big blind's just 6K. David made it 20.
How about that flop?
I like it.
Wait, Yan just 3x on the button with Queen 3?
More than 3x. He made it 20K. Now, there's a chance he threw in one extra blue and wanted to make it 2.5x with 3 blues, is my thought. But 20K did go in there.
We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know.
I guess. But yeah, Ivy re-entering. Like I said, he was down to just 10 bigs, but the reason he was down to 10 bigs is because he ran kings into Daniel Dvorak's aces. Sounds like kings against aces is the theme of this tournament so far.
You like pink?
Yep. Supposedly my lucky color for the month.
And Sam Greenwood's had to re-enter.
So David Yan's gonna 2.2x Jack 6 of clubs in the cutoff. I'm just gonna presume it was a misclick. 20K earlier.
All in. Bet all in.
And then you crush.
What's Yan doing, bro? He's just like, okay, everyone's just trying to bag for day 2. I'm just gonna steal the blinds.
What?
Too tight or not?
If it was suited. How much was the open? 20?
That was a needle.
I like it. I'm gonna start opening big. Like.
Why?
That's a great needle.
Yeah, I have all the data in me.
You have 220.
No,
Man.
230.
Linus Love just gonna
230?
bag chip lead.
Okay, I trapped you.
Mystery hand. Danny saying he's gonna trap him. Danny did throw a look Leon's way.
Don't fall for traps.
Wow.
Is he actually trapping? Maybe he is.
How can
I
I see
mean-
that flop and not bet now, right? How much can I bet?
$8K into 18.
Mario's got that king high and king of clubs. Should be enough to peel one off. King high rates to be the best hand a decent amount. Backdoor equity. 1 over to the
Who trap
middling
who?
cards.
Who trap who?
Great turn card for Mario.
Or is it?
I mean, it's
Danny's
better
given-
than his first turn card.
Sure. He's given a lot of table talk. All of this trapping talk. $34K out there. That looks like an overbet.
Well, Danny's got perceived range advantage given the check back pre-flop by Mario. So all this big card stuff that makes 2 pair, more so in Danny's range. This is a big call. Not giving Danny credit.
Oh my word.
2 pair.
He's got runner, 2 pair. Blind v blind. Danny's given it all the talk pre-flop about trapping. Mario undeterred. Unfazed. Just calling him down. And Danny kind of went Geo on the turn, right? Like he... What, B150'd? Mario has B150 back. Does he go overbet?
I mean, he definitely could if he's following through with how much of a range advantage he has. You can go for these really big sizes.
All in?
All in.
There it is.
I think one of the important things you mentioned was that slow play, like the trapping talk.
It's weird because he said it in a like light-hearted way at the start of the hand that he was trapping.
Don't think I'll fold.
And then as he said that, he kind of made eye contact with Leon and just like raised the eyebrows. He's made the call.
Whoa.
Wow.
Good job.
Bluffed it off.
Oh, that's annoying. That's very, very annoying.
Oh, Danny just bluffing it off last hand of the night into Mario Mosbog.
With the table talk.
Fair play to Danny, man. I mean, we were believers. That's why Mosbog's out there. And we're in here.
That's the last?
Last hand all in.
Well.
Well, should get some action from Ono.
That's what's that?
All in.
I'll make it 35 or whatever. Did you say all in already?
Huh?
Oh.
Wait, what?
No, Corzin definitely didn't even look at his cards yet.
I leave it for you guys.
Last hand of the night. It's been a rough day for Ding. Just hold here and at least bag a small stack. Potentially come back tomorrow and spin. Oh, it's not going to be easy though, is it?
Slight favorite, pre-flop.
Holding on the 975. 6 outs twice. Sire.
Okay.
I think that's 6 outs once. The hand that she showered Ding with the lucky river earlier. Could she do it again? No. Ding gets the double. They would have much preferred that huge pot earlier on against Onu.
Oh, you already made the second bullet, right? Yeah. Ah, then it will be... Yeah, carry on.
Carry on.
Corzin is like, go on guys, max bullets. So there we have it. Vladimir Korzinen, allegedly learning how to play poker or started playing poker this year. The VIP side of the bracket. Chip leading the VIPs in the entire field on the red feature table. Look at that. Linus Love ruling the roost with 1.33 million as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Linus Love, day one, chip leader. I mean, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? But yes, he is leading the pros. Linus, of course, what's the talk of the show at that table? The big aces versus kings mystery hand against Leon Sturm. You know, for the VIPs, though, Vladimir Korzinin, he's number 2 in the chick bounce on the overall leaderboard. He was very splashy, and I think the big one for me that I remember is that Jack 10 offsuit jam getting kings to fold against Winfred on that ace-ace board.
Insane. You know, if people did only tune in for the last couple of hours of that stream, do scroll back and watch it all, because this is a $200,000 buy-in, Randy, and people were playing it like a $25 set and go at times. Let's be honest. I mean, right, Vladimir was out first. He was the first person out. He used that re-entry, that single re-entry in this tournament, and now he ends day 1 second in chips. I mean, an incredible run for him.
Yeah, incredible for him. I'm very excited to watch him play tomorrow, and you did say that we are going to scramble the tables, right?
That's correct, yeah. So we played 10 levels today. Tomorrow we come back day 2 with the pool merged 50-50, so at each table it will be 50% pros, 50% VIPs. That's for the first 2 levels, and then after level 12, a complete random redraw where, you know, we keep talking about that variance. There are going to be tables with mainly pros, and there are going to be tables with mainly VIPs, so just adding in a little bit of luck into the equation, I guess.
Well, I think it's time to use your lucky charm to kind of get that good redraw. If not, I guess you just grind it out until you get to the 2 levels over and hopefully get another one chance at that full redraw.
So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. You will not want to miss it. If anything, today just showcasing how incredible of a tournament this is. Light-hearted banter, huge bluffs, massive hero calls. It's going to be the same tomorrow, 2 p.m. local for day 2 of the $200,000 Triton Invitational. From myself, Randy, and the rest of the team in the booth and the rest of the production crew, we're going to wish you good night.